Chapter 1. The Strongest Sect Leader System. In the Shenzhou continent, where exceptional people and spiritual lands abound. Within the southern domain of the Mystique Kingdom, lies a one-star city known as White Float City. Nestled among a range of mountains 15 miles from the city outskirts are numerous martial arts sects. Misty Peak. In an old walled courtyard suffering from years of neglect, Ye Feng, the new sect leader of the Misty Sect, stood in front of a water vat, staring at the handsome face reflected on the water's surface, unable to understand one thing. "I'm so handsome, why am I this unlucky?" It had already been a month since he had arrived in the Shenzhou continent. During this time, Ye Feng had experienced far too many things. First, he was inexplicably picked up off the roadside by the old sect leader of the Misty Sect, who then claimed that Ye Feng was his long-lost martial brother. Soon after, the old sect leader passed away due to the exhaustion of his lifespan, leaving behind only 5 disciples for Ye Feng, as the Sect Master Uncle, to manage in his stead. But a sect could not be left without a leader for even a single day. With no other choice, Ye Feng, being the highest in seniority, took up the sect leader's seal, becoming the Sect Master Uncle of the Misty Sect. Without an awakened system, without cultivation, and without a crisis for the time being, apart from his good looks, Ye Feng had nothing to his name. "Just muddle along, I guess." Ye Feng sighed, shifting his gaze away from the water and looking at the 4 disciples seated on grass mats. Originally, there were 5 disciples in the Misty Sect. Half a month before the old sect leader's demise, the youngest, 5th disciple Shu Hongyu, left the sect to gain experience and had not returned since. Now, only senior disciple Shi Lei, 2nd disciple Huo Yunjia, 3rd disciple Li Jiaojiao, and 4th disciple Xiao Feng were left, still eagerly awaiting in the sect. The old sect leader once said that the senior disciples had mediocre talents, and only the 4th disciple, Xiao Feng, possessed the highest talent, reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement at the mere age of 15. Ye Feng thought to himself. Since the old sect leader's passing, the sect's supplies had dwindled and they were soon to face a harsh and realistic problem, their livelihood. Bang! Suddenly, the dilapidated gate of the Misty Sect was kicked apart, adding to the sect's already dire poverty. "Where are the people of the Misty Sect?" A side-mouthed youth donned in a red robe stepped across the threshold, arrogantly scanning the room, and finally, casting a derisive look at Ye Feng, he tossed an iron token that embedded itself deeply into the floor tiles. "Ye Feng, this is our Scarlet Serpent Sect's battle invitation. In 3 days' time, be prepared to hand over the sect territory deed, ha ha ha." The side-mouthed youth laughed unrestrained. "A battle invitation?" Ye Feng was startled. "Why should we accept it? Can't we just refuse?" The side-mouthed youth scoffed. "You wish to refuse? Every sect must accept a challenge once a year. Our sect leader has checked, your Misty Sect hasn't faced a challenge this year. If you don't accept, then just wait for the city lord's mansion to disband you." "Is that really the case?" Ye Feng was taken aback and looked at his disciples. "Sect Master Uncle, it's true. We haven't faced a challenge yet this year, so we can only accept the Scarlet Serpent Sect's challenge. But they have over a dozen disciples, utterly overwhelming us. It seems we cannot safeguard our sect this time." Senior disciple Shi Lei and 3rd disciple Li Jiaojiao said gloomily. Get ready to move out in 3 days then." The side-mouthed youth from the Scarlet Serpent Sect, still laughing wildly, made his way towards the exit, striding without a hint of recognition or kinship. After the opponent departed, Ye Feng looked at the 4 disciples before him and asked, "Is the Scarlet Serpent Sect really that strong?" "Very strong." Senior disciple Shi Lei nodded gravely. 2nd disciple Huo Yunjia furrowed his brows and said, "The one who delivered the battle invitation just now was the Scarlet Serpent Sect's prodigy Si Tajian. He's at the 4th layer of qi refinement, comparable to our 4th brother. It is said that the Scarlet Serpent Sect also has 3 disciples at the 4th layer of qi refinement, not weaker than myself. Third disciple Li Jiao spoke in a panic, I and senior brother are only at the third layer of Qi refinement, we stand no chance in a fight. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately knew the Misty Sect was going to lose. He thought for a moment and asked, since we can't refuse a challenge, we must respond. Junior sect members, what are the usual rules for a sect challenge? Senior disciple Shi Lei answered, usually it's a best of 5 matches, needing a 3-win majority, and the battles must be fought by disciples. With junior sister not here, we're down to 4 people, so we already lost 1 match before we even start. That bad? Ye Feng was speechless. It's still fine, our 4th junior brother is a 5th layer Qi refinement genius, he can take 1 match. The rest of us just need to win 2 out of 3 to be victorious. Second disciple Huo Yunjia stepped forward. I'm also a seasoned 4th layer Qi refinement cultivator, aiming to secure a victory. After speaking, Huo Yunjia turned to the always silent 4th junior brother Xiao Fengwu, saying, Junior brother Xiao, if you and I each win a match, the pressure on senior brother and 3rd junior sister will be much less. Ye Feng, Shi Lei and Li Jiao, upon hearing Huo Yunjia's words, all turned their gaze toward the silent Xiao Fengwu, as if seeing a hope for victory in him. At this time, 4th junior brother Xiao Fengwu lifted his head, revealing a handsome but indifferent face. He looked at Ye Feng and said, I have been favored by an elder from 1-star King Yun sect and am leaving Misty Sect today. Look after yourselves. After speaking, Xiao Fengwu tossed his disciple identity token aside as if it were trash and left Misty Sect's dilapidated courtyard. Ye Feng and the remaining 3 disciples were stunned. I just saw a glimmer of hope, and you turned traitor. Ye Feng watched Xiao Fengwu's indifferent retreating figure, his mouth twitching. 4th junior brother, don't leave. Xiao Fengwu, come back. The remaining 3 disciples quickly got up and shouted, rushing after him, but Xiao Fengwu's figure was nowhere to be seen. The man had already taken Misty Sect's only flying sword and fled far away, never to be found again. This made the already impoverished Misty Sect even poorer. Ye Feng, now the sect leader, stood in the desolate wind, no longer seeing a trace of hope in his eyes. A 5-match, 3-win system, and with 2 people gone, they had already lost 2 matches without even fighting. Now, Misty Sect was left with only average talents Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia and Li Jiao. If they lost just 1 match, they would have to hand over the sect territory deed. By then, Misty Sect would exist in name only. Sect Master Uncle, what should we do? Li Jiao was on the verge of tears from urgency. With just the 3 of them, how could they possibly win all 3 matches? Without a turn of events, Misty Sect would be finished. Sect leader, do you have any countermeasures? Huo Yunjia and Shi Lei asked with distressed expressions. I need some quiet. Ye Feng shook his head and paced back and forth in the courtyard for a long time, but was still at a loss for ideas. Seeing this, the complexions of the 3 disciples grew even worse. Ding, suitable host detected, initiating preliminary binding. Binding complete, strongest sect leader system at your service. Please communicate with the system via thoughts when needed. Just then, Ye Feng heard a strange voice. He glanced at the other 3 disciples and saw that they apparently hadn't heard it. Right, the system. Ye Feng realized the key point, and excitedly thought, System, is that really you? Greetings, respected host. I am the strongest sect leader system, dedicated to creating the strongest sect leader in history. Detection of already existing sect Misty Sect has triggered binding, which is now irreversible. The system's voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind again. The next moment, in Ye Feng's vision, a dozen lines of pale blue text appeared. Sect Leader, Ye Feng, Qi Refinement 7th Layer. Sect, Misty Sect, Lower Rank. Sect Prestige, 5. Sect Disciples, Shi Lei, Qi Refinement 3rd Layer, 1st Grade Spell Iron Shield Technique, Beginner, Huo Yunjia, Qi Refinement 4th Layer, first grade spell Fire Cloud Palm, on the verge of beginner, Li Jiao Jiao, Qi Refinement 3rd layer, first grade spell Wind Spirit Steps, beginner. Probation period task, recruit 10 disciples within 7 days. If the task is completed, the system will be permanently bound and a newcomer gift package will be awarded, failing will result in unbinding of the system. Progress as follows: Outer Sect Disciples 3/3, Registered Disciples 0/7, completion 50%. Looking at the text before his eyes, Ye Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. It had finally come, the system was really here. P.S. New book release, a light-hearted narrative with a sect leader system theme, hope all readers enjoy. Chapter 2. Spell Instant Perfection. Ye Feng looked at the cultivation level introduction behind his name and fell into deep thought. System, am I not immortal? When did I become Qi Refinement 7th layer? Ye Feng wondered to himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering a key point. As a sect leader, you will obtain a cultivation level equal to the total sum of your disciples' cultivation levels. Currently, there are 2 disciples at Qi Refining 3rd layer and 1 at the 4th layer, which together is indeed equivalent to the Qi Refining 7th layer, the system explained. In the Shenzhou continent, the known realms of cultivation are Gazing Breath, Qi Refinement, Element Gathering, Spirit Sea, Divine Origin, Void Break, Ancient Saint. Ancient saints are aloof and rare, with their realms subdivisions being little known to most. The Gazing Breath realm is just the foundational stage. Strictly speaking, one is only considered a cultivator upon entering the Qi Refining realm. The 5 realms of Qi Refinement, Element Gathering, Spirit Sea, Divine Origin, and Void Break each have 9 grades. Within these 5 realms, each advancement increases the total amount of spiritual energy in the body by 1/3. Hence, the energy of a Qi Refining 9th grade at the peak is roughly equivalent to that of 10 cultivators at the 1st grade of Qi Refinement. Ye Feng had some understanding of the division in cultivation. After the system's explanation, he knew that he indeed possessed the cultivation level of Qi Refinement 7th layer. But the problem was, no matter how much Ye Feng tried to comprehend his own body, he was never able to utilize his cultivation, and his physical condition did not change at all, he was still just a mortal. System, where is my cultivation? Ye Feng asked with a puzzled look. The system did not respond. It seems I can only explore this on my own, Ye Feng said, his brows slightly furrowed. The other 3 disciples just happened to see Ye Feng furrowing his brows and grew tense, thinking another mishap had occurred. Sect Master Uncle is frowning. Does it mean that even he has no plan? Li Jiao said worriedly. If even the sect leader has no plan, then we are even more at a loss, the senior disciple Shi sighed with a look of concern. Huo Yunji remained silent, but his face looked even more troubled. When Ye Feng heard the 2 of them talking, he lifted his head and said, I will continue thinking of a plan, you should also try to think of one or make other preparations, such as improving your own strength. Through the system, Ye Feng knew that each of the 3 disciples had cultivated a spell, but after so long, they had not even reached the beginner's level, which was really weak. Thinking this, Ye Feng subconsciously added, ultimately, the upcoming battle is still a competition of strength. Without sufficient mastery, how can you win the contest? Have you mastered your spells yet? Shouldn't you be cultivating right now? Upon hearing this, the 3 disciples also realized that strength was indeed the most crucial factor and quickly began cultivating their spells in the courtyard. The second disciple, Huo Yunji, had the highest cultivation level and was the most diligent. He came from a noble family but had to run away from home due to certain events. In the wilderness, he faced an attack by demonic beasts and was saved by the old sect leader, which is why he stayed at the Misty Sect to cultivate. Even though the Misty Sect faced a crisis, Huo Yunji stayed, steadfast and loyal. Because of his diligence, he managed to cultivate up to the 4th layer of Qi Refining at the age of 15. Due to his hard work, Huo Yunjia was making fast progress in the first grade spell Fiery Cloud Palm and was close to reaching the initial stage. The old sect leader saved my life. Now that his Misty sect is facing a crisis, even if I'm not powerful, I must still try my hardest. Within 3 days, Fiery Cloud Palm must reach the beginner stage. Even if I'm defeated, I must lose gracefully and not disgrace the old sect leader. Huo Yunjia thought to himself, his gaze more determined than ever, his moves becoming more practiced, and he could feel the energy in his palms surging, growing hotter. It's close, very close. Seizing the moment, Huo Yunjia continued his rigorous cultivation. The senior disciple, Shi Lei, and the third disciple, Li Jiao, also worked hard at their cultivation. Shi Lei, an orphan raised by the old sect leader, was a simple and honest man with a staunch loyalty. He was practicing the iron shield technique. Despite being somewhat clumsy, he was also working hard, diligently following the old sect leader's initial guidance to the letter. The only female disciple, Li Jiao, was practicing the first grade spell Wind Spirit Step, running laps around the courtyard like the wind. Even though her clothes were drenched with sweat, she did not stop, but instead gritted her teeth and persevered, hoping to master the technique as soon as possible. Li Jiao came from a small mountain village. Her parents were alive and well, and she had a little sister still full of childish innocence. As the only person from the village discovered to have talent for cultivation, she carried the hopes of all the villagers and did not want to fail or see her parents and fellow villagers with faces full of disappointment. Ye Feng lifted his head. Looking at the 3 disciples working hard at their cultivation, he felt moved, clenching his fists tightly. The disciples are working so hard, how can I fall behind? But this dog system doesn't seem to offer any substantial help. As a mere mortal, how can I be of aid? Chi. At that moment, Huo Yunjia's hands became scorching hot, like glowing red iron, even heating the surrounding air. Crack! Huo Yunjia slapped a wooden post next to him, burning it to charcoal before it crumbled apart. My fire cloud palm has reached the beginner level. Huo Yunjia was thrilled, looking at his red-hot palms filled with excitement. Palms hot as iron, able to break wooden posts, this was the sign of mastering the beginner level of fire cloud palm. It really reached the beginner level. Ye Feng's eyes widened in amazement, silently admiring the spell of a cultivator. A casual palm strike shattered a wooden post as thick as a water bucket. How envious and eager he was to learn. Suddenly, Ye Feng discovered some strange new memories had appeared in his mind. These were the details of the first grade spell Fire Cloud Palm. He felt he had an extremely deep understanding of this spell and was sure that, if he could utilize his cultivation level, he could easily perform a Fire Cloud Palm at the perfect stage. System, what's going on? Ye Feng felt certain that this matter was related to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for uncovering a hidden feature. As a sect leader, whenever any of your sect disciples achieves the beginner level or higher in any spell, you can instantly master it at the max level, and you'll have comprehension far beyond ordinary people. The system finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. This passive ability seemed really strong. If he could get through this crisis, with more disciples in the future and a variety of spells being practiced, wouldn't he be able to master countless spells at the perfect stage? But then, remembering that he, though having cultivation level, couldn't perform spells like a mortal, Ye Feng's face turned gloomy. In the Shenzhou continent, spells are divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each spell, according to the level of proficiency, is classified into the following 4 stages: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the power. Normally, cultivators at the 4th or 5th layer of Qi refining realm can only reach the beginner level. By the 5th or 6th layer, they may achieve minor accomplishments, and only sect leader level senior cultivators at the 7th layer can reach major achievements. As for perfection, it was not so easily attained. Upon hearing that Huo Yunji's fire cloud palm had reached beginner level, Shi Lei and Li Jiao were overjoyed. With your cultivation level, second brother, using the beginner level fire cloud palm should be enough to secure a victory, said Li Jiao, pausing to catch her breath. I need to work even harder. Shi Lei, upon seeing Huo Yunji's fire cloud palm reach the beginner level, felt a surge of motivation and prepared to continue his own cultivation. It's just the beginner level, Huo Yunji shook his head, his expression still grave. At the Qi refining realm's third or fourth layer, one could generally bring a first-grade spell to the beginner stage. To ensure a solid victory, he knew he needed to reach at least the minor achievement level in Fire Cloud Palm. Indeed, it's just the beginner level, Ye Feng then spoke up. Upon hearing that, Huo Yunji felt slightly uncomfortable. All their fellow disciples were diligently cultivating, while Sect Leader Ye Feng was the only one sitting idle, doing nothing. Yes, indeed. But now, the beginner level is already the highest achievement in our Misty sect, Huo Yunji said, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Who told you the beginner level was the highest our Misty sect could achieve? Ye Feng stood up and said. He took a small twig and pointed to a few spots on Huo Yunji's arms, saying, Here, here, and here, do you feel some blockage when circulating your energy? Hey! Huo Yunji's heart filled with confusion. How could Sect Master Uncle, a mere mortal, see these issues? Reverse the flow of energy at these points and increase the speed of your energy gathering by 1/5, then see what effect it has. Ye Feng, not minding Huo Yunji's puzzled expression, continued leisurely. After hesitating, Huo Yunji decided to try it, seeing the calmness in Ye Feng's eyes. Whoosh! This time, Huo Yunji felt his hands instantly become scorching hot, and a wisp of flame emerged from his palms. With a gentle slap down, an entire wooden post was burnt to ashes. Minor achievement. Huo Yunji looked at his own hands in disbelief, then his eyes widened as he turned to Ye Feng. Just a pointer from Sect Master Uncle, and my fire cloud palm reached minor achievement. Shi Lei and Li Jiao were also left agape in astonishment, looking back at Ye Feng as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 3. The Challenge of the Scarlet Serpent Sect. Sect Master Uncle, how did you do it? Huo Yunji quickly withdrew the flames from his hands and respectfully asked Ye Feng, with the slight dissatisfaction he had felt towards Ye Feng earlier now completely dissipated. Shi Lei and Li Jiao also stared at Ye Feng, eager to know what was going on. Ye Feng himself was also panicked. After all, he couldn't feel his own cultivation level, and only had a deep understanding of the fire cloud palm. Although he knew pointing out a few of Huo Yunji's mistakes could be effective, Ye Feng had never expected the results to be this good. Just one try had taken him from beginner to minor achievement. Now, Ye Feng was sure that as long as Huo Yunji did as he said, within 3 days, Fire Cloud Palm could reach perfection, and he could easily defeat disciples of the same level. Facing the doubts of the 3 disciples, Ye Feng's eyes flickered, and he lied. I have a deep understanding of spells and know various types, so naturally, I can point out your errors. But you must first practice the spell to beginner level before I will teach you. Because only by reaching the beginner level can you prove that you are fated with that spell. This was the best explanation Ye Feng could come up with at the moment. Only when the disciples had practiced the spell to the beginner level could he instantly max it out. That way, he could then, in turn, give guidance to the disciples. By saying this, he could not only stimulate the disciples' enthusiasm for practicing spells, but also cover up his lie. Really? All 3 disciples widened their eyes. No wonder Sect Master Uncle had asked them to practice spells before. Now they realized that Ye Feng was waiting for them to reach the beginner level before giving guidance. Of course it's true, not just Fire Cloud Palm, but also Wind Spirit Steps and Iron Shield technique. I can guide you in these as well, but you must reach beginner level first. Ye Feng lied calmly. He looked at Shi Lei and Li Jiao and said, "You two hasten your learning of the Iron Shield technique and Wind Spirit Step to beginner level." "Yes." Shi Lei and Li Jiao nodded excitedly and began to cultivate even harder. "Sect Master Uncle, thank you." Huo Yunjie solemnly knelt in front of Ye Feng, bowing his head 3 times, which startled Ye Feng. "Since you chose to stay at the sect during its time of crisis, I, of course, won't let you down. Continue to practice Fire Cloud Palm and strive for perfection within 3 days, Ye Feng said, patting Huo Yunjie's shoulder with high hopes for him. If it weren't for this youngster advancing Fire Cloud Palm to beginner level, he wouldn't have known the system had such a tricky feature. Perfection in 3 days. Huo Yunjie was stunned. Reaching perfection in a first-grade spell required countless arduous practices and was typically achieved by senior cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. "Just do as I told you," Ye Feng said. "Yes, I will do my best," Huo Yunjie responded, though still somewhat shocked. He immediately took action. He voiced the problems he encountered during his practice, and Ye Feng explained them based on his understanding, pointing out the issues in detail. Through this process, Huo Yunjie's progress was swift. Shi Lei and Li Jiao were still cultivating hard. After witnessing Ye Feng's astonishing abilities, they cultivated with even more vigor and motivation. At dusk, Huo Yunjie, after a day of hard cultivation, stretched out his hand covered in flames and easily shattered a wooden post. Major achievement! Huo Yunjie's heart shook. In just 1 day, he had advanced from beginner to major achievement. He had really done it. But this success was not his alone, it was because he had received guidance from Sect Master Uncle Ye Feng. "Sect Master Uncle, I've succeeded," Huo Yunjie said excitedly. "Achieving major achievement in 1 day is quite good," Ye Feng nodded. But then he thought about not letting Huo Yunjie become too arrogant. Ye Feng's smiling face instantly turned serious as he said, "However, you can be stronger. Only by reaching perfection before the battle can you ensure a 100% chance of victory." The genius disciple from Scarlet Serpent Sect, Si Tajian, who was at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, was very powerful. Originally, Xiao Feng, the 4th disciple, was supposed to fight him, but who would have known that Xiao Feng would betray the Misty Sect? Therefore, Ye Feng had no choice but to arrange for Huo Yunjie to confront Si Tajian. But Huo Yunjie was only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and Si Tajian was already at the 5th layer. Only by mastering his spell to a major achievement would he stand a chance to win. To cultivate to perfection was to secure a sure win. Winning all 3 battles, this pressure is no small matter. Ye Feng muttered to himself. Huo Yunjie's Fire Cloud Palm had achieved major achievement, but even if he could reach perfection within 3 days, he could only ensure victory in 1 battle. What about the remaining Shi Lei and Li Jiao, who hadn't even reached beginner level? What to do? Should they also cultivate the Fire Cloud Palm? This idea seemed not bad. Just as Ye Feng was about to speak, he discovered that another complete first-grade spell, the Wind Spirit Steps, had appeared in his mind, and its proficiency had directly reached perfection. Has Li Jiao also reached beginner level? Ye Feng looked at the courtyard with surprise and saw Li Jiao's feet creating wind, her entire being enshrouded in a soft glow, making her as light as a swallow and able to scurry along walls and be nimble as a monkey, very difficult to catch. This was the sign of reaching beginner level in the spell Wind Spirit Step. The next moment, Ye Feng found yet another spell's memory added to his mind. It was the Iron Shield technique that Shi Lei was diligently practicing. Shi Lei stretched out both hands, holding a half-transparent dark shield half a meter wide and a meter high, as thick as a fist, which at first glance, indeed resembled an iron shield. Shi Lei's Iron Shield technique has also reached beginner level. Ye Feng felt like blessings had come in pairs. Now that you all have reached beginner level, very good. Next, let me personally guide you. Ye Feng was in an excellent mood. Having 3 spells is much better than just one. He decided to first let his 3 disciples master their primary spell to major achievement and even perfection. Then, they would cultivate the other 2 spells as a backup, ensuring nothing goes wrong. The 3 disciples had average aptitude, but average didn't mean stupid. They had normal intelligence and understanding, and under Ye Feng's guidance, the speed of their progress was also quite fast. Afterward, Ye Feng stayed up all night to give pointers, so tired that his eyes were lifeless and his dark circles had become significantly heavier. The 3 disciples under him, on the other hand, became more and more spirited as they trained. In the blink of an eye, the appointed day had arrived. On this day, Ye Feng finally succumbed to his fatigue from the consecutive all-nighters and fell asleep on the steps. Outside the gate, a series of rustling footsteps could be heard, accompanied by many disordered voices. "Disciples of the Misty Sect, aren't you going to roll out here quickly?" The envoy from the Scarlet Serpent Sect, the crooked-mouthed youth Tajian, led a dozen youngsters in red robes into the yard and, seeing the sleeping Ye Feng, immediately showed a contemptuous look. "He really is as carefree as a dead pig in front of boiling water." Tajian scoffed. "The time hasn't arrived yet, what's your hurry?" Senior disciple Shilei stopped Tajian. "It makes no difference whether you lose sooner or later, does it?" Tajian laughed disdainfully. The aura of the 5th layer of Qi refinement unfolded from him like a strong wind sweeping the surroundings, raising a thick cloud of dust. "What's happening?" Ye Feng was sleeping soundly, but was awakened by the dust. Upon clearly seeing the disciples of the Scarlet Serpent Sect led by Tajian, Ye Feng realized that the battle between the 2 sects was about to begin. He jolted awake and got up. Chapter 4. The First Battle, Turnaround. "Sect Master Uncle, please rest a bit more, we can handle the rest," Shilei returned to Ye Feng's side, shielding him from the dust and dirt. Shilei was stocky, not very tall but quite robust, like a wall standing in front, giving a sense of inexplicable safety. "Do not be disrespectful to our Sect Master Uncle." Li Jiaojiao and Huo Yunjia also gathered around. The 3 major disciples stood side by side in front of him, shielding Ye Feng from the imposing presence of the Scarlet Serpent Sect disciples. Looking at the somewhat immature figures of his disciples, Ye Feng was suddenly moved. True feelings are seen in times of adversity. These 3 staying behind really have true affection for the Misty Sect, much better than the rebellious Xiao Fangwu, the 4th disciple. Ye Feng criticized in his mind. He secretly made a decision that once the Misty Sect overcame this crisis, any disciples he recruited in the future must be loyal. "You're quite loyal to a sect leader who lacks even cultivation, but it's a pity that you'll soon have to pack up and leave." Tajian, with his arms crossed, sneered. Shilei and the other 2 disciples really wanted to rush up and give Tajian a good beating but were stopped by a gesture from Ye Feng. "Now is not the time," Ye Feng said, "wait until we're on the stage, then beat him severely." "Oh, beat him severely, did I hear that right?" Tajian and the dozen or so Scarlet Serpent Sect disciples beside him burst into loud laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Where are the sect leaders of the Scarlet Serpent Sect and the Misty Sect?" At this moment, a deep voice came from outside the door, and everyone turned their heads to see 3 men in distinctive silver robes approaching. The foremost person was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 50, with a shiny bald head and a slightly corpulent build. "Greetings to Steward Zhou." The Scarlet Serpent Sect disciples immediately wiped the sneers from their faces and switched into obsequious mode. This Steward Zhou was no simple character. He was the steward from the City Lord's mansion of White Float City, at the peak of the Qi refinement 9th layer, responsible for overseeing sect conflicts and had the authority to reclaim sect territory deeds. For sects around White Float City, Steward Zhou was an insurmountable mountain. "Steward Zhou, it's been a long while, you seem to have slimmed down." A hoarse voice came from the Scarlet Serpent Sect disciples' rear, followed by the appearance of a red-haired elder in a wheelchair. This person was the sect leader of the Scarlet Serpent sect, Zhao Dejiang. On hearing that he had slimmed down, a smile appeared on Steward Zhou's face. Let's skip the pleasantries. How prepared are both sect leaders for the upcoming conflict between your sects? Do we need to prepare to fight the Misty sect? Zhao Dejiang said with a sullen smile. Steward Zhou glanced at him but said nothing. Even though he did not say so outwardly, he also believed the Misty sect had no chance of winning. Upon entering, he noticed that the cultivation levels of Shilei, Huo Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao were very average. As for Ye Feng, the sect master, he was just a mortal who had not even reached the gazing breath realm. The most crucial point was, there were only 3 disciples. Losing any match would mean defeat. As for the legendary Let 2 chase 3, Steward Zhou found it utterly unrealistic. To him, overseeing this sect conflict was merely a waste of time. The stage is ready, both parties should prepare briefly before coming up for the competition. Steward Zhou dropped a comment and left the dilapidated courtyard of the Misty sect. Just you wait and see. Si Tajian mockingly looked at Ye Feng and his group, making a throat-slitting gesture before leaving the courtyard as well. Sect Master, we. Huo Yunjia stared at the retreating figures of Si Tajian and his group, speaking in a grave tone. But before he could finish, Ye Feng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Stick to the plan. Yes. The 3 disciples nodded. Afterward, Ye Feng took them out of the Misty sect's courtyard and onto a piece of open ground in front of the sect. A square stage had been constructed here out of timber, surrounded by dozens of onlookers dressed in various styles, all disciples from other nearby sects eager to watch the excitement. Wow, the Misty sect only has 3 disciples. With a best-of-5 format, they have to win every match to claim victory. Winning is harder than ascending to the heavens. Look, that guy without any cultivation is the sect leader of the Misty sect, said to be the old sect leader's junior brother. Misty sect has really fallen on hard times to let a mortal be sect leader. None of the disciples from various sects had high hopes when they saw Ye Feng and his 3 disciples. Ahem. At that moment, Steward Zhou stepped onto the stage. Scarlet Serpent sect has issued a sect challenge to Misty sect. The battle begins today, and we will use a best-of-5 system. The loser will leave behind their sect territory deed. Now, please have the participating disciples from both sects come forward. No sooner had the words been uttered. Si Tajian and 4 Scarlet Serpent sect disciples leaped onto the stage, each revealing their cultivation levels. 1 at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, 3 at the 4th, and 1 at the 3rd. Si Tajian truly lives up to being the number 1 prodigy of the Scarlet Serpent sect, having already reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The others aren't bad either. Disciples from various sects murmured among themselves. Go on up. Ye Feng, disregarding the voices of the disciples from the other sects, instructed. The 3 disciples nodded, making their way steadily up onto the stage 1 step at a time, each emitting their cultivation aura. 1 at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and 2 at the 3rd. Ha ha ha. Disciples from all sects laughed. An average of 1 minor realm lower, and 3 against 5, how could they fight? Since Misty sect has only 3 disciples, they will concede 2 matches first hand. Please have Scarlet Serpent sect select 2 winners to leave the stage, Steward Zhou said, looking at the 5 Scarlet Serpent sect disciples. Si Tajian instructed a disciple at the 3rd layer and another at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, you 2, get down. Both descended immediately, leaving Si Tajian and 2 disciples at the 4th layer. As the challenged party, the Misty sect disciples will decide the order of appearance and opponents. Now, let the first battle begin, Steward Zhou announced the rules, then jumped down from the stage. I'm the eldest brother, let me take the first battle. Shilei stepped forward, gesturing towards a lean Scarlet Serpent sect disciple at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, I choose you. As his words fell, the remaining 4 swiftly turned and jumped off the stage, without any hesitation. On the stage, Only Shilei and his opponent were left. Kid, you dare to challenge me, Bulletin Phelan, you've got some guts. Bulletin Phelan smirked, his hands moving vigorously, grasping a sphere of flames in each. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and the air twisted continuously. Even at a distance, the withered grass near the stage seemed on the verge of combusting. That's the Scarlet Serpent Sect's first-grade spell, Flame Serpent Technique. Seeing the quality of those flames, it's clear that he's made it to beginner level, nearly reaching minor achievement. A disciple from a certain sect exclaimed. Die! Bulletin Phelan from the Scarlet Serpent Sect alternated swinging his hands, sending out scorching flame serpents that struck at Shilei like swift arrows. But to everyone's surprise, Shilei emitted a soft glow around his body, and a breeze formed under his feet as he adeptly executed the beginner-level wind spirit steps, avoiding the imminent danger. Ha ha ha! The eldest disciple of the esteemed Misty Sect, though robust in appearance, has actually cultivated a spell specialized for running away. Hey, what is he doing? Just as the other disciples were about to mock him, they saw Shilei suddenly change direction, charging straight at Scarlet Serpent Sect's Bulletin Phelan. You're courting death. Bulletin Phelan sped up his movements, his fire serpents flying out incessantly. But in the next instant, Shilei's speed surged by 2/3, swiftly conjuring a dark, thick light shield in front of him. Bang! Bulletin Phelan from the Scarlet Serpent Sect felt as though he had collided with a wall, countless ribs snapped, and he was sent flying out like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily beyond the platform. Hiss! Seeing this, the crowd collectively drew in a sharp breath in unison. Chapter 5. Consecutive victories shock all parties. Major achievement in spells, how is that possible? Si Tajian was the first to blurt it out. Steward Zhou, who had been preparing to sleep soundly, was startled and widened his eyes. Both Wind Spirit Step and Iron Shield Technique have reached major achievement. Even Zhao Dejiang, the sect leader of Scarlet Serpent Sect, exaggeratedly stood up from his wheelchair. Major achievement for a first-grade spell? Under normal circumstances, this is something that Qi refinement practitioners of the 7th layer could achieve. Even for a genius, it would require reaching the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement. But now, a 3rd layer Qi refinement cultivator has trained 2 first-grade spells to major achievement. Could this person be a freak of nature? A shock ran through the hearts of people from various factions. Looking at the honest and straightforward Shilei, 4 words suddenly popped into their minds, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Ouch! At that moment, Bulletin Phelan, who had been seriously injured by the Iron Shield Technique, let out a wail of pain. He felt as if he was falling apart, trembling as he extended a finger to point at Shilei on the stage. With a restrained face he said, "I was careless just now, I didn't dodge." He cursed Shilei internally for looking honest and straightforward, but actually being so treacherous and cunning, only displaying the beginner level of Wind Spirit Step at the start to feign weakness. Then, revealing his true strength, his speed soared, and he used the Iron Shield Technique to charge over, scoring a sneak attack. Misty Sect, you lack martial virtue. It's one thing to have strength, but to actually play tactics, is this really good? Bulletin Phelan became more and more angry as he spoke, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his head tilted, and he fainted. Simply disgraceful. Zhao Dejiang, the sect leader of Scarlet Serpent Sect, was furious, waved his large sleeve, and scolded his disciples, "Aren't you going to quickly get him out of here?" "Yes, yes." 2 disciples hurriedly dragged Bulletin Phelan away, pressed his A-cup ointment with their bare hands, kneel on the ground, and begged him not to die. Steward Zhou, who was hosting, coughed once, stretched out his arms, and announced loudly, "Congratulations to Misty Sect for winning the first match." Although he was shocked as well, facts were facts, and everyone had seen it with their own eyes, there could be no fakery. Big Brother is mighty. Huo Yunjia and Li Jiaojiao cheered. Seeing this, Ye Feng finally let out a breath of relief. As an honest and straightforward person like Shi Lei would certainly not think of the strategy to feign weakness to the enemy and strike a sudden blow to win. This was all the tactic arranged by Ye Feng in advance. Initially, even Ye Feng was quite nervous. But seeing the plan succeed so well, he gained even more confidence for the upcoming 2 matches. Upon hearing he had won, Shi Lei felt as if he was in a dream. It's really useful to have tactics arranged by the Sect Master Uncle. Shi Lei excitedly jumped off the stage and gave a fist salute to Ye Feng. Sect Master Uncle, I won. Not bad, but you've only won the first match, it's far from a time to be happy, Ye Feng said, patting Shi Lei's shoulder. Other sect leaders eyed Shi Lei as if looking at a piece of jadeite, shouting to him. This little friend, we observe that you have extraordinary bones and are a cultivation prodigy. If you no longer wish to stay in Misty Sect, our sect's doors are always open to you. Join our sect and we'll give you a wife. We'll give you 2. Not just a wife, we're willing to give a child too. We're different, we'll give you Sunshine Pig Farm. The sect leaders of various factions argued with red faces. The other disciples heard this, and their faces became odd, secretly thinking that when they joined a sect, not having a wife was one thing, but why did they also have to pay an entrance fee? Thank you, sect leaders, for your kindness, but in life I am a person of Misty Sect, and in death, I will be a ghost of Misty Sect, I will not join another. Shi Lei gave a fist salute to everyone. That's a pity, the various sect leaders said regretfully. In their view, Shi Lei staying in Misty Sect was truly a case of a pearl covered in dust, such a waste. Why are you so pleased? It's a best of 5 battles, and you think you have won by just winning 1. The Scarlet Serpent Sect's genius, Tajian, could not hold back any longer and said discontentedly. Steward Zhou also realized this and announced, next, we will proceed with the second match. A Misty Sect disciple, please ascend to the stage and select your opponent. Jiao, go up. Remember what I told you. Ye Feng whispered. Yes, Sect Master Uncle. Li Jiao nodded. Although she was but a young girl from a mountain village and only in her teens, she had already grown tall and graceful, with an air of poise and confidence. Key was her innocent face which, upon ascending to the stage, immediately attracted the attention of male disciples from various sects. Sister Jiao, we support you. Forget about the Misty Sect, I'll steal spirit stones to take care of you. The disciples from various sects shouted. Li Jiao's pretty face blushed, making her even more beautiful, and she shyly pointed at a mottled-faced disciple beside Tajian, saying, This battle's opponent, I choose him. Upon hearing this, the mottled-faced disciple immediately released the aura of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, revealing a ferocious smile. What's the use of being pretty? For a cultivator, what matters is strength. Be careful, don't take this lightly. At that moment, Tajian lowered his voice to remind. The mottled-faced disciple nodded, jumped onto the stage, and faced Li Jiao from about 10 meters away. Begin. Steward Zhou stood with his hands behind his back as he announced. This time, he was no longer sleepy, but spirited, eager to see whether the Misty Sect could pull off another miracle. Die. Flames ignited around the mottled-faced disciple. It's still the first-grade spell Flame Serpent technique, and he's been at the beginner stage for quite a while, said a disciple from a certain sect. Before the words were even finished, 5 flame serpents, forming a pincer attack, lunged at Li Jiao from different directions, showing no mercy. If Li Jiao were hit, she would be either severely injured or killed. Whoosh! A breeze formed under Li Jiao's feet and her entire body was enveloped in a gentle light. With a light tap on the stage, she executed a beautiful backflip, evading the encircling flame serpents. Then, to the astonishment of the audience, she landed quickly, taking steps with residual images trailing behind her. In just an instant, Li Jiao had circled behind the mottled face disciple. Trying to ambush? No way. The mottled face disciple had been on guard and quickly turned around. His hands lit up with a dark gold glow, displaying the beginner's stage of the first grade spell Vajra Palm, and swiftly aimed a strike at Li Jiao. But there was a clang. The Vajra Palm, capable of splitting gold and iron, was blocked by a dark shield of light. That was none other than the iron shield technique displayed by Li Jiao. You know this spell, too. The mottled face disciple was stunned. He had reached the second layer, yet his opponent was not only on the same layer but appeared more formidable than he had anticipated. I know more than just this. Li Jiao suddenly extended her blazing hot right hand and struck the mottled face disciple's chest, making his robe burst apart and sending his scorched body tumbling outside the stage. She even knows Fire Cloud Palm. The crowd below was dumbfounded. Steward Zhou's eyes widened more than a pair of bronze bells, exclaiming in shock, Wind Spirit Steps at Major Achievement, Iron Shield Technique at Major Achievement, Fire Cloud Palm just at beginner level. Could this young girl also be a genius? This annoys me as well. Zhao Dejiang, the sect leader of the Scarlet Serpent sect, was so frustrated that the corners of his mouth kept twitching, and he stood up from his wheelchair once more. When did Misty Sect's disciples become such monsters? Si Tajian also found it incredibly unbelievable. He looked towards Huo Yunjia, who stood calmly beside Ye Feng, and suddenly felt a heavy pressure. Chapter 6. Let 2 Chase 3, A Miracle is Born. This battle is won by Misty Sect. Steward Zhou cast a glance at the mottled face disciple who looked as if he had just returned from coal mining. Seeing him stiff all over, the disciple was likely to be bedridden for at least half a month, so Steward Zhou declared the result directly. Sect Master Uncle, I won. Li Jiao excitedly threw herself into Ye Feng's arms, causing the male disciples from various sects to brim with envy and jealousy. They really wanted to say 3 words. Why him? An unworthy sect leader with no cultivation level, other than being a bit more handsome. What made him better than themselves? Misty Sect, don't celebrate too early. According to the best of 5 rounds system, you've only won 2 battles. In this final battle, I will let you know what being formidable is. Si Tajian leapt up and heavily stomped onto the stage, causing it to crack and dent with the impact. Sect Master Uncle, I'm going. Huo Yunjia shed his robe and leapt onto the stage. He could be considered one with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, dignified in appearance, and moreover, he stood at a towering height of 1.85 meters, the tallest member of Misty Sect. Wow! Huo Yunjia from Misty Sect is quite handsome too, we sisters are in luck. Came the cries from a sect composed entirely of young women, who kept throwing coquettish glances toward the stage. What's the use of being handsome? In a while, I'll have the whole Misty Sect packing up and leaving. Si Tajian sneered crookedly. Huo Yunjia remained silent, extended his hand forward with palm face down, already displaying the iron shield technique at minor achievement stage. This was the final battle, there was no need to hide his true power. And after the previous 2 surprise attacks, Si Tajian, the genius, was surely well guarded against them, and using the same tactics would surely be ineffective. So Huo Yunjia decided to follow the brand new tactics arranged by Ye Feng. One word, charge. Seeing this, Si Tajian chuckled and said. Minor achievement stage of the Iron Shield technique. I don't believe you aren't hiding something, let me guess, your Iron Shield technique has reached major achievement, hasn't it? But he wasn't panicked. Instead he reached out and grasped a long spear condensed from flames. It's a first-grade spell, the Fire Spear technique, and he's actually cultivated it to major achievement. Misty Sect's Huo Yunjia is probably no match for him. This is the deciding battle for which side will stay or leave, Si Tajian won't hold back. Even if Huo Yunjia's spells are strong, his cultivation level is still weaker. The disciples from various sects discussed amongst themselves. They didn't favor Huo Yunjie, even though he was the only cultivator of Misty Sect who had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. You guessed it. Upon hearing Si Tajian's words, Huo Yunjie's hand trembled slightly as the dark shield before him became more solid. This was the hallmark of the Iron Shield technique reaching major achievement. How on earth do the disciples of Misty Sect cultivate? Every one of them has at least one spell at major achievement stage. It's simply monstrous. I had no idea until I saw it today, but now I'm truly shocked at how formidable the little-known Misty Sect is. Huo Yunjie's Iron Shield technique reaching major achievement once again sparked lively discussions among the disciples from various sects. It really is at major achievement. However, it shouldn't be just that. Have you also reached at least minor achievement with the Wind Spirit Steps and Fire Cloud Palm? Si Tajian said, his voice grim. He stood holding the fire spear, not launching an attack, but lowered his posture, akin to a hunting leopard about to pounce, with even a flicker of firelight in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the discussions among the crowd gradually quieted down. They could hardly believe that the disciples of Misty Sect were such prodigies, having cultivated first-grade spells to major achievement. Leaving cultivation levels aside, in this respect, they were comparable to the sect leaders of the lower-rank sects. Listening to Si Tajian's guessing, Huo Yunjie didn't deny it. His left hand held the light shield, his right hand ignited with flames, his body was wrapped in a soft glow, and whirlwinds appeared around his legs. He really has trained 3 spells to major achievement. That's just twisted. Is this really a disciple at the 4th layer of Qi refinement? I feel like he could come to our sect to be an elder of passing power, specifically teaching disciples how to cultivate spells. The disciples from various sects burst into heated discussions. Steward Zhou stared wide-eyed. This disciple really is a talent. He could easily join other sects, even as a direct disciple, not just stay in Misty Sect. Watching this scene, Si Tajian's eyes narrowed. All 3 spells at major achievement. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish him off. Under the stage, an impatient urging voice came from Zhao Dejiang, the sect leader of the Scarlet Serpent sect. Si Tajian shouted loudly as he thrust out the flame spear, which had reached major achievement. With his Qi refinement 5th layer cultivation level, even if Huo Yunjie had brought the Iron Shield technique to major achievement, he couldn't block it. But Huo Yunjie wasn't foolish. He didn't try to forcefully resist, but instead used the Wind Spirit Step at major achievement to dodge, then repelled the flame spear with the Iron Shield technique, and finally, his burning palm struck towards Si Tajian's chest. The entire process was executed in one go, giving Si Tajian no chance to react. But Si Tajian wasn't easy to deal with. He held the flame spear and spun in place, forming a shield that with a bang repelled Huo Yunjie's palm. Both were knocked back, but they continued to fight. Huo Yunjie nimble executed 3 major achievement spells, successfully dragging out the fight with Si Tajian. Huo Yunjie can actually hold his own against Si Tajian. This is incredible. The disciples of various sects exclaimed. In the nearby mountains, there were over a dozen sects, and although the most famous was not the Scarlet Serpent sect, many people knew Si Tajian from the Scarlet Serpent sect. This person had long reached Qi refinement 5th layer, was unruly and untamed, and was considered the top among the younger generation in the nearby regions. Even looking at the whole White Float city, he was considered a genius. But now, this genius could only fight to a standstill against Huo Yunjie, who was 1 cultivation level lower. This left everyone feeling incredibly surprised. The Misty Sect is going to lose, sighed a sect leader from a certain sect. Zhao Dejiang, the sect leader of the Scarlet Serpent sect, laughed with triumph. Steward Zhou, in charge of hosting, also shook his head slightly. Clearly, none of them had high hopes for Huo Yunjie. Why is this? A certain disciple asked, mustering up the courage. Huo Yunjie is only at Qi refinement 4th layer, inherently at a disadvantage. Now he is simultaneously casting 3 spells, and although it seems like he can contain Tajian, the consumption is too great, he won't last long. Explained the sect leader from before. So that's the reason. The disciples from various sects suddenly understood. They noticed that Tajian's breathing was even, while Huo Yunja's face had already turned slightly pale. Clearly, Huo Yunja couldn't hold on much longer. The second senior brother seems not to be the match, what should we do? Li Jiaojiao was so anxious she was almost crying. Second junior brother, you can't give up. Shi Lei clenched his fists, wishing he could get on stage to help. Ye Feng watched the battle on the stage and also sensed the bad turn, but now, everything depended on Huo Yunja's own performance, others could not help. Looking around, he saw that many disciples from other sects were also cheering and shouting for Huo Yunja. It seemed that the Misty sect wasn't entirely without support. Suddenly, Ye Feng noticed that the sect's reputation began to rise, from the initial 5 to 7, and kept increasing until it surpassed 10. And right at that moment, Huo Yunja's aura suddenly increased by 1/3. He had a breakthrough. He advanced on the spot to Qi refinement 5th layer. Although the quantity of spiritual energy in his Qi Si had not increased, his strength had improved by 1/3. Huo Yunja no longer concealed his strength. He dropped the iron shield technique and wind spirit step and used the remaining spiritual energy to cast the fiery cloud palm at the perfect stage. In front of him appeared a palm imprint made of flames, as tall as half a person. A spell at perfection. Tajian was shocked, hastily using the fire spear technique to defend, but he felt as if he had been hit by a scorching wall, and was thrown off the stage with intense pain. Around him, many flames were scattered. Those were the remnants of the fire spear technique bursting and flying out. The Misty Sect, 1. All who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Chapter 7. The Wonders of Sect Prestige. Even Ye Feng was stunned. He didn't know why Huo Yunja had a breakthrough. Sect Prestige, 15. At that moment, Ye Feng fell into deep thought as these words emerged in his line of sight. Sect prestige began to slowly rise from the moment Huo Yunja restrained Tajian and had people from various sects cheering for him. And when the sect prestige broke through 10, Huo Yunja's cultivation level also broke through. This led Ye Feng to have many bold speculations. Can prestige points lead disciples to a breakthrough? Or did it mean that prestige points could make the sect more famous and lucky, or something else? Ye Feng's mind was filled with questions. Ding! Sect prestige value represents the degree of the sect's fame and is also a symbol of the sect's fortune. When a person acknowledges the sect you belong to, sect prestige value +1. The higher the prestige value, the stronger and more famous the sect's fortune becomes, and the more fortune is distributed among the disciples. The system chimed in out of the blue, nearly startling Ye Feng. But after hearing the explanation, he finally understood. If prestige value represents fortune, then perhaps when the prestige value broke through 10, it was like crossing a threshold, which is why Huo Yunja's cultivation bottleneck loosened and he made a breakthrough to Qi refinement level 5 on the spot, he thought. It seems I have to work hard to make the Misty sect more widely acknowledged, constantly increase the sect prestige, and ensure the disciples are as though endowed with luck empowerment, making their cultivation much easier. Ye Feng sorted through the information about sect prestige in his mind. At this time, after a brief moment of shock, the crowd burst into an uproar. Huo Yunja actually has an on-the-spot breakthrough to Qi refinement level 5, and he even displayed a perfect stage fiery cloud palm. It's just terrifying. How could his luck be so good? If he hadn't had an on-the-spot breakthrough, he'd surely have lost by now. It seems that the Misty sect's destiny is far from over. All the sect leaders murmured hurriedly. Are all 3 disciples of the Misty sect monsters? Steward Zhou was also stunned in place. He had practiced many spells, and had mastered several to the perfection stage. But he was at the peak of Qi refinement level 9, just one step away from entering the element gathering realm, a veteran cultivator. In contrast, Huo Yunjia had merely broken through to Qi refinement level 5. This sect has secrets. Steward Zhou looked meaningfully at Ye Feng. However, based on the current performance, the disciples of the Misty Sect are merely proficient in their spells, while their cultivation levels are still quite ordinary. As a steward of White Float City, he was worldly and knowledgeable. He had even heard of prodigies who broke through to Qi refinement level 9 in their teens, so he was only surprised for a moment. On the other side, Scarlet Serpent Sect leader Zhao Dejiang was furious. It's bad enough to have an on-the-spot breakthrough, but to be able to perfect their spells? I seriously suspect they are cheating. Zhao Dejiang was so angry he slammed his wheelchair and stood up, cursing furiously. Are you doubting this steward? Steward Zhou swept his gaze around, releasing the immense presence of a cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement level 9, rendering Zhao Dejiang, who was only at Qi refinement level 7, completely overwhelmed. No, not at all. Zhao Dejiang, realizing his slip, and worried about being resented by Steward Zhou, promptly apologized. Steward Zhou snorted and looked at Si Tajian, who lay motionless on the ground, confirming his defeat, and then announced. The third battle is won by Huo Yunjia of the Misty Sect. The final result of this clash between the two sects is 2 defeats and 3 victories for the Misty Sect, securing the overall victory. As he said this, Steward Zhou extended his hand to Zhao Dejiang. Sect Leader Zhao, hand over your sect's territory deed. Zhao Dejiang's face was ashen. He dared not refuse, as to do so meant opposing White Float City, and no good end would come from it. Take it. With a livid face, Zhao Dejiang handed over a document to Steward Zhou, and without even taking his wheelchair, flew away on his sword. So the sect leader of the Scarlet Serpent Sect isn't really a cripple. Ye Feng suddenly realized. Zhao Dejiang certainly isn't a cripple, sitting in a wheelchair is just for show. Steward Zhou came over and handed the territory deed of the Scarlet Serpent Sect to Ye Feng. Sect Master Ye, this item now belongs to you. Ye Feng took the deed but seemed somewhat troubled. The location of the Scarlet Serpent Sect's territory was several miles away from here, inconvenient to use once obtained. If Sect Master Ye does not need the territory deed of the Scarlet Serpent Sect, you can let the City Lord's mansion reclaim it. As compensation, they can give you 100 lower-grade spirit stones and 10 bottles of Spirit Eye liquid. Steward Zhou, seeing the hesitation on Ye Feng's face, added. Sect Master Uncle, I won. At that moment, Huo Yunjia finally stepped down from the arena. His face was slightly pale due to his previous exertion. Ye Feng looked at the 3 disciples, Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao, then at Steward Zhou, and said. The right to decide what to do with this sect territory deed, I choose to give to the 3 disciples. After all, they have earned it through their own hard struggles. Upon hearing this, the 3 disciples were touched. The disciples from the other sects looked on with envy. The territory deed of a sect is one of the most important things for a sect. The fact that Ye Feng was willing to entrust the disciples with the right to decide what to do with the deed showed his trust and the high regard he had for his disciples, making everyone else extremely envious. Steward Zhou was also taken aback, but he was not opposed to the idea. Sect Master Uncle, we don't have the qualifications to decide something so important. The 3 disciples shook their heads repeatedly. Ye Feng, with dark circles under his eyes, glared at them. I am the sect master. If I say you decide, then hurry up and decide. The disciples, hearing this, felt even more moved. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to exchange the territory deed for the cultivation resources that Steward Zhou had promised. These items are yours now. Steward Zhou took back the territory deed of the Scarlet Serpent Sect and left a wooden chest on the ground before stepping onto a flying sword with his 2 attendants and departing through the sky. Sect Master Ye, I hope your sect prospers, called Steward Zhou's voice from afar, echoing through the mountains. Congratulations, Sect Master Ye. Sect Master Ye, when you have time, let's have our disciples exchange knowledge. Sect Master Ye, need a wife? A friend of mine has a daughter about your age, she's just a bit heavy, but only around 300 pounds. The other sect leaders came forward to offer their congratulations, all with amiable smiles on their faces. Although they didn't know how Misty Sect's disciples managed to perfect their spells, nevertheless, Misty Sect had made a name for itself, and many leaders thought it necessary to maintain good relations with Ye Feng. Thank you for your kindness. Our sect has affairs to attend to, please excuse us from seeing you out, Ye Feng said, clasping his hands towards everyone, eager to put to use the newly acquired spirit stones and spirit eye liquids. Till next time, Sect Master Ye, responded the various sect leaders, understanding that Ye Feng was seeing them off. They clasped their hands in return and left with their disciples. During this time, Ye Feng noticed that the sect's prestige value continued to increase, having surpassed 20. This meant that more than 20 people recognized Misty Sect, showing that among the leaders who had left, indeed quite a few genuinely acknowledged Misty Sect, while many were just being polite on the surface. At the beginning, there were only 4 of us in the sect, and our prestige value was 5. So, who exactly contributed the extra points? Ye Feng thought of their 5th disciple, Shu Hongyu, whom he had only met once. She claimed to be out for training and had not returned yet. If Shu Hongyu still acknowledges Misty Sect, she might come back in the future, Ye Feng mused. Wow! Just then, Ye Feng heard the exclamation of the 3 disciples. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the chest on the ground was opened. Inside, there was a pile of neatly stacked square jade stones, shining with spiritual energy and quite tempting. Chapter 8. The Fame of the Misty Sect. These glowing gemstones are lower-grade spirit stones that store natural spiritual energy. Each contains a significant amount of spiritual energy, enough to fill the depleted Qi Sea of a Qi refining first-layer practitioner. The rest are 10 small cylindrical ceramic bottles, 2 inches tall and 1 inch in diameter. Are these the spirit stones and spirit eye liquid? Ye Feng muttered softly to himself. Sect Master Uncle, with the spirit eye liquid, you can begin cultivating, Li Jiao said, picking up a bottle of spirit eye liquid with an expression full of joy on her pretty face. Oh! Ye Feng's eyes lit up, spirit eye liquid can set me on the path of cultivation? Then, how do I use it? To enter the foundational stage of cultivation, the gazing breath realm, one must continually use spirit eye liquid to wash the eyes, allowing them to see the spiritual energy of this world. Only then can one draw the energy into the body and step into the Qi refining realm, Li Jiao explained. So that's how it is. Ye Feng suddenly understood. No wonder he felt the scenery around him was similar to his previous life's view, with greener mountains, bluer waters, and more beautiful people, yet he could not see the existence of spiritual energy. It turned out he had not yet washed his eyes. How many bottles of spirit eye liquid are needed to enter the gazing breath realm? Ye Feng quickly asked. He was excited, with a premonition that he was about to embark on the road of cultivation. Generally speaking, less than half a bottle of spirit eye liquid is enough. Those with poorer aptitude might need a whole bottle, Li Jiao said, like a considerate little assistant, patiently clarifying for Ye Feng. Huo Yunjia and Shi Lei's eyes were wide with excitement as they stared at the 100 lower-grade spirit stones inside the box. They had never seen so many spirit stones in their lives until now. For a moment, they were both somewhat dumbfounded. Ahem! Wealth should not be flaunted, let's quickly move this wooden box back to the sect, Ye Feng said. Yes. Shi Lei picked up the wooden box, handling it even more carefully than if it were his own wife, and placed it in the rundown sect leader hall. Today, all my disciples have worked hard. Take some spirit stones and practice well, especially Yunji. First, consolidate your cultivation level, Ye Feng said, patting Huo Yunjia on the shoulder. Huo Yunjia was the only one among the 3 disciples who had mastered the fire cloud palm to perfection, and he had put in the most effort. He deserved a reward. Thank you, Sect Leader. Huo Yunjia carefully took 3 spirit stones. As for Li Jiaojiao and Shi Lei, they exchanged glances and, in silent agreement, each only took 2. Although they had fended off the challenge from the Scarlet Serpent sect and could develop smoothly for the coming year, Ye Feng was nonetheless faced with another issue. The system assessment task. He must recruit 10 disciples within 7 days, and 3 days had already passed. Time was tight. According to the system, someone of Shi Lei's cultivation level in the Qi refining realm would count as an outer sect disciple. So, what exactly is a registered disciple? A regular person? Or must they also wash their eyes and enter the gazing breath realm to count? Or is it that regardless of cultivation level, everything follows the system's standards? Ye Feng looked down at the 10 bottles of spirit eye liquid in the wooden box, pondering such thoughts. After a moment's thought, Ye Feng asked, "Where can we recruit disciples more quickly?" The 3 disciples looked at each other and then pointed towards the main urban area of White Float City, a dozen or so miles away, saying, "The main city has the most people, obviously, it's the quickest place to recruit disciples, but our Misty sect is just a lower rank sect, and we were very poor before, so no one there would join us. Is it really that bad?" Ye Feng was speechless. Then, how did we use to recruit disciples? Before, the old sect leader would go door to door in nearby villages and only then might recruit 1 or 2 disciples. But they thought they couldn't even get enough to eat here, so they ran away, Shi Lei said. Hearing this, Ye Feng was at a loss for words. A sect this impoverished truly leaves one speechless. Ye Feng pointed to the spirit stones and spirit eye liquid in the wooden box. "We used to be poor, but now, we have money." However, aware of the importance of not flaunting wealth, Ye Feng expressed his concern, "But now that we're so rich, won't we attract plundering from other sects?" "Don't worry, Sect Master Uncle." The old sect leader had bought the sect territory deed from the city lord's mansion. "They will uphold justice for us," Li Jiaojiao said. So, having a sect territory deed is like paying protection money, Ye Feng realized suddenly. In the following time, the 3 disciples shared many more things with Ye Feng. Among the information, Ye Feng learned that all sects within the boundaries of White Float City, as long as they purchased a sect territory deed, would receive protection from the city lord's mansion. The cultivation resources of the sects wouldn't be dared to be stolen, otherwise, it would mean opposing the city lord's mansion of White Float City. Of course, thefts did occur now and then. Small frictions between disciples weren't unheard of either. But no one dared to openly rob a sect that had a sect territory deed. Therefore, when leaving their sects, the leaders liked to carry their treasures with them to prevent theft if left behind. Having learned this, Ye Feng nodded his head, sat on a wooden case, and said, "You've all worked hard today. First, use the spirit stones to cultivate and recover well. Tomorrow, we'll go to White Float City to recruit disciples, and, incidentally, buy some food to bring back." "Yes." The 3 disciples nodded in agreement. They were just in the Qi refining realm, and sect leader Ye Feng was even just a mortal, without the ability to subsist without food, thus they needed to eat. White Float City's main urban area. "Have you heard? Misty Sect, just a dozen or so miles east of the city, actually defeated the Scarlet Serpent Sect. Moreover, their disciples have all cultivated their spells to major achievement, even to perfection." "What? Perfection?" "You heard right, apparently, those disciples are only at the 3rd or 4th layer of Qi refinement, and one of them had a breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi refinement right then and there, defeating Si Tajian in front of everyone." "Impossible, right?" The topic slowly gained traction in the streets and alleys. As the disciples from various sects who watched the battle entered White Float City, the news spread even faster. In half a day's time, half the city had heard about it, revealing expressions of disbelief. 4th layer of Qi refinement, 1st grade spell to perfection. Is that even possible? 99% of people expressed disbelief. Mom, I want to join Misty Sect. A teenager of about 10 years of age said to his mother. What are you joining for? Misty Sect is practically out of food supplies, are you going to be a beggar? The woman said disdainfully. I heard they traded Scarlet Serpent Sect's sect territory deed for 100 lower grade spirit stones and 10 bottles of spirit eye liquid. They're not poor now, an old man from across the street interjected. The woman's eyes bulged, and she immediately shooed her child out of the house. Go join Misty Sect. Similar scenes occurred occasionally in White Float City. In the blink of an eye, evening came. Within a narrow alley, a figure wearing a black dress and a black veil hat stood quietly in place, listening to the conversations of the people, and whispered softly. Misty Sect. I've finally found it. She turned gracefully, her dress fluttering in the wind, and quickly left White Float City. Then, stepping on a streak of sword light, she flew towards Misty Peak, a dozen or so miles east of the city. Misty Sect. The 3 disciples had already restored their spiritual energy, and their cultivation levels had improved somewhat. With spirit stones for cultivation, progress is indeed swifter. In a few more days, I could break through to the 4th layer, Li Jiao said. Me too, Shi Lei nodded and added. I have stabilized my cultivation level, perhaps in half a month's time, I could potentially reach the peak of the 5th layer. Huo Yunjia also opened his eyes and shared his cultivation progress. Ye Feng, hearing this, nodded with satisfaction. For the better part of the day, he hadn't been idle either, but opened a bottle of spirit eye liquid and began wiping his eyes continuously with a clean towel soaked in it. However, there were no effects yet. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of sword light landed outside the door. Is this Misty Sect? The cool voice from outside drew the attention of everyone in Misty Sect. Chapter 9. Registered Disciple, Mo Ying. Who's outside? Ye Feng held the wooden box and looked outside. A slim figure stood on the empty ground outside the door, dressed in a black long dress, with a black veiled hat covering her face, making her true features invisible. Ye Feng could tell that this was a young woman, probably around 16 years old. He could sense an extremely strong presence from the woman in the black dress, like a whirlwind. Her cultivation level should be much stronger than Huo Yunjia's. This person has a mysterious background, we must act cautiously. Most importantly, we have to protect the spirit stones. Sect Master Uncle, please hide behind us. Leave this person to us to deal with. 3 disciples quickly positioned themselves in front of Ye Feng. They had a feeling that this woman was up to no good and feared she might make a move against the Sect Master Uncle. I want to join the Misty Sect. At this moment, the young woman spoke up, and the 4 people, including Ye Feng, were all stunned on the spot. Join the Misty Sect? That sounded somewhat off, didn't it? Wasn't she here to steal something? Ye Feng and his 3 fellow disciples were filled with confusion, originally thinking a fierce battle awaited them. Instead, a new disciple appeared. Ye Feng sized up the woman in the black dress and asked, Do you really want to join the Misty Sect? Are you the sect leader of the Misty Sect? The woman in the black dress assessed Ye Feng, and noticing he had no cultivation level, combined with the rumors heard in White Float City, she guessed his identity. Yes, I am, Ye Feng replied. Clang! The woman in the black dress threw down an iron box. Inside are 100 lower grade spirit stones, consider it the entry fee for joining the Misty Sect. Hiss! The 3 disciples gasped in astonishment. Ye Feng, with a look of suspicion, used a branch to pry open the iron box and saw that it was neatly filled with spirit stones emitting a soft glow. Exactly 100, no more, no less. I can't let you join. Yet Ye Feng shook his head. Too little. The woman in the black dress asked in surprise. Ye Feng waved his hand. Your background is unclear, and you might bring danger to our Misty sect. We cannot accept you. Even though he had no cultivation, he was, after all, a time traveler, wasn't he? Typically, those who are willing to pay the entry fee to join the most inferior sect like Misty sect are people burdened with blood vengeance, seeking refuge here. Ye Feng would rather not take those 100 spirit stones than let her cause trouble for the Misty sect. Upon hearing this, the woman in the black dress took off her veiled hat. A face appeared before everyone, causing Ye Feng and the others to take a deep breath. What did this face look like? If you saw it in the dark, just recognizing the contours, you would think it was an oval face with well-proportioned features, quite pretty. But the skin of this face was another story. It appeared as if it had been eroded by poison or scalded by raging flames. Anyway, it was somewhat frightening. Ugly, isn't it? The woman in the black dress emotionlessly put her veiled hat back on. I can see Sect Master Ye's concern, but my background is clean, without any blood feud, and I won't bring any disaster to the section. Ye Feng. He really wanted to say, how do I know whether you will bring danger to the Misty sect? But upon thinking that despite such disfigurement she had still bravely shown them her true face, it meant she had come with sincerity. Forget it, let's take her into the sect and see if there is any progress in the assessment period tasks. If there is, it means she meets the recruitment requirements of sect disciples. Ye Feng thought of this point. Sect Master Uncle, why don't you just accept this sister? She looks rather pitiful, said Li Jiao, tugging at the corner of Ye Feng's clothes. Yet, Shi Lei agreed as well. Huo Yunjia didn't speak, but his gaze toward the woman in the black dress held no disgust or aversion. Clearly, he had no objections either. All right, then let's proceed with the registration. Ye Feng nodded, instructing Shi Lei to fetch a thick ancient tome, spread it open, and place it on the table. This was the book of names for the Misty sect. Each page recorded the name, birth date, root bone quality, background, and other information of a disciple, sealed with the sect leader's seal. Ye Feng flipped to the 99th page. The previous 98 pages were filled with names, but most disciples had run off, leaving only 3 remaining. Name, birth date, root bone, cultivation level, and background, report them all. Ye Feng, holding a pen, looked up and asked. My name is Mo Ying, 18 years old, upper grade root bone, Qi refinement, 5 layers, no known relatives. Mo Ying's voice was slightly cold, but if one listened carefully, it was quite pleasant. Upper grade root bone. Li Jiao, Huo Yunjia, and Shi Lei were all stunned. I've heard that within White Float City, there are only a few with upper grade root bones, and they have all been sent to the external star level sects. Sister Mo Ying, why didn't you go? Li Jiao pressed on with her question. Xiao Fenggu managed to join King Yin sect, a 1-star sect, with just a middle rank root bone. If you were to go outside, you could at least become a core disciple of a 1-star sect. Huo Yunjia also said. Mo Ying shook her head. Star-level sects care a lot about appearance, and I am too ugly, no one wants to accept me. Of course, I don't want to go either. As Ye Feng wrote, he listened. Upon hearing that Mo Ying had an upper-grade root bone, his hand trembled, and he almost wrote the wrong character. Root bone refers to one's aptitude for cultivation. Usually classified as lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, supreme grade, divine grade, sacred grade, with the speed of cultivation increasing accordingly. In White Float City, the strongest root bone one could come across was the upper grade. As for the other types of root bones, they were at least present in star-level sects. Thump. Ye Feng quickly finished writing Mo Ying's introduction, deftly took out the sect leader's seal, warmed it with his breath, and pressed down forcefully to leave a big red seal. Our sect ranks disciples according to the order they joined, not by age or strength. Thus, from today onward, you are the fourth disciple of Misty Sect. Ye Feng said to Mo Ying as he put away the book of names and the sect leader's seal. Thank you, sect leader. Mo Ying bowed slightly, giving a fist and palm salute. Ding, registered disciple Mo Ying received, upper grade root bone, Qi refinement 7 layers, has mastered the first grade spell backstab and streaming light sword Qi, both to the perfect stage. The system's sudden notification said. Ye Feng jumped at the alert, now aware that Mo Ying had underreported her cultivation level, her true level reaching Qi refinement 7 layers, on par with the sect leaders of lower rank sects. With the induction of a new registered disciple, the progress bar for the assessment period task finally moved from the previous 50% up to 57%. Based on this pace, 6 more registered disciples, and the task will be completed. Ye Feng anticipated internally. Soon, Ye Feng found that memories of the first grade spells backstab and streaming light sword Qi had appeared in his mind, both reaching the perfect stage. Although he was temporarily unable to cast spells, he was a true verbal king. Even a dimwit, following his instructions, could learn them. Receiving new disciples is indeed great. Ye Feng, looking at the 4 disciples standing in front of the gate, showed a fatherly, kind smile. Looking at the sinking sun in the west, he said, "It's getting late, time for us to eat. I'll cook." Li Jiao hurriedly ran to the backyard. But quickly, she came running back with an empty wooden basin. "Sect Master Uncle, it's terrible. Our rice has run out, and the vegetables we had have spoiled." Ah! Ye Feng's hand trembled, nearly dropping the chest of spirit stones on the ground. Gurgle gurgle. Everyone's stomach growled appropriately. "Let me go down the mountain to buy some food." Shi Lei was about to set off. Ye Feng quickly stopped him, worriedly saying, "It's almost night, it's dangerous for you to go down the mountain alone." The mountains surrounding White Float City were continuous, and occasionally plagued by demonic beasts, hence it was not very safe. "I will take you to White Float City." Mo Ying drew out a sharp sword, flicked it with her finger, causing it to expand in the breeze, turning it into a 1 foot wide, 10 foot long platform, floating half a foot above the ground. "It's the lower grade spiritual artifact breeze riding sword!" Huo Yunjia exclaimed. Chapter 10. Conflict at the Night Market. In retrospect, our Misty Sect once possessed a lower grade spiritual artifact, the Xianye flying sword, but it's such a shame that Xiao Fang Gu took it with him when he left. "It's infuriating," Huo Yunjia said helplessly. "It was acquired by the old sect leader after spending a great deal of spirit stones, and it was the only spiritual artifact of the Misty Sect. And just like that, it was gone." Shi Lei was also very displeased and said, "After that boy betrayed us, he joined the King Yun sect, a 1-star sect, which holds a higher status than the city lord's mansion of White Float City. With just us, I'm afraid it won't be possible to get it back." "There will be a chance to get it back in the future," Ye Feng pointed at Mo Ying's breeze riding sword. "Let's go, enter the city together." "Yes." The 4 disciples jumped onto the flying sword. Mo Ying and Li Jiao stood in front, Ye Feng stood in the middle, while Huo Yunjia and Shi Lei stood at the back. The flying sword let out a tremor. It bore the pressure it should not have at this age, carrying 5 people toward White Float City, which was more than a dozen miles away. Ye Feng had no idea. Just after they left Misty Peak, a fluffy white figure darted into the dilapidated Grand Hall. It sniffed around the hall for a while as if returning to the embrace of a mother, then sprawled out beneath a table and deeply fell into a slumber. In the high skies, the breeze riding sword carried the 5 people as it flew. This was not Ye Feng's first time flying. When he was first brought back by the old sect leader, he had arrived at the Misty Sect on the Xianye flying sword. Once Ye Feng stood on the flying sword, he found his feet sticking to it firmly, stable and without any worry of falling off. Whoosh! The flying sword was incredibly fast. In less than half the time it takes to drink a small cup of tea, the group had already landed at the East City Gate and walked inside. Ye Feng exchanged a lower-grade spirit stone for 10 strings of copper coins, a total of 10,000 coins. In Shenzhou continent, you can exchange spirit stones for gold, silver, or copper coins at any time, but the reverse is not always true and depends on the willingness of those who possess spirit stones. Now Ye Feng was about to faint from hunger, he couldn't care less, which is why he had reluctantly used a spirit stone. Normally, even 10 taels of gold might not be enough to get a spirit stone. They found a nearby restaurant to solve the problem of hunger, then visited a few rice shops and vegetable markets to buy enough food to last the Misty Sect for half a month. It's about time to go back, we need to come over tomorrow morning to recruit disciples, Ye Feng said. Sect Master Uncle, we rarely come down the mountain, let's stroll around the night market before going back. Li Jiao, looking at the lanterns hanging on both sides of the street, displayed the natural love of a girl for shopping. It was already evening by this time. The main city of White Float City, with a radius of 30 miles, had a total population of over 800,000, and the nightlife was prosperous, indeed suitable for a night market stroll. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng furrowed his brows tightly. He always felt that staying any longer in White Float City at such a time would definitely lead to trouble. Perhaps to prove Ye Feng's hunch, ahead on the street, a group of about a dozen people dressed in black disciple uniforms were walking towards them. The person in the lead had a twisted mouth and a somewhat dark complexion. It's you. Si Tajian saw Ye Feng, Huo Yunjia, and their entourage, his nose crooked with anger. Weren't you heavily injured by the fiery cloud palm? How did you recover so quickly? Shi blurted out unconsciously. You dare to speak? Si Tajian trembled all over with rage. The news of his defeat had spread all over the city, leaving him with no face to show. Now Shi was bringing up the very topic that enraged him the most. Your clothes, those are the disciple uniforms of the middle-rank Haixuan Gate. Huo Yunjia, with his sharp eyes, was the first to recognize them. After countless years of evolution, the hierarchy of sect rankings had long become institutionalized. From low to high, they were divided into 3 main ranks: lower rank, middle rank, and high rank. Above the sects were the star-level sects, composed of 5 levels. Standing at the peak of Shenzhou's power structures were those immortal holy lands that had surpassed the 5-star sects. In White Float City, there were hundreds of sects, but not a single star-level sect, the highest being only 3 high-rank sects. Below those were middle-rank sects like the Haixuan Gate, with more than a dozen, where each sect leader was at the 9th level of qi refinement, collectively possessing great strength. If you recognize these clothes, you should know what this means, right? Si Tajian patted his chest, as arrogantly as ever. The Scarlet Serpent sect, having lost their sect territory deed, had no choice but to move away. But just then, Sect Master Zhao Dejiang received an invitation and led the entire Scarlet Serpent sect to join the middle-rank Haixuan Gate, assisting in its push to become a high-ranked sect. As a middle-rank sect, Haixuan Gate had abundant financial resources. Its sect leader took out a lower-grade healing qi pill and allowed Si Tajian to recover most of his injuries within half a day. Tonight, Si Tajian planned to wander the streets to clear his mind. But he did not expect to encounter Ye Feng here. A surge of rage suddenly swelled in his heart. Surround them! With a wave of his large hand, more than a dozen qi refining realm disciples immediately encircled the group from Misty Sect. Bad luck! Ye Feng was speechless. According to the rules of White Float City, flying with swords was forbidden within the city, otherwise, he really wanted to just take off on his flying sword and escape. Do you want to break the rules? Huo Yunji stepped forward, pointing at Si Tajian. This is the main city area, do you dare to start a fight here? As long as we don't aim for vital parts and don't steal anything, the city lord's mansion might not care if disciples have a fight, Si Tajian said with a nefarious smile, clearly an old hand at navigating these situations unafraid. He waved his large hand again, and more than a dozen disciples began to cast spells, ready to strike. Protect the Sect Master Uncle. Shi Lei immediately performed a fully mastered iron shield technique and stood in front as the first line of defense. Li Jiaojiao and Huo Yunji stood on either side. In the back was Mo Ying, who carried a flying sword on her back. She did not take action but watched the unified front of the four people ahead of her, unable to comprehend their bond. Does such a strong relationship really exist in this world? Mo Ying did not understand. But upon remembering the person who had sent her to the Misty Sect, Mo Ying hesitated for a moment, then still prepared to intervene. Lie down nicely now and let us give you a beating, that way, your injuries might be lighter, Si Tajian said smugly. Can't win one-on-one, but a group fight should do, right? He remembered something and added in a low voice, don't hit the sect leader of Misty Sect, or things will get complicated, hitting the others is fine. With a swoosh sound, Li Jiaojiao, Huo Yunji, and Shi Lei immediately stood back to back, leaving Ye Feng out to the side. What about the protection we promised? A twitch appeared at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. Sect Master Uncle, don't worry, they wouldn't dare touch you, otherwise, they'll be severely punished by the city lord's mansion, Shi Lei said seriously. Seeing this scene, Mo Ying rolled her eyes. However, she felt that a sect like this was more interesting and grounded, and, as the person who sent her had said, very suitable for her. Attack together! At Si Tajian's command, more than a dozen people rushed forward, some casting fire spear technique and others long fire serpent technique, with an overwhelming momentum. It seems we three won't be able to hold them off. Shi Lei had a tingling sensation on his scalp. Huo Yunji and Li Jiaojiao also had solemn expressions, considering whether to fight desperately. So annoying. Just when Huo Yunji and his group thought they were about to be beaten down, a cool and slightly impatient voice came from behind, startling everyone. Clang! A flying sword, radiating dazzling spiritual light, traced a beautiful arc across the sky. Wherever it passed, Si Tajian and his dozen or so men were sent flying by the sword chi, their robes bursting open, falling in heaps. My clothes! Si Tajian found his clothes torn to shreds by the sword chi, hanging tattered on his frame. With the wind blowing, he felt a chill all over his body. He widened his eyes and looked at Mo Ying, who stood behind Ye Feng. He noticed her forming a sword-fighting seal with her hand and saw a flying sword slowly circling around her. Sword cultivator. Si Tajian was shocked and, no longer caring about teaching Huo Yunji a lesson, quickly covered his vital parts and ran away as fast as he could. Run! The others hurriedly scrambled away. Thud thud thud! Just then, a rapid clatter of horse hooves approached from afar, drawing the attention of everyone present. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 11. Crisis Awareness. Si Tajian's expression changed upon seeing the group of black-armored middle-aged men on horseback, and he stopped in his tracks. They are the black-armored guards affiliated with the city lord's mansion. It is said that each black-armored guard is a martial practitioner raised from childhood by the city lord's mansion, with ordinary aptitude but great loyalty. They endure rigorous training for 2 to 3 decades, and only those who reach at least the 5th level of Qi refinement are enlisted into the black-armored guards, having all undergone trials of blood and fire, and possessing considerable strength. The black-armored guards usually take charge of maintaining the order of the main city. Now they appear with such aggression, could it be because of Si Tajian's private conflict with the Misty Sect? Look, the one leading them seems to be Deputy Commander Zhou Jiake of the Black Armored Guard. It is said that this man has an iron hand, and even many sect leaders of the middle-ranked sects show him respect. Bystanders near the street made way, moving to the sides and then started discussing in hushed tones. The whole street suddenly seemed much emptier. It just so happened that Si Tajian and the disciples from the former Scarlet Serpent sect were seen by this group of black armored guards. The leading deputy commander Zhou reined in his horse, the animal's neighs echoing thunderously in the air. This man was in his 40s, with a cross-shaped sword scar on his left cheek, radiating the aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement. His cold gaze swept across, and the whole street instantly fell silent. Deputy Commander Zhou, we are wronged. Si Tajian's eyes darted and he quickly cried out to the leading Deputy Commander Zhou as if he were the victim. Who are you, and what has happened? Deputy Commander Zhou asked in a deep voice. Feeling oppressed by his scrutiny, Si Tajian quickly said. We are disciples from the Haixuan Gate, just strolling through the night market when, unexpectedly, we were cornered by people from the Misty Sect. They humiliated us on the street. We begged Deputy Commander Zhou for justice. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng and Huo Yunjia and the others couldn't suppress their anger. It was clearly Si Tajian who had provoked the trouble, yet now he was playing the role of the accuser, his treachery apparent. Oh? The Misty Sect. Deputy Commander Zhou looked at Ye Feng and his group with surprise. Then, he turned to Si Tajian and sneered, Are you saying that the 10 plus of you could not overcome the 5 from the Misty Sect? These words resounded prickly to Si Tajian, and he felt an ominous sense arise within him. This. Just as Si Tajian was about to explain, he saw another figure on horseback approaching from a distance. The rider was a shiny-headed man with a slightly plump figure, none other than Steward Zhou, who presided over the conflict between the two sects. He looked at Deputy Commander Zhou and asked, Younger brother, why are you still here? I was stopped by a group claiming to be disciples from Haixuan Gate, replied Deputy Commander Zhou, pointing at Si Tajian, who was shivering in the wind. So it's them. Steward Zhou glanced at Si Tajian and then looked at Ye Feng's group in the distance, easily guessing what had probably happened. It was simply that Si Tajian wouldn't relent and was seeking revenge on the street. However, the fact that Si Tajian's group was beaten to such a pitiful state was indeed curious. Thinking this, Steward Zhou's gaze settled on Mo Ying standing behind Ye Feng, and he could sense the sharp aura emanating from her. A Qi refinement 7th level sword cultivator who deliberately conceals her strength, the Misty Sect truly harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Steward Zhou grew increasingly interested in the Misty Sect. He said to Deputy Commander Zhou, Go ahead with your departure, I will handle this situation. Deputy Commander Zhou, not wanting to waste time, immediately rode off. Ye Feng noticed that Deputy Commander Zhou's troop of horsemen was heading towards the eastern part of the city. What kind of mission could it be that requires leaving the city late at night? Ye Feng was full of questions, yet knew it wasn't his place to ask and merely grumbled in his mind. After watching Deputy Commander Zhou and his troop of black armored guards leave, Steward Zhou's smile gradually faded, and he turned to Si Tajian with a stern look, speaking in displeasure. You instigated trouble and yet got swept aside by a single person, now even daring to play the accuser? You have brought shame upon Haixuan Gate, now get out of my sight. Yes, yes, yes. Si Tajian appeared compliant on the surface, but inside he was cursing up a storm as he hurriedly led his fellow disciples away. Sect Master Ye, you weren't scared just now, were you? It was only then that Steward Zhou turned to Ye Feng and added, I was drinking tea in the restaurant nearby and saw the whole thing. Your sect truly is teeming with talent, even having sword cultivators. Steward Zhou overpraises me. Ye Feng finally understood why Steward Zhou was here, and with a cupped fist salute, he spoke. With Si Tajian scolded away by Steward Zhou, Ye Feng felt he also owed the latter a favor. However, the biggest credit for the night still belonged to Mo Ying. Without her, Huo Yunjia and the others would definitely have been beaten black and blue. Oh, the person just now is my younger brother, Zhou Jiake, who serves as the deputy commander of the Black Armored Guard. And I am Zhou Jiaqian. Should Sect Master Ye have any confusion regarding the sect's operations, you may inquire with me. After finishing his statement, Zhou Jiaqian left behind an identity token for contact and then rode off. Ye Feng hadn't even had a chance to thank him when the other man had already disappeared at the end of the street, heading toward the east of the city as well. Why are they all going to the east side of the city? Could there be some danger there? If we go back now, won't we run into it? Ye Feng thought anxiously. Hey, that's strange. How come I feel like I can predict dangers that might occur in the future? Ye Feng suddenly realized something was amiss. Ding, as the sect leader, you possess sect crisis awareness, which allows you to foresee possible crises that may occur within the sect, and it is up to you to decide how to deal with them. The system popped up to explain. Ye Feng curled his lip, realizing the system had many functions, but they must be triggered one by one. Sect Master Uncle, shall we head back now? Li Jiao timidly asked, having lost the mood for the night market after Tajian's disruption. It's rare for us to be out, how can we return without enjoying the market? Besides, there are so many beauties at the night market, not taking a few more glances would be a huge loss. Ye Feng replied solemnly, talking nonsense. If it weren't for predicting danger, he would surely want to go back to sleep right now, but he couldn't openly discuss the system, so he had to use this reason instead. The mention of seeing beauties made Huo Yunjia and Shi Lei so happy they almost jumped for joy. Pa! So indecent! Mo Ying put away her flying sword and crossed her arms, though she didn't object. Both men and women like to see beauties, and the women enjoy it just as much, if not more. The Misty sect quickly came to a consensus, and with a formation of 3 in the front and 2 at the back, they began strolling through the night market. 10 miles east of White Float City. A marshland. With a bang. Deputy Commander Zhou Jiaqian was sent flying by a shadow, his chest armor breaking apart. Lying beside him in disarray were many black armored guards, all of whom had suffered heavy injuries. Roar! A low growl emanated from the darkness, sending shivers down the spines of Deputy Commander Zhou Jiaqian and his men. Don't panic, little brother. Just then, Steward Zhou Jiaqian arrived on horseback, his hands forming seals, and with spiritual light blossoming behind him coalescing into a bowl-shaped barrier, he slammed it into the depths of the marshland, eliciting a cry of pain. This was immediately followed by an angry roar. My spiritual light shield can only hold for 10 breaths, retreat now while you can. Steward Zhou Jiaqian yelled out. Retreat? Knowing better than to take risks, Deputy Commander Zhou Jiaqian immediately led the severely wounded black armored guards to retreat. Chapter 12. The legendary mountain guardian spirit beast. Boom! Just as Zhou Jiaqian and Zhou Jiaqian, the brothers, escaped the swamp, the monster in the dark tore through the spiritual light shield and leaped onto an exposed rock. Bathed in moonlight, it finally revealed its figure. The monster wasn't large, only a little over a meter long, with white fur on top and black underneath, and a body of solid muscle. If Ye Feng had been here, upon seeing the appearance of this monster, he would have taken a sharp intake of breath. Because it was a honey badger. Known by the nickname Brother Flathead, it would challenge the heavens, the earth, and the air itself, with thick skin and strong flesh, fearing nothing. Every day, if it wasn't fighting, it was on its way to a fight. This Brother Flathead, having grown up in the cultivation world, was small in stature, but its claws and sharp teeth were incredibly tough. A single swipe was enough to shatter a 1,000-pound boulder. It looked up at the sky and let out a roar imbued with a sense of I'm the boss. White Float City, the night market. Ye Feng was eating skewers at a street stall with his disciples. I'm so full. Shi Lei patted his belly, then gazed at the various classical beauties passing by on the road and felt content. Sitting next to him, Huo Yunjia felt the same. Li Jiao, on the other hand, kept silent, her head down, busy cutting grilled meat for Ye Feng. Although Mo Ying was eating, she threaded the skewers from underneath her black veil to her mouth. She had never revealed her true face in town and ate very little. At that moment, Ye Feng realized the sense of danger had lessened a lot, and they could start their journey back to the Misty Sect. He clapped his hands and, using a few dozen copper coins, paid for the skewers. He said to everyone, "After feasting and drinking to our heart's content, it's time to go back. We'll come again early tomorrow morning." "Okay." The disciples wiped their hands clean and followed Ye Feng out of the city before flying away on their swords. A moment later, the group arrived at Misty Sect. Seeing the open gates, Ye Feng was at a loss for words. Ever since Si Tajian kicked down the gate with one foot, they hadn't bothered to close it anymore. It was very convenient. But this meant the Misty Sect was wide open, which made it easy for all sorts of strange things to barge in. There's Demon Chi. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Mo Ying, with her keen senses, scanned the area and pointed under the table in the sect leader's great hall. "There's a lower rank demon soldier level fox demon, equivalent to the third level of Qi refinement." "Where's the demon?" The timid Li Jiao was startled and immediately executed the fire cloud palm. A small flame lit up in her palm, illuminating the surroundings. "Ah! Such a cute little white fox." Upon seeing the little white fox lying asleep under the table, Li Jiao actually wanted to grab it and stroke its soft, snow-white fur. "A lower rank demon soldier level, that's not simple at all," Ye Feng said in surprise. On the Shenzhou continent, monsters have their own ranks of cultivation: demon soldiers, demon generals, demon kings. Demon soldiers correspond to the Qi refining realm. Such creatures generally possessed low-level spiritual intelligence, especially the likes of the white fox, which were even more clever. "Ah! Now I remember, could this be that old white fox's cub?" Shilei recalled an incident from years past, his eyes widening in realization. The others all looked over. Shilei hurriedly explained, "Several years ago, the old sect leader and I went down the mountain to catch demons, and we saved a pregnant white fox. This little white fox might be its cub and could have followed its scent here." Li Jiao added, "When I was little, my mother told me that demons are sentient. If someone saves them, once they grow up and transform, they will come back to return the favor." That does seem to be the belief. In White Float City, I've heard storytellers relay the tale of the grateful fire fox. Huo Yunjia seemed lost in memories. It's said that a scholar saved a fox, and later that fox transformed into a red-haired beauty, married the scholar, and they had several beautiful daughters. Mo Ying didn't say anything. She stood there prettily, her face hidden behind the black veil, so no one could tell her expression. The disciples spoke excitedly amongst themselves, causing Ye Feng to curl his lips. "Mythical tales? Do you think I haven't heard them? Su Xian, Dong Yang, Ning Keichan, none of those guys were simple characters. The previous two's objects were a white snake and an immortal fairy, which were quite acceptable. But the third one, nicknamed Wraith Knight, might scare them silly if they ever found out." However, Ye Feng only complained inwardly. Clearing his throat, he said, "We can discuss these matters later. The urgent task at hand is to determine whether the little white fox bears any ill will towards us. If not, we can keep it. Lower rank demon soldiers are equivalent to the third level of Qi refinement. Keeping it in the sect may allow us to nurture it into a mountain guardian spirit beast, but I wonder if the system has this function." Ye Feng thought to himself. "Ding, as the sect leader, you can establish a spirit beast pavilion for your sect. However, since you're still in your assessment period, the spirit beast pavilion cannot be opened yet." The system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ye Feng's mouth twitched as he thought to himself that this damn system always pops up unexpectedly. Is it trying to scare him to death so it can conveniently find a new host and continue its scare tactics? Since the spirit beast pavilion isn't open yet, let's focus on completing the assessment period tasks. Ye Feng planned accordingly. By now, Li Jiao had picked up the little white fox, who opened its large watery eyes and looked around at everyone. Then it fell asleep again. Yo! It doesn't seem to be afraid of strangers. Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise. If the little white fox truly is the offspring of the old white fox saved by the old sect leader, then it must have inherited the memories of the previous generation of the Fox clan and feels a sense of familiarity with the aura here. After a long silence, Mo Ying finally spoke. Perhaps, the old white fox has passed away, leaving only this little white fox, which has followed the scent to find this place. On hearing this, Ye Feng felt it made a lot of sense. Monsters have a strong memory inheritance. When he first crossed over to the Shenzhou continent, he already knew such introductions. Therefore, monsters are famously vengeful. If possible, do not offend them, especially not the adorably clumsy beasts like Brother Flathead. Since the little white fox isn't afraid of strangers, let's keep it and see if we can train it into a mountain guardian spirit beast later on. Ye Feng announced his decision. That's great. Li Jiao was delighted as she stroked the little white fox's fur. From now on, let's just call it Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, what a plain name. Ye Feng couldn't help but feel an urge to complain but kept it to himself, not wanting to hurt his disciples' feelings. Let's rest for now. We have to go to White Float City to recruit new disciples early tomorrow. After speaking, Ye Feng sat on the chest filled with spirit stones, took out the bottle of spirit eye liquid that he hadn't finished, and continued to wipe his eyes with it, attempting to open his spirit eyes and advance to the gazing breath realm. But as the bottle of spirit eye liquid was almost used up, Ye Feng realized that it had no effect. Could it be a substandard product? Ye Feng looked at the small bottle with a strange expression. The poorer the talent, the more spirit eye liquid is consumed when opening spirit eyes. Mo Ying, who was sitting nearby cultivating, suddenly spoke up. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. My talent as the sect leader can't be that bad, can it? It's not necessarily a lack of talent. It might also be that your eyes have seen too many unclean things, which is why they require a lot of spirit eye liquid to cleanse. Mo Ying added another comment. Ye Feng, even more puzzled, thought to himself. Unclean things he had seen? Impossible. It's just a few hundred, is that too many? Besides, it should be the mind that's impure, not the eyes, right? The more Ye Feng thought about it, the more confused he became. Yang, seeing him with a look of life's frustrations on his face, couldn't help but let her red lips curve slightly behind her veil as she thought to herself. This sect leader is quite interesting. She fell silent again, forming hand seals and quietly circulating her cultivation technique, aiming for a higher realm. Ye Feng refused to take it lying down. He used up the entire bottle of spirit eye liquid until he was so sleepy his eyes wouldn't stay open, and then, reluctantly, he went to sleep. Chapter 13. This young master Long Kishan. The next morning dawned. Ye Feng opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt the entire world turn into a kaleidoscope of colors, strikingly bizarre, which made him jump in fright. Mom, I've seen a ghost. His shout alarmed the entire Misty sect. Sect Master Uncle, what's wrong? Senior disciple Shilei asked anxiously, while Huo Yunjia and Li Jiao also looked over with concern. I think I've gone blind. Ye Feng stared with wide eyes at Shilei standing in front of him, noticing the various colors of light flowing over his body, extremely dazzling. Blind. Shilei waved his hand in front of Ye Feng's face. If I weren't blind, why would I see only light on your body, like some rainbow-colored gourd doll? Ye Feng wore a look of distress. Not only had he not achieved success in cultivation, but now his eyes seemed to have gone blind before anything else. It was just too miserable. Congratulations, Sect Master Uncle, you've awakened your spirit eyes. The disciples were not only unfazed, but they also burst with joy upon hearing this. Mo Ying also finished her cultivation and looked at Ye Feng with surprise. To awaken the spirit eyes in one night, this talent, it must be at least a middle grade aptitude, right? She, with an upper grade aptitude, had also spent a full 6 hours to succeed after washing her eyes with the spirit eye liquid, and Ye Feng succeeded in just one night, not much slower than her. What, I've awakened the spirit eyes? Ye Feng's worries vanished, replaced by a face full of joy. Sect Master Uncle, let me teach you how to use the spirit eyes. First, you need to learn to control your eyes with your intention until you can smoothly switch between spirit eyes and normal vision. There are many details to this, so listen to me closely, Shi Lei spoke seriously. With his help, Ye Feng quickly mastered the switching of spirit eyes. With just a thought, Ye Feng could see the flowing colors of light in the world. It was nature's spiritual energy, in constant motion. Anything that contained spiritual energy would have nowhere to hide under the scrutiny of spirit eyes. For example, if Ye Feng used his spirit eyes on the little white fox, he could see the flow of spiritual energy within its body. Without using the spirit eyes, the scenes he saw with his eyes would be the same as usual, though his vision was clearly much better than before. He could see every leg of an ant 10 meters away with crystal clarity. So this is what it's like to be a cultivator. Ye Feng's expression became gradually comical. He activated his spirit eyes to look at himself and then fell into thought. There was no spiritual energy on his body at all. I'm supposed to have cultivation, aren't I? So why is there no spiritual energy? Ye Feng was baffled. He hurriedly opened the system panel to look at the first line. Sect Leader, Ye Feng, Chi Refinement 9 Peaks Plus. This cultivation level was the sum of his disciples Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia, Li Jiaojiao, and Mo Ying, with an additional plus sign at the end. This indicated that his cultivation was a bit higher than the regular Chi Refinement 9 Peaks. However, even after awakening his spirit eyes, Ye Feng still couldn't feel his own cultivation level. He couldn't even see it. Dog system, what's the deal? Ye Feng was getting a bit angry. No cultivation would have been fine, but to indicate Chi Refinement 9 Peaks Plus next to his name on the system, wasn't this misleading? Fortunately, he had awakened his spirit eyes, and it wouldn't be a problem to cultivate on his own in the future. Ye Feng gathered his thoughts and with a grand wave announced, "Let's go, we're heading to White Float City to recruit new disciples." Sect Master Uncle, what about Xiao Bai? Li Jiaojiao pointed to the little white fox in her arms, dozing so peacefully that even their conversation hadn't disturbed it, it had even found a more comfortable position to sleep in. "Bring it along." A swoosh sound. The flying sword, bearing an even heavier pressure, slowly rose into the air, heading toward White Float City. In mid-air, Ye Feng glanced back at Misty Peak with his spirit eyes and saw a colorful spiritual energy vortex on the summit, with the density of spiritual energy several times higher than in other places. This was the legendary Blessed Land. Of course, it was only the most basic level, and most lower-rank sects chose such places for their sites. Half an hour later, in White Float City, on a vast plaza. This was the 100 Sects Plaza, specially built by the city lord's mansion for various sects. There were hundreds of vacant tables and chairs, and when sects needed to recruit new members, they usually did so here. Although it was still early, there were already people from more than a dozen sects gathered around. Ye Feng erected 2 bamboo poles and tied a white cloth banner between them with the words "Spell Teaching Guaranteed" written on it, immediately attracting the attention of disciples from the various sects. "Yo! Isn't this the Misty sect that defeated the Scarlet Serpent sect yesterday? Spell teaching guaranteed? Teach me." A male disciple, as fat as a pig, swaggered over, pointing at the words on the banner. "You don't meet the entry requirements of our sect." Ye Feng glanced at the fat one and said. Using his spirit eyes, he saw the density of spiritual energy on the person and determined that this was a third-layer Chi refinement cultivator who could become a registered disciple if he was accepted. But, just when he had that thought, he received a system notification, "Already belongs to a sect, does not meet the requirements." That's why Ye Feng said what he did. PSH, I'm a disciple of a middle-rank sect. Why would I join your minor lower-rank sect? As for this guaranteed spell teaching, it must be a scam, right? The fat disciple narrowed his eyes into slits, speaking with ill intent. Ye Feng looked at the fat disciple and asked, "Do you know what the difference is between you and everyone else?" The fat disciple was taken aback. What difference? The difference is that by standing in front of us, you block more people's view than anyone else. So please move aside and don't interfere with our recruitment of new disciples. With a snap, Ye Feng placed the sect leader's seal on the table. Seeing this, the fat disciple immediately shut his mouth and left. Though Ye Feng was the leader of a lower-rank sect, he was also under the protection of the city lord's mansion. A third-layer chi refinement cultivator like the fat one couldn't afford to offend him. Shilei, advertise. At that moment, Ye Feng instructed. Shilei stood next to the table, his hands cupped around his mouth like a megaphone, and shouted loudly. Don't miss out passing by, join the Misty Sect and receive a bottle of Spirit Eye liquid upon entry, guaranteed spell teaching. Limited spots available, first come first serve, until fully redeemed. As soon as the voice rang out, many turned their heads to look. Spirit Eye liquid as a gift. Let's go check it out. Many passers-by were attracted. Is it true that you get Spirit Eye liquid for joining Misty Sect? Isn't it a scam? How can a lower-rank sect have so much Spirit Eye liquid? Most people were there just to watch the excitement. Misty Sect defeated the Scarlet Serpent Sect and exchanged a sect territory deed for 100 spirit stones and 10 bottles of Spirit Eye liquid. They're quite wealthy right now. At that moment, a middle-aged passerby spoke up. He had witnessed the challenge between Misty Sect and Scarlet Serpent Sect with his own eyes and knew many of the truths. Really? Many mortals who had not yet reached the gazing breath realm had their eyes light up and quickly formed a long queue. Misty Sect? Not a bad name, this young master is quite interested. A frivolous young man's voice came over, causing everyone to look in his direction. They saw a young nobleman approach, a young woman on each arm. Behind him followed 2 middle-aged guards with knives at the 5th layer of chi refinement, looking very fierce. Chapter 14. I've never heard such a request. It's Long Kishan, the young master of the Long family. They say he reached the 5th layer of chi refinement at 16, a real prodigy, yet he's never joined a section. But the Long family's ancestor is at the 9th layer of chi refinement, and the whole family is equivalent to a middle-rank sect. Why would they need to join another? But didn't he claim he wanted to join the Misty Sect? Obviously, he's got his eyes on the 2 female disciples of the Misty Sect. He really has no taste. Everyone in line scattered, no one daring to be within 10 meters. But the whispers had already spread. Ye Feng, hearing these comments, immediately noticed Long Kishan eyeing Li Jiaojiao and Mo Ying, a gleam in his eyes. Li Jiaojiao was refreshingly beautiful, far surpassing the common, tawdry women by Long Kishan's side. As for Mo Ying, even though she wore a black veil and hat, her figure was graceful, and she carried an air of aloofness. It wasn't just Long Kishan, even Ye Feng, without considering their faces, thought their figures were perfect. With a smack, Long Kishan slapped 5 lower-grade spirit stones on the table and arrogantly said, "From today on, I am the senior brother of the Misty Sect. Everyone else should greet me upon seeing me, especially these 2 pretty junior sisters, who will have to attend to my daily needs." Ye Feng looked at Long Kishan as one would look at an idiot. He would never accept someone with impure motives into his sect. Malicious intentions, poor character, does not meet requirements. At that moment, even the system gave a prompt. Ye Feng found himself in agreement with the dog system for the first time, simultaneously rejecting Long Kishan. So, Ye Feng pointed at the 5 spirit stones on the table and said seriously, "I don't care if you're Long Kishan, Long Aotian, or Zhao Rishan, our Misty Sect is not interested. Go where it's cool and stay there. You dare to refuse me? Long Kishan's eyes widened in anger. Seeing this, Ye Feng thought to himself that the cultivation world indeed never lacked such foolhardy antagonists. But he wasn't worried about Long Kishan seeking revenge. After all, he was the sect leader of a formal sect under the protection of the city lord's mansion. If he feared the younger generation of a family, how could he establish a foothold? Haven't you ever been refused? Ye Feng lifted an eyelid, pointing to a stinking ditch in the distance. By the way, it's cooler over there. In White Float City, no one has ever dared refuse this young master. You're the first. Long Kishan shoved the two plain women from his embrace onto the ground with both hands. He took a step forward, his fist already raised. Yet, his punch stopped just a foot above Ye Feng's head, as the two guards behind him intervened. Young master, this is the sect leader of the Misty Sect, you can't strike him. Causing a scene that reaches the city lord's mansion would be hard to settle, one guard said sternly. Exactly, added the other guard. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. It seems these two guards aren't here to protect you but to prevent you from offending someone untouchable. Nonsense, a mere lower rank sect leader, is someone Long Kishan can't offend. Long Kishan shrugged off the guard's hands, pointing at Ye Feng's nose. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to hit you? Then go ahead and hit me. Ye Feng spread his arms, utterly indifferent. If Long Kishan really hit him, he would immediately fall to the ground and wouldn't get up without 100 spirit stones. In the early stages of our sect's foundation, I, as the sect leader, must strive for the sect's welfare, Ye Feng planned in his heart, looking forward to Long Kishan's attack. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Long Kishan's hand was raised in anger, but the thought of his family's dividends being docked till next year made him withdraw it. Seeing Long Kishan hold back, Shilei and the other Misty Sect disciples, who were ready to act, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, for the sake of his own pride, Long Kishan came up with a cunning move and pointed to his own nose, smirking at Ye Feng. I won't hit you, but do you dare to hit me? I'll be standing right here, come on and give it a try. In Long Kishan's view, Ye Feng wouldn't possibly hit him, and that would leave them at a draw. This way, he could save face. At that suggestion, Ye Feng's eyes bulged. Good heavens! Who would make such an absurd request? Bang! A solid straight punch hit Long Kishan on the nose, and blood sprayed out. Long Kishan staggered back 2 steps, stupefied. Everyone else was stunned, too. Ye Feng really dared to hit him? Everyone heard it. It was Long Kishan who asked this sect master to hit him. Have lived for 20 years, but I've never heard such a bizarre request. Ye Feng said, spreading his hands. Long Kishan wiped off the blood from his nose, shaking with fury as he pointed at Ye Feng and cursed. You hit me. All right. Ye Feng didn't care whether it was a question or a request. He shouted loudly and charged forward. Straight punches, hooks, white crane spreads wings, illusory step bright palm, bow stance kick, turn back and draw. A sequence of long fist techniques later, Long Kishan was left battered and swollen-nosed, collapsing onto the ground. The layer of bruising was merely superficial, but he was utterly confused. Long Kishan simply couldn't believe Ye Feng dared to hit him, especially with such enthusiasm, delivering a relentless series of 15 moves. The onlookers were dumbfounded as well. Sect Master Ye, please stop. 2 guards from the Long family immediately stood in front of Ye Feng. Just now, our young master was rude to Sect Master Ye. You have hit him already. How about we let this pass? Ye Feng felt a bit unsatisfied. How about this? Let the young master hit me back, then just compensate me with 10 lower grade spirit stones. Hey, don't go, 5 will do. We take our leave. The 2 guards twitched and hastily propped Long Kishan up, dragging him away from the 100 Sects Plaza. Ye Feng, I will remember today's incident, Before Long Kishan could finish his sentence, a strange noise came out, as if his mouth were stuffed with stinky socks. Why do the Long family's guards seem a bit afraid of me? Ye Feng watched the direction where Long Qishan and his group disappeared, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Sect Master Uncle, you really dared to hit him. Li Jiaojiao and the other disciples finally snapped back to reality. Standing not too far away, Mo Ying stared at Ye Feng, her eyes filled with surprise behind the black veil. Isn't this guy a mere mortal? When he was throwing punches just now, his physique seemed very strong, almost giving me the impression of a peak 9th layer qi refinement. Could it be an illusion, wondered Mo Ying to herself. Once a cultivator entered the qi refining realm, the spiritual energy would circulate day and night within their meridians, nurturing their flesh. The higher the cultivation level and the older the age, the longer the body would be tempered, and the stronger it would become. Don't judge some old cultivators by their skinny appearance, their strength can be shockingly powerful. That's the benefit of being nourished by spiritual energy. Ahem. About what just happened, no need for panic, everyone. We from the Misty Sect are very reasonable in our dealings, honest to both young and old, welcoming those with aspiration to join us. Ye Feng went back to his seat and started to invite people around to sign up. After what had just happened, many were looking at Ye Feng with new respect, but considering the Long family might hold a grudge against the Misty Sect, they merely watched and didn't dare to join. This scene made Ye Feng a bit anxious. Long family main hall. Dad, look, this is all the work of Ye Feng, the sect master of the Misty Sect. It's really bad. Long Qishan knelt on the ground, sobbing to the mature and composed middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. This man was Long Qishan's father, Long Zhenchuan, patriarch of the White Float City Long family, at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Long Zhenchuan glanced at Long Qishan and said, it does look pretty bad. If you'd come back a bit later, you would already be healed. Long Qishan. He really wanted to ask if he was picked up from a remote mountain crevice. Otherwise, how could his own father say such a thing? The Misty Sect has been mentioned by steward Zhou Jiaqian and is considered part of the Zhou family's faction. For now, our Long family should not provoke them. All right, you can leave now. With a wave of his hand, Long Zhenchuan created a gust of wind, and Long Qishan was suddenly blown outside the main hall. You two, come here. Long Zhenchuan put down his teacup and called out. His voice was authoritative and somewhat gloomy. The two guards hurriedly entered, kneeling on the ground, not daring to even breathe too loudly. Chapter 15. Recruiting registered disciples. My son was beaten to this state by Ye Feng with his bare hands. Long Zhenchuan looked at the two guards and asked. Yes. The two guards dared not conceal anything. Tell me the details. Sect Leader Ye Feng had no spiritual energy fluctuations on his body, nor did he use any sneaky tricks. He simply used a set of strange martial arts moves, and our young master was unable to fight back at all. What martial arts? Long Zhenchuan asked curiously. The two guards glanced at each other with odd expressions and said, We only heard Sect Master Ye call out White Crane spreads wings, illusory step bright palm, bow stance kick, turn back and draw and other strange names for the moves. Long Zhenchuan, illusory step bright palm. He frowned slightly and waved the two guards off. All right, you may go. Yes. After the two guards had left, Long Zhenchuan narrowed his eyes. To have beaten my son, who is at the 5th level of qi refinement, to such a state with just his flesh body strength, Ye Feng must have an extremely strong physique, at least equal to mine, which indicates that his cultivation level is also far from simple. Those disciples from the Misty Sect have all practiced their spells to major achievement and perfection, they must have been guided by an expert. And this expert must be Ye Feng. Misty Sect has hidden its capabilities well enough. In Long Zhenquan's view, Ye Feng must have taken some elixirs to perfectly conceal the spiritual energy fluctuations in his body. As for the purpose of doing this, he could not guess. But Long Zhenchuan knew one thing. People like Ye Feng are very dangerous. Moreover, the season when monsters rampage was approaching, and it was not wise for the Long family to make an enemy of the Misty Sect with unclear strength, so as to avoid additional losses. Thus, Long Zhenchuan issued an order in the Long family. Pass down my command: when you see people from the Misty Sect, try to avoid them as much as possible, do not engage in conflict, and certainly do not become their enemy. The order quickly spread throughout the Long family. In a secluded courtyard of the Long family, a youth with silver hair and blue eyes, upon hearing the news, ran into an exquisitely arranged bedroom and said to a woman in her 30s who was cutting paper, "Mother, I heard that the Misty Sect is very powerful, and even the Long family is wary of them, so I want to join that section." The woman raised her head, revealing a slightly pale but exceptionally beautiful face. She smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't it good to stay in the Long family?" The silver-haired youth clenched his fists. "But my uncle won't let me cultivate. How then can I find out about my origins? Your uncle forbids you from cultivating to protect you, and besides, it's better not to know about your origins." The woman bowed her head and continued cutting paper. The silver-haired youth bit his lip and quietly left the bedroom. His name was Long Tianxing, and he took his mother's surname. As for who his father was, no one in the entire Long family knew except his mother. Long Tianxing really wanted to cultivate and then leave White Float City to see the bustling world outside and, by the way, clear up his own origins. But his uncle, Long Zhenchuan, wouldn't let him cultivate. Although it was safe in the Long family, Long Tianxing didn't want to live a boring life without freedom like a canary in a cage. "The world is so big, I want to see it." Long Tianxing put on a cloak and, with the wall climbing skills he had developed from a young age, easily scaled the wall and left the Long family compound, which was not very strictly guarded. 100 Sects Plaza. Ye Feng sat in the sun. An hour had passed, and still, no one had joined the Misty Sect, leaving him with a worried expression on his face. It had been 4 days already. In 3 more days, the assessment period would end. He had to recruit 6 more registered disciples within the time limit, or else he would fail the assessment period task. "I want to join the Misty Sect." At that moment, a somewhat immature voice could be heard. Ye Feng, delighted, raised his head and, along with those around him, looked towards the short figure draped in a cloak. "This kid seems to be under 1.50 meters, right?" Ye Feng, sitting on the chair, had to lift his head to meet the gaze of the person speaking to him, which showed that the person was quite short. However, joining a sect wasn't about height. With that thought, Ye Feng activated his spirit eyes and sized up the cloak man, noticing that the person's heart had a natural fluctuation of spiritual energy and a good physique. Their innate talent likely wasn't bad either. Moreover, the system did not give a "does not meet the requirements" prompt, indicating that this person, as he had guessed, was suitable to become a registered disciple. Name, date of birth, innate talent, cultivation level, and background, report them all. Ye Feng took out the book of names and watched the cloak man intently, noticing that the guy was deliberately keeping his head down, not daring to let others see his face. However, he could still vaguely make out that this was a handsome boy with tender skin. Looks quite shy. Ye Feng thought to himself. "My name is Long Tianxing, 13 years old, innate talent? I don't know how much, I have no cultivation level yet, and I come from the Long family." The disguised Long Tianxing said weakly. "Someone from the Long family?" The eyes of the people around widened a bit. Had the Long family sent an undercover agent right after Long Qishan got beaten up by Ye Feng? But this undercover agent's skills were just too poor, weren't they? Who would reveal their own family name as soon as they arrived? "You are from the Long family? What is your relationship with Long Qishan?" Ye Feng was also surprised. A few disciples also looked at Long Tianxing with odd expressions. "Long Qishan is my cousin." Long Tianxing, afraid that Ye Feng wouldn't accept him, was very anxious and voiced out in a thin, mosquito-like voice that even he could barely hear. But soon after, with a thump, Ye Feng had already stamped the book with a seal. I am Sect Leader Ye Feng. From today onwards, you are the 6th disciple of our Misty Sect. Those are your senior brothers and sisters, Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia, Li Jiao, Mo Ying. Ye Feng stood up and, pointing to the group starting with Shi Lei beside him, gave a brief introduction. 5th disciple Shu Hongye was out on a training excursion, and although Ye Feng didn't know the specifics, he decided to keep a spot for her after some thought. The sect leader really wants to accept me. Long Tianxing looked up excitedly. But because he raised his head too quickly and because the wind was strong in the plaza, the hood on his head was lifted, revealing silver hair and blue eyes. Wow! It's that nephew from the Long family. I heard he isn't of the human race, but the child of Long Zhengquan's younger sister and a man from a foreign clan. They say the head of the Long family, Long Zhenchuan, forbid Long Tianxing from cultivating because he was worried he'd cause trouble. Who would have thought that he'd actually join the Misty Sect? Isn't he afraid his great-uncle will spank him so hard his bum blossoms flowers? What's there to be afraid of? If Long Zhenchuan dares to spank him, I'm sure Long Tianxing would definitely get a haircut in the first month of the lunar year. Exclamations came from the crowd. There was a non-stop buzz of conversation. Foreign clan member. Mo Ying looked at Long Tianxing, her brow slightly furrowed. On her way to White Float City, she did encounter a woman from a foreign clan, and they had sparred to a draw. Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia, and Li Jiao all widened their eyes in surprise, but there was no disgust or rejection in their eyes, just pure curiosity. Long Tianxing was indeed very adorable. He had long silver hair casually tied up with a red ribbon adorned with a butterfly knot. His blue eyes were crystal clear, like a deep blue lake. But at this moment, his beautiful eyes were filled with panic as people saw his foreign appearance. Don't look! He hurriedly put on his hood, covered his eyes with his hands, and anxiously peeked through his fingers at the expressions of others. Chapter 16. Give them a harsh one. The truth is always unexpected. Long Tianxing noticed that Ye Feng was looking at him with no disdain in his eyes, but rather a sense of appreciation. You little rascal, with your red lips and white teeth, your skin is even better than a girl's, what have you been eating to grow up like this? Ye Feng pinched Long Tianxing's face, finding it even smoother than a boiled egg. Could a boy actually look like this? It is said that a boy alone in the outside world should protect himself, and now it seems there is much sense in these words. Why are you just standing there foolishly? Go and get to know your senior brothers and sisters. Ye Feng reminded him. Long Tianxing looked at Ye Feng, overjoyed. Sect leader, you don't despise me. Why should I? Ye Feng asked in return. Besides his silver hair and blue pupils, Long Tianxing's facial features and appearance were no different from an ordinary person. More importantly, how could he despise a disciple he had finally found? 6th junior brother, come over here. At this moment, Shi Lei waved to Long Tianxing. As the eldest senior brother, he knew how to look after a new beginner. Okay. Long Tianxing walked over nervously, introduced himself to Shi Lei and a few others, and got to know them. Not far away. Someone saw this scene and hurried back to the Long family to report the news. Meanwhile, in a tea house near 100 Sects Plaza, over a dozen young men and women were drinking tea. A foreigner from the Long family. A young man in black sitting by the window saw this and suddenly spoke louder, drawing the attention of everyone in the tea house. Indeed, it's the foreigner from the Long family. Heard his name is Long Tianxing, just over 10 years old, born to his mother and a member of the foreign clan. Throughout these years, demon creatures have been invading White Float City frequently. He is not of our kind, who knows if he might be a spy for the demon race. A male disciple wearing the uniform of Haixuan Gate squinted his eyes and spoke maliciously. The young man next to him in a white robe laughed and said, Brother Li, I know you at Haichuan Gate have been displeased with Misty Sect because of the Scarlet Serpent Sect affair. Today, why not use the fact that the Long family's foreigner has been recruited to stir up some trouble? Great idea. The disciple from Haichuan Gate, surnamed Li, lit up. Let's go, take a look. The disciples from various sects in the tea house all set into action. On 100 Sects Plaza, Ye Feng was waiting for the system to tally up. Ding, registered disciple Long Tianxing received, middle grade talent, mortal, possessing the growth type talent blue spirit eyes. With the system's voice, Ye Feng saw the progress bar for the assessment period jump to 64%. Just 5 more registered disciples to complete the mission, and 3.5 days left. Hopefully, there's enough time. However, Long Tianxing actually has the growth type talent blue spirit eyes. Although I don't know what it is, it must be impressive. And he has a middle grade talent, his potential is quite good. I've really stumbled upon a treasure this time. Thinking this, Ye Feng was in a great mood. He decided to continue recruiting disciples there and to return to Misty Sect in the evening, so that Long Tianxing could use Spirit Eye liquid to wash his eyes and embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible. Misty Sect is recruiting a member of the demon race as a disciple, their intentions must be questioned. Do you wish to make enemies with the entire White Float City? A discordant voice slowly drifted over. Ye Feng looked up to see more than a dozen young men and women, dressed in the attire of various sects, arriving side by side. The leading young man in black had a robust aura and had reached the Qi refinement 5th layer. It's people from Haichuan Gate and Suanayun Sect. My goodness! Both are middle-rank sects, with dozens of disciples in each, not just anyone can afford to provoke them. The one in black seems to be the second disciple of Haichuan Gate, Li Hanshao, also considered a talent. The onlookers knew a lot. Even without asking, these people had already revealed the identities of the newcomers. This must be Sect Master Ye. Long Tianxing is of the demon race, are you certain you want to recruit him into your sect? Li Hanshao said loudly. Ye Feng sized up Li Hanshao and asked, have you eaten today? Li Hanshao was taken aback, not yet. But what does whether I've eaten or not have to do with Sect Master Ye? Who I take as a disciple of the sect is none of your business, is it? Ye Feng shot back. Li Hanshao was momentarily at a loss for words. A young man dressed in a white robe stepped forward and said with a holier-than-thou tone, looking down at Ye Feng. Recruiting disciples for the sect should not concern us, but Sect Master Ye should not accept a member of the foreign clan as an apprentice. Who knows if this person is a spy for the demon foxes? He was Wu Dai, the second disciple of the Suanayun sect. Although Ye Feng was the sect leader of a lower rank sect, and most people feared him, Wu Dai was not the slightest bit afraid. He, too, was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, just 2 steps away from equaling the cultivation level of an ordinary sect leader from a lower rank sect. Why should he fear this mortal sect leader, Ye Feng? Long Tianxing is a spy for the demon foxes. The onlookers' faces changed drastically. Around White Float City lies a continuous range of mountains harboring numerous demon foxes, which annually converge on set times to infiltrate White Float City and cause unrest, keeping the residents on edge. Therefore, the people in the city harbor a deep dislike for demon foxes. Upon hearing that Long Tianxing might be a spy for the demon foxes, the onlookers all looked at him warily. Long Tianxing, stared at by numerous unusual gazes, quickly lowered his head. He was very worried. What if Ye Feng kicked him out of the Misty Sect? Wouldn't that mean he'd lose his sect? This thought deeply hurt Long Tianxing. Ye Feng looked at the downcast Long Tianxing, then at the disciples of the 3 major sects who were closing in menacingly, and felt a surge of anger. Is it easy for me to accept a disciple? Day by day, all they do is cause trouble. You even have a demon fox here. This is a genuinely dangerous creature. Li Hanshao, the second disciple of the Haichuan Gate, pointed at the little white fox in Li Jiao's arms, feigning fear as he retreated 3 steps. Xiao Bai is so cute, where's the danger? Li Jiao, too, felt somewhat aggrieved, pouting her lips. What nonsense! This is our Misty Sect's mountain guardian spirit beast, very sensible. Xiao Bai, be a good girl, give them a fierce one. Ye Feng picked up the little white fox, lifted her over his head. Little white fox blinked her innocent large eyes, as if understanding what was expected of her. She symbolically bared her teeth at the disciples of Haixuan Gate and Suanayun sect, showing off her fierce little milk teeth. Wow, so cute! Someone in the crowd exclaimed with emotion. Immediately after, the disciples of the Haixuan Gate and Suanayun sect couldn't keep their composure. Such an adorable white fox indeed did not seem threatening. So, they shifted their focus and pointed at Long Tianxing, saying, "He is from the foreign clan, an outsider with a heart different to ours. We advise Sect Master Ye to be careful and must kick him out." Enough! Illusory step bright palm. Ye Feng could no longer tolerate these disciples who were deliberately making trouble. He started with an opening move, and then came a sweeping palm. Tch! A mere mortal, I won't even look at you, you can't even hit me. Ack! Li Hanshao deliberately stepped forward, intending to bump into Ye Feng's palm and knock him down with his chest. But before he could finish speaking, he felt like he had been hit by a wild ox. With a wail, he was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. Hiss! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A mortal with not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy had actually sent the physically strong Li Hanshao flying so far. Ye Feng finally realized he was unusually strong. But he didn't know why. System, why have I become stronger? Ye Feng quickly asked in his mind. The host is at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, naturally strong. The system explained coldly, then it became silent again. Ye Feng. He was speechless, clearly unable to feel any cultivation level, but why did the system always say so? Could it be that all the cultivation level had been invested in his strength? Otherwise, how could he have sent someone flying 5 or 6 meters with just a palm strike? Could it be that Li Hanshao from Haixuan Gate had done it on purpose, aiming to extort spirit stones from him? Realizing this, Ye Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 17. You're not leaving yet? Illusory step bright palm. Ouch! Li Hanshao fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, feeling a burning pain in his chest, nearly grinning all the way to the underworld. He got up with the help of several disciples around him, tremblingly pointing at Ye Feng. You dare to assault me, be careful, I'll go to the city lord's mansion to file a complaint against you. It was you who ran into it, my palm couldn't have hit you originally. But, since you're going to the city lord's mansion, then scram. Ye Feng, upon hearing that Li Hanshao was not extorting spirit stones, felt a sense of relief and couldn't wait for the man to disappear. Even if people from the city lord's mansion came, he wasn't afraid. After all, he was recruiting disciples in the city but was obstructed by Li Hanshao and his group, so a proper retaliation was warranted. Even Ye Feng didn't expect that with a slap, Li Hanshao would actually vomit blood. You just wait. Li Hanshao trembled with rage. Still not scramming? Illusory step bright palm. Ye Feng made the starting posture. Li Hanshao, still terrified, turned and fled, soon followed by a dozen disciples, marching imposingly towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Sect Master Uncle, they've called for people, what should we do? Li Jiao picked up Little White Fox, looking quite worried. Recruiting disciples and being obstructed, can we tolerate such a thing? One comes, one gets hit, two come, a pair gets hit. Ye Feng felt that, as a sect master, sometimes he had to be more decisive and assertive. There is a limit to tolerance, when it's breached, there is no need to endure any longer. Such a formidable physique, a slap from him could probably punch through a stone wall, couldn't it? Mo Ying looked at Ye Feng's slightly towering silhouette, thinking this guy was really something, not just a mortal. Long Tianxing, watching Ye Feng repel an enemy with a palm, had his eyes wide open, face filled with admiration. This strength, these moves, how I wish to learn them. He grew even more eager to cultivate. Moreover, Long Tianxing also thought joining Misty Sect was a very correct decision. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned. Sect Master Ye is really amazing. First he hit Long Qishan, then he hit Li Hanshao from Haichuan Gate, making many enemies. It seems best not to join in. Yes, yes, yes. We should just watch the drama and enjoy the show. The crowd whispered among themselves. Ye Feng's mouth twitched. It seemed that he inadvertently raised the difficulty of recruiting disciples again. Sigh. Recruiting disciples is so hard. At that moment, in a tasteful private room on the third floor of the tea house near 100 Sects Plaza. Miss, the maid has found out that since Ye Feng became the sect master, the spells of a few disciples in the sect have shown explosive breakthroughs. That means Sect Master Ye must have a high understanding of spells, perhaps he can lend me a hand. Does the miss want to see him? Ye Feng sat back down in his seat. 5 disciples stood behind him, having become somewhat more acquainted with each other after the recent event. However, despite Ye Feng's eager anticipation, the next disciple still did not appear. Look, a beauty. SHH. Keep your voice down, that's the Jia family's second young lady, a 6-layer Qi refinement genius, you mustn't speak carelessly. The Jia family with deeper foundations than the Long family. Yes, that Jia family, said to have 3 Qi refinement 9th layer senior cultivators in residence, ranking in the top 5 among all the prominent families in White Float City. Suddenly, a commotion arose among the onlookers. Ye Feng looked up to see 3 figures approaching from afar, the lead woman tall and slender, dressed in a pink gown with her hair done up in a flight hairstyle, her eyes as serene as autumn waters. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Every smile and every glance were mesmerizing. Sect Master Ye, I am Jia Yulan, I've heard of your unique insights into spells, and I've come to ask you for guidance specifically, she said. The second miss of the Jia family brought with her waves of fragrant breeze, her voice soft and gentle, making it hard for one to resist feeling favorably towards her. Ye Feng, however, was slightly taken aback. Uniquely insightful towards spells? Could it be that the battle between the Misty Sect and the Scarlet Serpent Sect had spread so widely already? Moreover, someone had actually guessed that he had a profound understanding of spells. Although somewhat surprised, Ye Feng did not deny it but humbly responded, I just have some personal understanding of spells, hardly worth mentioning. Sect Master Ye is being modest. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me in cultivating a spell. Regardless of success or failure, I will offer you a reward. Jia Yulan stated her purpose without beating around the bush. Hearing her intentions, Ye Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. If it just happened to be a spell that he knew, teaching it and earning some money for the sect's living expenses was certainly possible. But from Jia Yulan's tone, it seemed that the spell was likely unfamiliar to him, he probably didn't know it. Therefore, Ye Feng coughed and said, money is irrelevant, the main issue is that I typically only teach the disciples of the sect. Jia Yulan looked somewhat disappointed but did not back down, continuing to say. Sect Master Ye, there's no need to reject so hastily. The spell I wish to cultivate is a 2nd-grade spell. Sadly, it's an incomplete manuscript, and despite months of hard practice, I'm still stuck at the beginner stage. As soon as these words came out, the entire place was shocked. SE. 2nd-grade spell. That's an extremely precious spell, usually in the hands of Qi refinement 9th level or even element gathering realm powerhouses. Who would have thought that the second miss actually has one? Didn't the second miss say? It's only an incomplete manuscript, and she's only cultivated it to the beginner level. Its power is probably equivalent at best to a spell of minor achievement in the first grade. The crowd of onlookers burst into a lively discussion. Even Ye Feng took a deep breath. A second-grade spell, he wanted it too. Especially after hearing that Jia Yulan had already reached the beginner stage, he immediately thought of recruiting her into the Misty Sect. 10 lower-grade spirit stones. As long as Sect Master Ye is willing to give me some guidance, I can offer this amount. If I can cultivate it to minor achievement, I'll give 20 more. Jia Yulan extended her delicate and jade-like hand, making a gesture similar to scissors. Actually, it's not that I'm unwilling to guide you, but Miss Jia must join our Misty Sect. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before saying meaningfully. Before Jia Yulan could speak, Ye Feng continued, if Miss Jia joins the Misty Sect, I can make your spell reach minor achievement today. Ye Feng began to boast. However, he didn't overcommit. After all, it was only an incomplete manuscript, and he wasn't certain that he could instantly master it to the fullest upon Jia Yulan's entry into the sect. If it didn't work out, it could be a huge blunder. Are these words true? Jia Yulan asked with wide, almond-shaped eyes. Of course. Ye Feng nodded seriously. The onlookers were seriously engrossed in the scene, while Long Tianxing and Mo Ying were somewhat skeptical. Only Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao were watching with excitement. Sect Master Uncle is about to make a move. The 3 disciples were very expectant. Seeing Jia Yulan's doubtful expression, Ye Feng added, Miss Jia can first join the Misty Sect, and if I can't teach you, then you can leave, how about that? At this critical moment, Ye Feng decided to take a bet. If he could publicly teach the second miss of the Jia family, it would surely bring a good number of prestige points for the Misty Sect, along with a free advertisement. Afterward, would he still need to worry about recruiting disciples? All right, I'll give it a try. Miss Jia agreed without saying another word. Pfft, speaking big without shame. Just at that moment, a discordant voice came from not far away, capturing the attention of the entire audience. Chapter 18. Sect Master Ye, the Great Master of Magic. Because of Jia Yulan's arrival, disciples from other sects at the 100 Sects Plaza had already gathered around. Now, as they heard that loud voice, everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw Li Hanshao from the Haixuan gate rushing over, with a dozen disciples following behind him. Further back was an old man in a silver robe, with a qi refinement level of 7 layers. The cuffs of his robe were embroidered with the golden characters for white float, symbolizing the identity of a steward from the city lord's mansion. The words that had just been spoken were not his, but those of Li Hanshao, the Haixuan gate's second disciple, standing at the forefront. He really did call people over. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he saw the steward with a 7-layer qi refinement level. In the city lord's mansion, a 7-layer qi refinement level is enough to hold the position of steward. Since this one has just reached 7-layer qi refinement, he must be a new steward eager to prove himself, which could be disadvantageous for us. Huo Yunjia reminded in a low voice from the side. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression turned grave. Miss Jia, this man must be a fraudster, you must not believe his bragging. Only when he approached did Li Hanshao speak to Jia Yulan, with a fawning smile on his face. Jia Yulan's expression remained unchanged at Li Hanshao's words, but inside she felt a bit repulsed. She enjoyed drinking tea in tea houses, so many young admirers also started gathering in tea houses, deliberately trying to catch her attention. However, Jia Yulan, who was practicing incognito, was solely focused on breakthroughs in her cultivation and had no interest in these matters. I heard that Sect Master Ye physically attacked someone, is this true? I am Chu Daming, a steward of the city lord's mansion, and I will handle this matter fairly, said the old man at that moment. I didn't hit him, he ran into me himself. Ye Feng immediately denied the accusation. Yes, we all saw it. Sect Master Uncle didn't hit Li Hanshao, he ran into him himself and then flew backward. Shi Lei and other disciples quickly expressed their support. I was in the tea house on the 3rd floor just now and saw it too. The truth is indeed so. Although Sect Master Ye did make a move, he could not have hit Li Hanshao by reason. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Even Jia Yulan stepped forward to speak for Ye Feng, causing a collective jaw drop. Miss Jie, you. Li Hanshao glared with eyes wide in anger, unable to believe that the person he had been trying to please was speaking up for his enemy. It was infuriating. Chu Daming, the steward, stroked his beard and glanced at Jia Yulan, saying, "It seems that it is indeed so." The power of the Jia family far surpassed that of the Haixuan Gate, which stood behind Li Hanshao. Moreover, Jia Yulan was the precious daughter of the Jia family's leader. Chu Daming knew very well who he should assist. Even if that is the case, Ye Feng boasts that he can teach Miss Jia to cultivate spells, but he's just a mortal. How is that possible? Li Hanshao, seizing an opportunity, quickly shouted. Ye Feng gave him a disdainful look. This is a matter between Miss Jia and me, and we don't need others to worry about it. Chu Daming stroked his beard and remained silent. Ye Feng was right, teaching Jia Yulan spells, even if it was a deception, did not concern others. Nevertheless, he decided to wait and see. As for Li Hanshao, he could no longer muster a smile and didn't know how to respond, so he abruptly turned away, standing aside and saying, "I want to see how you, a swindler, are going to help Miss Jia cultivate spells. When you fail later, I will surely have your Misty Sect's reputation dragged through the mud in White Float City." Ye Feng couldn't be bothered with the clownish Li Hanshao and instead turned to look at Jia Yulan, saying, "Miss Jia, to be safe, please first demonstrate that incomplete 2nd grade spell on the spot, so I, the sect leader, can observe and ascertain whether I can teach you." By doing this, he could mask the existence of the system. After teaching her, Ye Feng could also claim it was due to his strong observational and inferential abilities. In any case, it was all about bluffing. Okay. Jia Yulan did not hesitate. Her jade feet lightly tapped the ground, resembling a pink begonia flower landing in the open square, as she began forming hand seals. Everyone watch carefully. Countless petals appeared out of thin air, floating above Jia Yulan, slowly rotating. Each one looked beautiful, yet concealed a deadly threat. Everyone was amazed when they saw it. It's a group attack spell, and each petal is like a sharp blade of qi, very powerful. Even Chu Daming, the steward, showed a look of envy. Even though he was a steward of the city lord's mansion, he was not qualified to practice the 2nd grade spells of the mansion. Change. Jia Yulan altered her hand signs, and the countless petals above her fell, forming a hemispherical shield around her that could block all kinds of attacks. This spell is called Falling Blooms in Profusion. When perfected, it integrates offense and defense, but alas, it's only a fragment. Sect Master Ye, what do you think? Jia Yulan asked. She dispersed the hand signs, and the pink petals around her quickly fell to the ground, vanishing without a trace shortly afterward. It's teachable. Ye Feng responded, but it's the same as before, learn the basics first, then I will teach. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was stunned. He can teach after just one look? That's a bit too fake, isn't it? Li Hanshao laughed heartily, keep pretending, keep it up. Chu Daming said nothing, with the look of someone enjoying a show. Fine, I will join the Misty Sect, but if Sect Master Ye fails to teach me, I will leave today. If he succeeds, for this lifetime, I will only belong to the Misty Sect. Jia Yulan said, withdrawing her spell. Give me your name, birth date, root bone quality, cultivation level, and background. Ye Feng asked as he unfolded the book of names competently. Jia Yulan, 17 years old, middle grade root bone, at the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, from the Jia family on the South Street of White Float City. Jia Yulan promptly shared her personal information. Ye Feng wrote quickly and stamped it with the sect leader's seal. Ding! Registered disciple Jia Yulan received, middle grade root bone, at the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, possesses a first grade spell spiritual flying blade and binding spirit rope, both at major achievement, also possesses a 2nd grade spell falling blooms in profusion at beginner level. Moments later, Ye Feng heard the prompt from the system, and the knowledge about these 3 spells rapidly emerged in his mind, achieving perfection directly. To perfect even an incomplete scroll, truly terrifying. Ye Feng was greatly shaken inside. Humph, I want to see how you are going to teach, Li Hanshao said with a confident I've got you pinned expression. Ye Feng remained silent. He took out an ordinary sheet of xian paper, drew a diagram on it, marked it, and then finally handed it over to Jia Yulan. Still putting on an act. Li Hanshao scoffed. At that moment, Jia Yulan, holding the paper, widened her eyes after seeing the content. This reaction made Li Hanshao's expression stiffen with the realization that something was amiss. So this is the way to cultivate it, it seems I've been practicing hundreds of times in vain. Jia Yulan trembled with excitement. The next instant, as if she had obtained a supreme treasure, she carefully put away the still wet sheet of xian paper and moved to an open space of the plaza. She extended her right index finger and traced a strange array pattern in mid-air, then proceeded to cast the spell almost the same way as before. With a hum, countless pink petals appeared around her, each one bearing the array pattern she had drawn earlier, twinkling with a bright light. Converge, change. Jia Yulan commanded in a low voice, and the surrounding petals astonishingly transformed according to her will, alternately becoming birds, a spirit snake, or turning into sharp swords. It was indeed marvelous. Even a fool could see that her falling blooms in profusion had made a leap-like improvement. This is impossible. Li Hanshao was so scared that he retreated again and again until he fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 19. Long Zhengquan's Overture. Whoosh! A gust of wind filled the air. Jia Yulan's side was suddenly flanked by countless petals that reached in front of Li Hanshao and overlapped into a pink palm as big as a table. You've provoked our sect leader of the Misty Sect over and over again, this is intolerable. Jia Yulan scolded in a delicate voice. To everyone's surprise, the petal-formed pink palm grabbed Li Hanshao's collar and, like an eagle snatching a chick, tossed him away. Ouch! Li Hanshao managed only a pathetic scream before landing in a stinky ditch beside the plaza. Brother Li! The disciples from Haixuan Gate and Suanayun sect hurried over, pulling up the stinking Li Hanshao. But Li Hanshao smelled so foul that the disciples couldn't help but let go, and he fell back in, swallowing several mouthfuls of dirty water. Pfft! All the onlookers burst into laughter. Ye Feng struggled to hold back his laughter, but ultimately couldn't resist and let out a carefree chuckle. At the same time, he saw through the system panel that the task progress bar for the assessment period had risen to 71%, and his laughter grew even louder and more jovial. Ye Feng, you, glug glug. Li Hanshao, hearing the laughter, jumped out of the gutter in a rage, about to curse, but he gulped down several more mouthfuls of filthy water, gagging as if he was drowning in grinning springs. Second senior brother, let's go. The disciple from Haixuan Gate quickly took off his belt, looped it around Li Hanshao's neck, and pulled him out before they staggered away from the 100 Sects Plaza in an embarrassing retreat. Disciple Jia Yulan greets the sect leader. At this moment, this graceful lady of eminent birth bowed respectfully before Ye Feng. It was only then that everyone woke from their daze. Ye Feng had indeed taught Jia Yulan, and no, he hadn't ruined her, it was actually terrifying. To teach with just one look, Sect Leader Ye is truly a great master of magic. I suddenly want to join the Misty Sect. Sect Leader Ye, take my knee. The surrounding onlookers spoke one after another. Sect Leader Ye is truly divine, an eye-opener for this steward indeed. You are worthy of the person specifically named by Steward Zhou Jiaqian, I am impressed. Steward Chu Daming clasped his hands towards Ye Feng, then glanced at Jia Yulan before turning to leave. This news was important, he must report to the deputy city lord as soon as possible to draw attention. Meanwhile, Ye Feng discovered another good thing. As more cultivators began recognizing the Misty Sect, the sect's prestige value had already risen to 50. At this rate, it wouldn't take many days to reach 100. Ye Feng looked at Jia Yulan and said, "From today onwards, you shall be the 7th disciple of our Misty Sect." "Yes, Sect Leader," Jia Yulan nodded. "Miss, now that you've joined the Misty Sect, whatever shall we do?" the two maids following Jia Yulan said with worried faces. If the master learned they had not taken good care of the young miss, they feared they might have their legs broken once they got home. Seeing as they have cultivation levels, why not take them in as registered disciples of our Misty Sect as well? Ye Feng's eyes flashed as he was the first to speak up. He had just used his spirit eyes to see that both maids possessed a chi refinement at the 2nd level. Taking them in as registered disciples was certainly an option. "Have you not thanked the sect leader yet?" Jia Yulan reproached lightly. Only then did the two maids kneel down to pay their respects, each reporting their own situations. Ye Feng hurriedly wrote down their information in the book of names, his face brimming with delight. Ding! Registered disciple Xia he received, lower grade root bone, chi refinement level 2, possesses a 1st grade spell binding spirit rope, about to begin. Ding! Registered disciple Chu Ju received, lower grade root bone, chi refinement level 2, possesses a 1st grade spell binding spirit rope, about to begin. After receiving the system's message, Ye Feng couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected Xia He and Chu Ju to both have decent cultivation levels, and their root bones were not bad either. Truly the maids of noble families, they must have been carefully selected, they are not inferior to ordinary sect disciples. Ye Feng thought to himself. At this moment, he noticed that the progress bar for the assessment task had risen to 85%. With just 2 more registered disciples, he should be able to complete the task. Clap, clap, clap. A series of loud applause came from afar. Another visitor. The onlookers turned towards the sound. They saw a dignified middle-aged man, accompanied by a slightly haggard but beautiful woman, followed by more than a dozen cultivators, walking over with firm steps. "It's my uncle, and my mother." Long Tianxing pointed at the newcomers, his face filled with worry, fearing he would be taken back by his uncle. "No wonder my nephew climbed over the walls to join the Misty Sect. It's because of Sect Master Ye, the great master of magic. My apologies for the oversight." Long Zhenchuan walked over, with an air of dragon-like stride and tiger-like poise. He carried an aura of authority that comes from being in command for a long time, which made Long Tianxing a bit frightened. "Miss Ji, I didn't expect to see you here too. How has your esteemed father been recently?" Long Zhenchuan looked at Jia Yulan and inquired, managing to be smooth and considerate in his dealings. "My father has been very well lately, thank you for your concern, Uncle Long." Jia Yulan nodded slightly as she spoke. Her father had already reached the Qi refinement 9th level and had a well-known reputation, thus she, as his daughter, was also known by many. "Xing Er, come back with me." Long Yuxin, Long Tianxing's mother, beckoned to him. "I have already joined the Misty Sect and I want to follow the sect leader to cultivate." Long Tianxing clenched his teeth and spoke. "Let him go. Actually, joining the Misty Sect is a good thing, and he can get guidance from Sect Master Ye." But then Long Zhenchuan spoke unexpectedly, voicing a surprisingly approving opinion. Even Ye Feng found it unexpected. He had just given Long Qishan a beating, and instead of seeking retribution, Long Zhenchuan actually agreed to Long Tianxing joining the Misty Sect. Something about this was odd. Upon hearing that Long Zhenchuan agreed to his joining the Misty Sect, Long Tianxing was overjoyed and said, "Thank you so much, Uncle." "Sect Master Ye, my son previously offended you, and I hope you won't take it to heart." Long Zhenchuan then said something else that surprised everyone. "It's all in the past." Ye Feng replied with a thick skin. After all, it was he who had beaten Long Qishan, and now Long Zhenchuan was initiating a courteous gesture, leaving him with no room to object. "I wonder if my unworthy son could be accepted into your esteemed sect." Long Zhenchuan spoke boldly, causing a stir. Ye Feng listened and guessed the reason. It seems that Long Zhenchuan must have already been nearby, witnessing my personal teaching of Jie Yulan. That's why his attitude has changed. However, I am also a man of principles. Troublemakers like Long Qishan cannot be accepted into our section. A realization dawned on Ye Feng, clear as daylight to him. Shi Lei, Li Jiao, and Mo Ying all looked to Ye Feng, waiting for his decision. They had met Long Qishan and had taken an instant dislike to him, subconsciously hoping Ye Feng would refuse. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, "Your noble son has no fate with our Misty sect, we do not accept." As his words fell, silence enveloped the gathering. Sect Master Ye actually rejected Long Zhenchuan. The bystanders were stunned, their mouths agape with shock as they beheld an unexpected turn. Chapter 20. The shock of Jia family's upper echelons. Not admitted. Long Zhenchuan furrowed his brows slightly, his voice deepened, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, conveying an immense pressure. "Uncle Long, deciding who to recruit and who to reject should be our sect master's prerogative, shouldn't it?" Jia Yulan stepped forward, slowly releasing her Qi refinement 6th layer aura. Shi Lei, Mo Ying, Huo Yunjia, Li Jiao, and other disciples also stood in the front, creating a stance that made it clear no one should interfere with the internal decisions of Misty sect. "Ha ha ha, Miss Jia is right, indeed, this is Sect Master Ye's freedom." Long Zhenchuan burst into laughter. He walked over to the table and placed a small wooden box the size of a palm down, saying amicably, "Sect Master Ye, these 50 lower grade spirit stones are my nephew's entry fee." Saying so, Long Zhenchuan leaned close to Ye Feng and whispered, "Tian Xing's background is not simple. Before he breaks through to Qi refinement 7th layer, make sure not to let him leave a 300-mile radius around White Float City." After speaking, Long Zhenchuan patted Ye Feng's shoulder and left with Long Yuxin, not looking back. "That's it. I thought it was going to come to blows." How could it come to blows? With the second Miss Jia joining their sect, Long Zhenchuan wouldn't dare to offend them, right? The spectators whispered among themselves. Not far away, the disciples from other sects immediately left to report today's events back to their sects. The second Miss Jia Yulan joining Misty sect was already big news, but with even Long Zhenchuan making concessions, the matter became even more significant. Of course, none of that was the main point. The truly shocking fact was that Ye Feng had, after only one look, been able to guide Jia Yulan, advancing her cultivation of falling blooms and profusion to an incredibly high stage. This fact was undeniable. In just a moment, Ye Feng found that the sect prestige points had exceeded 70, and they were still increasing. "Sect Master, I need to return home first to discuss my entry with my father. I'll be back at the sect tomorrow." Jia Yulan bowed to Ye Feng. "Do you know the way?" "Of course, disciple knows the way to Misty Peak in the east of the city." "Good, we're looking forward to your arrival." Ye Feng bid farewell to Jia Yulan, Xia He, and Chu, then he sat back down with a relieved expression. Just 2 more registered disciples, and the assessment period task would be completed. Ye Feng was really looking forward to the system's beginner gift pack. "Sect Master Ye, are you still accepting disciples? I can clean toilets and carry water." "Sect Master Ye, I can cook. I can pour tea and water. I specialize in washing undergarments." At that moment, various voices emerged from the spectators on the square, full of excitement, and a long line even started forming in front of the table. Ye Feng's eyes lit up. It was like people were offering pillows to someone sleepy. In such a long line of people, picking any 2 registered disciples who looked pleasant enough shouldn't be difficult. Therefore, Ye Feng spread open the book of names, looking expectantly at the young man at the front of the line. However, before he could speak, Ye Feng heard a prompt from the system: entry motive impure, does not meet requirements, which almost made him bite his tongue. Disciples not recognized by the system, even if 100 were recruited, would be of no use and would not complete the assessment period task. And, after hearing the system's prompt, Ye Feng also thought of many things. These people did not join earlier, their attitude only changed after seeing Long Zhengquan's reaction and Jie Yulan joining. They are all fence-sitters. To put it bluntly, they might betray the sect in the future like Xiao Fengwu. Taking them in would be a hidden risk. Ye Feng sorted out his thoughts and understood that the system was also looking out for the foundation of the sect. So he looked at the first young man in line and said, "I'm sorry, but you do not meet the entry requirements of Misty Sect." "Why?" The young man's face changed dramatically, as if he were in mourning. His original intention was to join the Misty Sect so he could see Jie Yulan every day, licking her boots relentlessly, possibly becoming the Jie family's son-in-law one fine day. However, Ye Feng had unexpectedly deprived him of the chance to be a sycophant, which was totally unexpected. "There is no why." Next, Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, looking at the next person. "Hee, out of my way." The second person in line hurriedly pushed the one in front aside, looking at Ye Feng expectantly, about to say something. "You aren't suitable either." Next. "What?" In less than half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ye Feng rejected the applications of over 100 people. Most of these people were rejected for having impure motives for joining, others were turned away for various reasons. Finally, Ye Feng looked at the empty square with a speechless expression, thinking to himself, "It seems none of these people meet the criteria after all, recruiting disciples is indeed hard. Sect Master Uncle, why didn't you accept those people?" At this moment, Li Jiao asked. Ye Feng coughed and thought to himself that he clearly couldn't say those people were eliminated by the system. After a moment of thought, Ye Feng explained earnestly, "Those people had impure motives for joining. Accepting them would only bring harm to our Misty Sect." "Oh." Li Jiao's face showed a sudden understanding. Mo Ying looked at Ye Feng, nodding secretly to herself, "The sect master really has good judgment, able to discern at a glance those with impure intentions. It seems he wants to build a sect that is truly unique and solid as iron." The group waited in the square for half the day. In the end, they were so hungry they could eat a horse, yet they still failed to recruit the last 2 registered disciples. Jie Family Mansion, Council Hall. A middle-aged man with long black beard, slightly plump, sat on the main seat discussing some matters with several elders. This man was indeed Jie Yulan's father, Jie Lian. "Dad, I'm back." Jie Yulan's voice was loud. "Ah, my precious daughter is back." Jie Lian picked up his teacup and took a light sip. But the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him and the several elders. Jie Yulan was seen stepping on a 2-meter-wide pink bird, gliding gracefully through the grand entrance and into the council hall. Upon a closer look, Jie Lian realized that the bird was actually made up of countless overlapped pink petals, which looked very familiar. PFF. Jie Lian was so shocked that he spat out his tea, stammering, Your falling blossoms in profusion has reached major achievement." "Just a bit shy of major achievement, but it should be very soon," Jie Yulan said with a slightly smug smile. With a thought, the bird at her feet scattered into countless petals and quickly vanished, while she landed steadily on the ground. "How did you manage this?" Jie Lian immediately put down his teacup, asking excitedly, while the several elders were also gaping in astonishment, wide enough to fit a fist. They were all elders of the Jie family, truly high-ranking members of the family, and they all knew about falling blossoms in profusion, the second-grade spell passed down through the family. Unfortunately, the spell was incomplete. Even they could only achieve beginner level. But now, a 17-year-old girl had managed to almost reach major achievement. How could they not be shocked? Sect Master Ye from Misty Sect taught me, and before he did, he only saw me cast it once. Jia Yulan revealed the reason. If he could teach you to this extent after just one viewing, could this Sect Master Ye be a divine being? Jia Lian and the several elders were visibly astonished. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 21. Brother Flathead takes on heaven and earth. Whether Sect Master Ye is a divine being or not, I'm not sure, but he is absolutely top-notch when it comes to teaching spells. With her hands forming seals, countless pink petals materialized around Jia Yulan, which under her control, overlapped into various shapes with great flexibility. Indeed, she's approaching major achievement. Jia Lian was once again astonished. Right, the Misty Sect. Could it be the lesser sect located over a dozen miles east of the city on Misty Peak? Precisely, Jia Yulan nodded. Jia Lian and the several elders exchanged incredulous looks. It is said that Sect Master Ye is the old sect leader's junior brother who vanished many years ago. Outside rumors claimed this person had no cultivation level. Unexpectedly, he excels in teaching spells. Daughter, lead the way, your father will personally pay a visit. Having said this, Jia Lian prepared to act. Father, there's no hurry today. I'll be reporting to Misty Peak tomorrow, and if you happen to be free, you can come along, Jia Yulan suggested. Reporting. Report what exactly? Jia Lian suddenly felt an ominous sense that his prized cabbage had been ruined by a pig. I have already joined the Misty Sect. Starting from tomorrow, of course, I will be cultivating at Misty Peak, confessed Jia Yulan. Jia Yulan knew some things couldn't be kept secret, besides, she had come back to announce this very news. How? How could you join such a lower-ranked sect? Lamented Jia Lian, the corner of his mouth twitching. As the head of the Jia family, a 9th-level Qi refinement expert, he was well aware of all the forces surrounding White Float City, and of course, he knew the situation of the Misty Sect. To his knowledge, the Misty Sect was nearly disbanded. A lower-ranked sect that had developed over so many years was so poor they couldn't even afford to fix their gate, and many disciples had fled out of hunger. For his cherished daughter to cultivate in such a sect, wouldn't that be suffering? Sect Master Ye Feng is certainly no ordinary person. As a spell master, why can't I join the Misty Sect? Jia Yulan cajoled. You will be the death of me. Jia Lian huffed. But then, he considered that since Ye Feng had been able to teach the falling blooms in profusion, he probably wasn't a swindler. Thus, he amended his approach. Given the circumstances, we shall visit in person tomorrow. If the Misty Sect isn't to my liking, you must quit the Misty Sect, he said. I won't quit. Jia Yulan huffed, stepping onto a bird-shaped formation of petals and lightly flew away from the council hall. Daughter, come back. Jia Lian quickly followed after her, leaving the elders exchanging glances. 100 Sects Plaza. Sect Master Ye and his companions clutched their stomachs, all feeling hungry, and upon seeing the scorching midday sun, they began to entertain the thought of returning home. Pack up, pack up. Unable to bear it any longer, Ye Feng, accompanied by Shi Lei and the others, found a restaurant to satiate their hunger and thirst. After leaving the city, they flew directly back to Misty Peak on their swords. There were over a dozen miles from the eastern city gate to Misty Peak, with a swamp in between. At this moment, the sun blazed in the sky. The weight of 6 people plus a little white fox on the breeze riding sword was so heavy that it could only fly at a leisurely pace, casting a slowly moving shadow over the ground. In the marshland, on a patch of open rock, Brother Flathead, basking in the sun, noticed something briefly covered the sun. Although it was just a moment, he sensed it and opened his eyes in anger. Looking up, it just so happened to see Ye Feng and the group flying above. Roar! Brother Flathead, enraged, chased after them through the dense forest. Ye Feng and his group remained unaware of Brother Flathead below and continued flying at their leisurely pace. Shortly after, they landed on the peak. "Look, this is our Misty Sect's mountain gate. Doesn't it have an imposing presence?" Ye Feng stood at the front, speaking with drama and passion. Long Tianxing looked at the dilapidated walls and the courtyard that was in ruins. Even the gate was kicked to pieces and lay in the bushes, and his face immediately took on a bizarre expression. Yes, indeed. How imposing! Long Tianxing praised with a conscience that was less than clear. Cough cough. Now that we have spirit stones, in due time we will begin a full renovation of the sect, and by then, everyone will have a fine bedroom of their own. Ye Feng slapped his chest in assurance. Currently, Misty Sect had a total of more than 200 lower-grade spirit stones, surpassing the amount when the sect was founded. With just 10 of them, they could be exchanged for 10 taels of gold, enough to refurbish the entire Misty Sect. Ah, okay. Long Tianxing didn't mean to disparage it but felt that the entrance of Misty Sect was somewhat shabby, quite a bit different from what he imagined. Let's go inside and settle down for now, Ye Feng suggested. But before he had finished speaking, the little white fox lying in Li Jiao's arms suddenly woke up with a start, baring its teeth and snarling down the path, with its fur standing on end and a ferocious look on its face. There's a strong demonic aura approaching. Mo Ying, with the highest cultivation level, quickly sensed the anomaly and pointed down the mountain road. The group walked over. They saw a wild beast, over a meter long with white fur on top and black underneath, climbing rapidly up the mountain. Roar! Brother Flathead roared angrily at the people at the peak, with an air of "I'm gonna tear you apart." Good heavens! It's actually Brother Flathead. Ye Feng was taken aback. Legend had it that these creatures feared neither heaven nor earth and never held a grudge overnight, always settling their scores on the same day they were wronged. But we didn't provoke it. Ye Feng scratched his head, looking perplexed. Everyone, be careful. That's a high-rank demon soldier level mysterious demonic beast of unknown origin. It might be capable of going toe-to-toe with a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. Mo Ying pinched a spell and prepared for combat. If it were a human cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, even wielding a lower grade spiritual artifact like the breeze riding sword, she would not dare to confront it. But as it was just a demonic beast, a fight was possible. Lower rank demonic beasts rarely used spells and relied on brute strength and physical advantages in combat, which made them rather inflexible. A demonic beast attacking our sect entrance. Long Tianxing didn't know what to say. This was his first day as a beginner, and he had already encountered a sect crisis, truly an indescribable situation. Wow! Brother Flathead kept howling with a face full of hatred, as if it held deep grudges against Ye Feng and his group. Sect Master Uncle, what should we do? Li Jiao exclaimed in alarm. She constantly soothed the little white fox in her arms, hoping it wouldn't be frightened. The demonic beast is approaching fiercely, everyone, get ready for combat. Ye Feng picked up a broken gate plank from the ground, ready to use it as a weapon. Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia, Li Jiao, and Mo Ying all lined up at the forefront, beginning to cast their spells. Soon, Brother Flathead charged at them. Without a word, it pounced towards Shi Lei, the closest one. With a crack, the iron shield technique Shi Lei had cast was torn apart by its sharp claws. An explosive force erupted, throwing Shi Lei into the air, leaving him seeing stars. Big brother! Li Jiao and Huo Yunjia cried out in shock, quickly using the iron shield technique to intercept, but they too were knocked flying with a swipe of the paw. That ferocious! Ye Feng was stunned and thought to himself that the opponent was truly worthy of being Brother Flathead, fierce against the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. Chapter 22. Going up for a sliding tackle. Streaming light sword chi. At the critical moment, Mo Ying made her move. With the sword incantation in her hand, her breeze-riding sword dragged a dazzling trail of sword chi as it slashed down. There was a clang, and Brother Flathead actually rose upright, catching the flying sword with his front paws, sparks flying everywhere. Even though he was knocked back several meters, he did not fall. What powerful claws! Mo Ying was shocked. The demonic beast had great strength, and its claws were as firm as a spiritual artifact, impossible to sever. Roar! Brother Flathead, enraged by Mo Ying's action, threw the breeze-riding sword away. Dragged by its momentum, Mo Ying tumbled to the ground. Unstoppable, Brother Flathead pounced toward Ye Feng and Long Tianxing, who were still standing. His ferocious demeanor seemed to say, "I'll take you all down. Sect Leader, be careful." The others quickly shouted in warning. "Sect Leader, run!" Long Tianxing was trembling so much he was about to grab Ye Feng and flee together. "How dare you harm my disciples, take my wooden board!" Seeing his disciples beaten and scattered, Ye Feng's anger rose. Not only did he not run, but he readied himself to attack. Holding an old wooden door, he swung it like playing tennis, and with the board shattering on impact, sent Brother Flathead flying dozens of meters away, rolling down the mountain. "Ah, what?" All the disciples were stunned at the sight. Am I really that fierce?" Ye Feng was also taken aback. Ever since today's punching Long Qishan, hand-chopping Li Han's Hao, he knew his strength was formidable. That was why Ye Feng dared to make a move. However, he didn't expect his strength to be this immense, to send Brother Flathead flying dozens of meters with a wooden board. He just didn't know if his opponent was dead or not. "Sect Master Uncle, how are you so powerful? Aren't you immortal? How could you have flung that beast so far away?" Shilei, Li Jiao, and Huo Yunjia crowded around him, eyes wide, scrutinizing Ye Feng closely. "Cough cough, I'm just a bit stronger." Ye Feng didn't know how to explain. He couldn't just say that his cultivation level was now Qi Refinement 9 peaks plus, but he was unable to use his cultivation, could he? "Perhaps, the system has bugged out and added the cultivation to my physical strength." Ye Feng came up with this idea again. "Sect Leader is mighty." Long Tianxing rushed over, his handsome eyes full of admiration. Mo Ying retracted her breeze-riding sword, her face hidden behind the veil, filled with astonishment. "This sect leader. His strength seems even greater. It seems he has been playing the role of a mortal, but he had to expose some of his true power in order to save us." Mo Ying thought to herself. "Everyone, don't worry. If that demonic beast comes back, leave it to me to deal with." Ye Feng, amidst the disciples' adulation, felt not pride but a deeper sense of dull pain. Currently, his cultivation level was still Qi Refinement 9 peaks plus. If he could use his cultivation base, he might be able to sweep through sect leaders of middle-rank sects. But now, he was just a bit stronger. As for spells, he still couldn't cast them. "Luckily, I've washed my eyes and activated the spirit eyes. Tonight, I will try to cultivate the basic cultivation technique again," Ye Feng began planning. Roar! But before long, Brother Flathead, who had tumbled down the mountain, charged back up, roaring as he lunged at Ye Feng again. "He's not dead yet." Ye Feng kicked with a single swift move. Bang! Brother Flathead came fast and left just as quickly, flying backward for dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. No one knew where he had crashed. "This." Li Jiao's eyes widened in shock. "Sect Master Uncle, that demonic beast has a very hard body all over. Are your feet okay after kicking it?" Even if Ye Feng were strong, he was still flesh and blood. The demonic beast's skin was as hard as ironstone. Wouldn't his foot break from kicking it? Not just Li Jiao, Shilei and Huo Yunjia also looked over worriedly. "Ah!" Ye Feng then realized the problem. But when he moved his toes, he found no pain or itch. It seemed like there were no injuries. The strength of my body has increased too. Ye Feng was quite surprised in his heart. It seemed like a system bug had indeed occurred, transferring the strength that should have been added to his cultivation level to his physical body. Roar! Moments later, a disgruntled roar came from the bottom of the mountain as Brother Flathead quickly climbed up again, staring intently at Ye Feng, puzzled as to why this seemingly weak human youth could send it flying. Coming again. Seeing Brother Flathead's indomitable spirit, Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh, and he slid in with a tackle. Once more, Brother Flathead tumbled down the mountain. You all settle down in the sect, leave this area to me. Ye Feng waved at the disciples and stood with his hands on his hips at the entrance of the downhill path. When Brother Flathead charged up, Ye Feng went in with a flying kick. After repeating this a dozen times, Brother Flathead finally lost his energy, not daring to climb up again for quite some time. Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief and walked back to Misty Sect. By now, Long Tianxing had been settled down, temporarily sharing a room with Shi Lei and Huo Yunjia. Mo Ying was rooming with Li Jiao. As the sect leader, Ye Feng naturally stayed in his sect leader's great hall honestly, using a few small treasure boxes filled with spirit stones as pillows to prevent theft. With Brother Flathead's disturbance gone, Li Jiao began to cook food in the kitchen using the grains they had bought the day before. As a girl from a small mountain village, Li Jiao had done household chores every day since she was young. Her cooking skills were definitely among the best in Misty Sect. After eating, Ye Feng took out a bottle of spirit eye liquid and placed it in front of Long Tianxing, saying, "Tianxing, this is spirit eye liquid. It is used to wipe your eyes to expedite the opening of spirit eyes." Opening spirit eyes meant entering the foundational realm of cultivation, the gazing breath realm. Practitioners of this realm can't cast spells yet, but they can see the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, that's why it's called gazing breath. Ye Feng was currently at this realm. Strictly speaking, someone at the gazing breath realm was still immortal. Some real geniuses are born with spirit eyes and can see nature's spiritual energy. As long as they get a cultivation technique, they can start cultivating. Thank you, sect leader. But I've been able to see nature's spiritual energy since I was young, so there's no need for me to use the spirit eye liquid. Long Tianxing shook his head and said. Ye Feng was startled for a moment. But quickly, he remembered that Long Tianxing possessed blue spirit eyes, which counted as spirit eyes. Born with spirit eyes. That's the mark of a legendary genius. I even heard that having natural spirit eyes increases your cultivation speed. Hearing Long Tianxing's words, the other disciples all looked over in surprise. After all, Long Tianxing was a shy boy, and feeling the stares from his senior brothers and sisters, he embarrassingly lowered his head. Since you've already opened your spirit eyes, then let's start with cultivating a cultivation technique. Ye Feng awkwardly put the spirit eye liquid away and, after rummaging through the sect leader's great hall, he pulled out an old, air-filled book and laid it flat on the table. Chapter 23. Basic Cultivation Technique 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. This is the Misty Sect's defining cultivation technique. Ye Feng looked at the ancient tome with a solemn expression and slowly spoke. Then, he noticed something odd about the text. Sect Master Uncle, it's upside down. Li Jiao whispered a reminder. Ahem. Ye Feng subtly corrected the orientation and finally saw the ancient characters on the cover. Basic Cultivation Technique, 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. Long Tianxing blinked and said with a strange expression, Sect Leader, I remember 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan is a basic cultivation technique used throughout the Shenzhou continent. How did it become our sect's defining technique? Ye Feng's face stiffened. Of course, he had no idea that 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan was a commoner's basic cultivation technique. After all, the old sect leader had said before his seated meditation led to passing that it was the Misty Sect's defining technique and that he must take good care of it. But who knew, the old sect leader had been so unscrupulous, deceiving him even on his deathbed. It's quite normal for Sect Master Uncle not to know this, after all, no one has told you before, Li Jiao stood up and explained at this moment. Hearing her explanation, Ye Feng quickly asked, speaking of which, what are the categories of cultivation techniques? Upon hearing this, Long Tianxing's face stiffened. The sect leader himself didn't know the categories of cultivation techniques, so how could he teach his own disciples? But recalling that Ye Feng was a master in the teaching of spells, how could he not understand the classification of cultivation techniques? I understand now, the sect leader is pretending not to know so as to test his disciples' earnestness in their cultivation, Long Tianxing figured. Then Li Jiao earnestly began to explain. 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan is a cultivation technique developed by numerous ancient saints of the Shenzhou continent, including the methods of cultivation from the Qi refining realm to the peak of the void break realm. This technique allows one to cultivate the spiritual energies of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, eventually undergoing the 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan at the peak of the void break realm to instantly become a saint. Thus, it is a technique that can cultivate up to the level of an ancient saint. As for how to cultivate after becoming a saint, that we do not know. Due to the wide dissemination and ease of cultivation of 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan, and because it's suitable for our constitutions, it has been categorized as a basic cultivation technique. Nowadays, every cultivator practices this technique. However, while cultivating the basic technique 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan, one can also practice auxiliary techniques to become stronger. It's said that the Liu Yun sect, 1,000 miles from White Float City, has their own auxiliary technique, the Liu Yun technique. Once cultivated, it not only allows the spiritual energy within one's body to flow more smoothly but also provides other amplifying effects. Of course, auxiliary techniques are something only major sects possess. A sect like ours only has the basic technique 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. Li Jiao, true to being a meticulous girl, spoke in great detail, enlightening Ye Feng like a sudden epiphany. So there's so much to consider with cultivation techniques. Ye Feng suddenly nodded in realization, thinking, so it seems that 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan is like the main textbook for students, which everyone studies, whereas auxiliary techniques are like guidebooks that can make oneself stronger if studied. After hearing this, Long Tianxing felt as if he had pushed open another door of mystery and his desire to cultivate deepened. At least a star-level sect could have control of such auxiliary techniques, and within the entire White Float City, probably only the city lord would possess one. Mo Ying said with her arms crossed, still appearing somewhat aloof. The old sect leader once said that our city lord indeed possesses an auxiliary technique that can drastically increase his combat power, easily overpowering cultivators of the same level. In the entire White Float City, he is the strongest within the element gathering realm, Shi Lei joined in. If only we could get our hands on an auxiliary technique, Huo Yunjia mused longingly. With the current strength of our Misty sect, if we had an auxiliary technique, it would probably lead to our extermination if word got out. Mo Ying dashed everyone's hopes with her reality check. At her words, everyone else felt a chill. This is what they call a man is not guilty of his possessions, but having a treasure brings trouble. Ye Feng sighed, enough talk, let's start cultivating. He flipped through the 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan and exclaimed softly, this cultivation technique is actually divided into 5 major volumes: Qi refining, element gathering, spirit sea, divine origin, and void break, and right now only the first volume is available. Cultivation techniques require spirit stones to purchase, and our Misty sect is too poor. The old sect leader could only afford the first volume, said Li Jiao. Ye Feng asked, where can I buy the subsequent volumes of the technique? Li Jiao thought for a moment and then said, they are for sale at the trade associations in White Float City. It is said that you need more than 1,000 pieces to buy the second volume of 5 Qi Dynasty Yuan. That expensive? Ye Feng was taken aback. He had thought that having 200 or 300 spirit stones made the Misty sect relatively wealthy. It turned out they couldn't even afford the second volume of the technique. Cultivate diligently and find opportunities to earn spirit stones in the future to develop the sect, otherwise we'll be so poor that we can't even afford cultivation techniques. Ye Feng muttered to himself. Next, Mo Ying and the other disciples returned to their rooms to cultivate on their own. Ye Feng and Long Tianxing stayed in the sect leader's great hall, studying the 5 Qi dynasty Yuan together, understanding the recorded routes of technique circulation, key points of cultivation, and so on. This ancient tome marks some of the old sect leaders' cultivation experiences, which they could follow for practice. Sometimes, walking the path of those before you is more convenient. Sect leader, I will begin cultivating now. Long Tianxing took just an incense stick's time to finish and memorize the entire content of the first volume, then sat cross-legged on the ground, with his palms facing upward, using his spirit eyes to gaze at the sky. Ye Feng activated his spirit eyes, intending to observe how Long Tianxing cultivated first. As Long Tianxing began to cultivate, a vortex of spiritual energy at the mountain peak started to separate 5-colored spiritual energy, drawing it bit by bit into his body. Under Ye Feng's watchful eye, this aura circulated several times in Long Tianxing's meridians before finally entering the Qi Sea and condensing into a small whirl of energy. Sect leader, I've reached the first level of Qi refining. Long Tianxing opened his eyes and exclaimed with delight. Oh, that's great! Ye Feng said joyfully. After that, he began to cultivate in earnest. However, after half an hour, Ye Feng felt somewhat autistic. He had tried many times, but the surrounding spiritual energy remained motionless, beyond absorption, as if it was from a different world. With no choice, Ye Feng could only ask in his mind, System, why can't I cultivate? The host is already at Qi refining 9th level peak plus, and as long as the disciples' cultivation levels increase, the host's cultivation level can also increase without the need to recultivate, the system replied. Hearing this, Ye Feng was at a loss for words. He realized that his inability to cultivate was purely the fault of the damned system, insisting that he already had a cultivation level. But the problem was, he couldn't feel it at all. Am I destined to not live past 100 years? Ye Feng sighed deeply in his heart. Roar! At that moment, a roar came from outside the door. Ye Feng was in a foul mood, but when he heard the noise, he rushed out of the door and saw Brother Flathead standing upright, charging at him with an angry face. Ye Feng smiled and went straight for a sliding tackle. Chapter 24. The Big Brother Who Descends from the Sky. Brother Flathead was dumbfounded. It would never have imagined that its opponent would start with a sliding tackle, sending it flying into the air. Then, Ye Feng bent his knees and waist, using all his strength to leap up, punching Brother Flathead with the force of his charge and sending it shooting up dozens of meters into the sky. When it fell back down, Ye Feng repeated his previous actions, punching Brother Flathead up into the air over and over again. In the end, Brother Flathead saw stars and lay sprawled on the ground in all directions. However, its life force was still very stable, it was simply knocked unconscious and wouldn't die anytime soon. It's not dead yet. Ye Feng was speechless. It's no wonder everyone says not to mess with Brother Flathead, firstly because this kind of creature fears neither heaven nor earth, and secondly because their vitality is so tenacious that they are tough to kill. Left with no choice, Ye Feng grabbed Brother Flathead by the tail and tossed it more than 100 meters away, into a river at the base of the mountain, to be carried downstream. Now that's much better. Ye Feng washed his hands clean, went back to the sect leader's great hall, and fell fast asleep. He was completely unaware of a figure sitting cross-legged on the roof, shocked behind the black veil on her face. Mo Ying could not sleep. So she went up to the roof to enjoy the cool air, just in time to witness the entire process of Ye Feng beating Brother Flathead. Isn't his physique way too strong? Could he be the one in a million body cultivator? To beat a high-rank demon soldier level demon beast, on par with the 8th layer of Qi refinement, to such a state, has his physical strength reached the element gathering realm already? If the sect leader has the strength comparable to someone in the element gathering realm, it would be enough to establish a high-ranked sect. Mo Ying thought about it and couldn't calm her mood. She realized that the Misty sect was anything but simple. No wonder that young lady asked me to come here in hiding, it seems she knows some secrets. Mo Ying frowned slightly, leaped off the rooftop, and silently returned to her bedroom. The next morning dawned. Ye Feng stretched lazily and opened his eyes. Since he had given Brother Flathead a beating last night, it dared not attack the whole night, allowing Ye Feng to sleep well. After getting up, Ye Feng went to the courtyard. Shi Lei and Huo Yunjia were already practicing their spells, aiming to perfect Fire Cloud Palm, Wind Spirit Step, and Iron Shield technique. Li Jiaojiao was busy in the kitchen. Mo Ying sat cross-legged on the roof, forming a sword gesture with her hand, controlling the breeze-riding sword with her own breath, and practicing the first-grade spell Glittering Sword Qi. The little white fox lay on the table, still sleeping soundly. Sect Leader, good morning. Long Tianxing, carrying a bucket of water, walked from the backyard and greeted Ye Feng with a bright smile upon seeing him. You all got up pretty early. Ye Feng nodded and walked toward the backyard. Misty Peak was about 700 meters tall. The summit was roughly a few dozen meters in diameter with fairly flat terrain. In the backyard, there was a rock protruding several meters with a spring underneath that satisfied the daily water needs of the Misty sect. After washing up, Ye Feng realized breakfast wasn't ready yet. He walked outside the door, looking down below. To the west about a dozen miles lay the bustling white float city. Starting from the eastern city gate, a winding stone path passed right through the base of Misty Peak and led to other cities. Living high up does make for a broader view. Ye Feng did some light exercise and was about to go back to eat breakfast when he noticed a fight seemed to be taking place on the stone path at the foot of the mountain. After activating his spirit eyes, Ye Feng's vision became very good. With just one glance, he could see it was a pack of wolf-like demonic beasts attacking a convoy. It appeared to be a merchant group traveling from other cities to White Float City. Come and have a look. Ye Feng called out. Sect Master Uncle, what's wrong? The others were startled by Ye Feng's call and hurriedly ran out, looking in the direction Ye Feng was pointing. It's demon beasts. Mo Ying channeled spiritual energy into her eyes, greatly enhancing her vision to see the battle at the foot of the mountain clearly. There are 5 demonic beasts in total, all netherworld wolves, with 4 at the middle rank demon soldier level, equivalent to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and 1 at the high rank demon soldier level, with unclear specific strength. As for that merchant convoy, there are about 15 people, with 5 of them severely injured and lying on the ground, the rest are resisting, and the strongest one is at the 8th layer of Qi refinement but has been injured. Mo Ying immediately reported the situation. Sect Master Uncle, should we go and save them? Li Jiaojiao hastily asked. The other disciples all looked towards Ye Feng with an anxious gaze that seemed to say, Sect Leader, save them. Ye Feng was caught in a dilemma. He wasn't sure whether the merchant convoy was worth saving. After all, you can't judge a person's heart by their face, who knows if they were good or bad. He wouldn't forget the story of the farmer and the viper. But before Ye Feng could think further, he heard the relentless roar of Brother Flathead coming from the path up the mountain. The next moment, Brother Flathead leaped onto Misty Peak, stood upright, and charged angrily towards the group. The disciples were immediately startled. Such a tenacious life force! Mo Ying was the most surprised. She had seen Ye Feng beat up Brother Flathead many times. If it were any other high-rank demon soldier level monster beast, it would have been dead by now. Yet, Brother Flathead was still full of vigor. You dare to come back? Ye Feng was utterly speechless. Everyone, don't panic, watch me teach it a lesson. He charged forward in a sprint. Brother Flathead had learned his lesson and feared another sliding tackle from Ye Feng, so it immediately lay prone on the ground. Seeing this, Ye Feng leaped over Brother Flathead, grabbed its tail, and spun it around like a windmill in mid-air for over a dozen revolutions before throwing it with all his might. By coincidence, the place where Brother Flathead landed was exactly the spot where the merchant convoy was located. That was a mistake. Ye Feng's eyes widened. At this moment, on the ground, 5 wolf-like demonic beasts were surrounding the merchant convoy of just over a dozen people, their eyes filled with ferocity. Everyone form a circle and protect the injured. A burly man with an injured left arm commanded while holding a chipped long knife, gasping for breath with tiger-like vigilance in his eyes. This man was Wang Dachui, the captain of the convoy's guard squad. Behind him were 2 horse-drawn carriages. From the front one came the sound of hurried breathing. Clearly, there were people sitting inside. Brother Dachui, these are netherworld wolves, fierce and brutal. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold them off much longer, a young man covered in wounds said weakly. White Float City is only tens of miles away from here, and there are quite a few cultivation sects around. As long as we hold on, there is definitely still hope. Captain Wang Dachui roared. Defense circle! Wang Dachui shouted. The remaining 10 guards with fighting strength quickly circulated their spiritual energy and congealed a semi-transparent rock wall in front of them, forming a defense circle. At a distance of 10 meters away from them was the encirclement of the 5 netherworld wolves. The leader, radiating ghostly light and cold light in its eyes, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Woo-woo! The alpha wolf howled, and one of the thinner netherworld wolves leaped up, about to jump onto the roof of the carriage at the center of the defense circle. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A black and white figure descended from the sky, landing perfectly on the netherworld wolf that had leaped up. Bang! A muffled sound. Brother Flathead made a grand entrance, sitting on the netherworld wolf and causing it to convulse and spit out blood. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present and also subdued the remaining 4 netherworld wolves. Chapter 25. The Mighty Sect Master Yet. Wu-ao. The netherworld wolf that had been severely injured by a heavy landing still had a trace of fighting strength, waving its claws and scratching at Brother Flathead's body, but only managing to remove some fur. Although Brother Flathead wasn't injured, he was now enraged. Wah-ho! Brother Flathead stood erect and, with a wave of his claws, tore the mid-rank demon soldier-level netherworld wolf to shreds in a matter of moments. This scene scared the onlookers half to death. They had thought the netherworld wolf was tough enough, but now a more terrifying big brother had dropped from the sky. Was this the end? The faces of the merchant caravan were ashen. Wu-ao! The lead wolf, seeing its underling killed, was filled with resentment. However, upon getting a clear view of Brother Flathead's appearance, it was terrified to the point of flattening its tail against the ground, crawling backwards in a retreat that was exceptionally comical. The other netherworld wolves also retreated promptly. Brother Flathead couldn't be bothered with those netherworld wolves, who were once defeated by him, instead glaring at the people from the merchant caravan with hatred. In his view, these people looked too similar to Ye Feng, who had roughed him up, and must, therefore, be his accomplices. Consequently, he stood upright and pounced at them. Run for your lives! The people didn't have the courage to fight. This was a high-rank demon soldier-level demon beast in its prime. Though it looked unfamiliar, its combat prowess was terrifying, enough to sweep through their entire merchant caravan. You demon, cease your rampage! At this moment, a booming voice came from the sky. Whoosh! A long sword carrying 2 figures descended rapidly. One of them leapt off, delivering a flying kick in mid-air. The previously fierce Brother Flathead was kicked and sent flying, crashing through several trees before being buried under the collapsing timber. Ye Feng landed on the ground, creating 2 deep footprints. Sect Master, the demon beast is attacking again. Mo Ying, standing on the breeze riding sword, pointed to the distance and reminded him. Brother Flathead emerged, pushing aside the trees that covered him, charging furiously back into the fray. Ye Feng, not the least bit intimidated, approached and beat Brother Flathead until he was dizzy, then threw him into a nearby river, letting him float downstream. Hiss! The people of the merchant caravan who had witnessed the entire process were already dumbstruck. Creak! The sound of the carriage door opening rang out, and 3 people hastily jumped out, kneeling before Ye Feng and speaking in unison. "Thank you for saving our lives, kind stranger." Ye Feng turned to look and saw a middle-aged man with a goatee, accompanied by 2 children around the age of 12, a boy and a girl, looking very much alike, like a pair of dragon phoenix twins. "We thank the elder for saving our lives." The guards also knelt on one knee, paying their respects. If it weren't for this young man's intervention, they all feared they would have perished right there. "Please stand, everyone. There's no need for formalities. Let's speak on our feet." Ye Feng couldn't be certain of the origins of these people, but having crisis awareness, he didn't detect any immediate danger to his sect, so he assumed these people wouldn't pose a threat to himself or his sect, and his demeanor softened considerably. "We are a merchant caravan from Beacon Fire City, on our way to seek refuge in White Float City, but we encountered netherworld wolves encircling us on the road. If not for the kind stranger's help, our Ouyang family would have faced extinction," said the goateed middle-aged merchant, still visibly shaken. Mo Ying landed on the ground, retracting the breeze-riding sword, and asked with a strange expression, "The Beacon Fire City 200 li from here?" "Indeed." The goateed merchant nodded, still looking frightened. "Beacon Fire City has been unsettled lately. For the safety of these 2 children, we had no choice but to move our entire family, but who knew the road would be just as perilous?" Out of curiosity, Ye Feng asked, "What happened in Beacon Fire City?" He had heard of the place, a regular city with about 100,000 people. "Naturally, it's the work of demons causing trouble." The middle-aged merchant sighed and began to recount the tale. From his introduction, Ye Feng and Mo Ying learned that the bearded merchant was named Ouyang Hao, who had previously conducted business in Beacon Fire City, with a son and a daughter named Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu respectively. At first, Beacon Fire City had been quite safe. But recently, there had been frequent monster disturbances within the city, causing panic among its residents, with almost everyone who could moving away. Ouyang Hao's wife's family was conveniently located in White Float City, and as she was residing there at the time, Ouyang Hao decided to bring his entire family over to seek refuge. On the journey thus far, relying on the protection of the guard squad leader Wang Dachui, an 8th layer of Qi refinement cultivator, and his dozen or so guards, they had managed without incident. However, Ouyang Hao had not expected that they would be ambushed by a netherworld wolf just a dozen miles away from White Float City. Upon understanding the whole story, Ye Feng had an epiphany. "May I know the name of my benefactor, and from which sect you hail?" asked Ouyang Hao. "Ye Feng, sect leader of Misty Sect." Ye Feng casually stood with his hands clasped behind his back, doing his best to appear like a senior expert. "Misty Sect? Never heard of it." Still, this seemingly mortal benefactor had the strength to defeat a high-rank demon soldier-level demon beast, which meant his sect must be formidable. Ouyang Hao thought of many things, hurriedly pushing his 2 children in front of him and pleading, "Sect Master Ye, these 2 are my only children, both quite clever and sensible, and they have both been found to have lower-grade root bones. Might they have the honor of joining your sect?" At these words, Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. He had been so focused on rescuing them that he had almost forgotten about the discipleship request task that was yet to be completed, and he just needed 2 more people. If he accepted Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, he would have the 10 disciples needed. The newbie gift pack was also soon to be his. With this thought, Ye Feng happily agreed, "It's possible. Hurry and pay your respects to the sect leader." Upon hearing Ye Feng's consent, Ouyang Hao quickly urged his children. "We've seen the sect leader," said Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, who were even younger than Long Tianxing, appearing quite well behaved. "Sect leader, someone is coming." Mo Ying suddenly pointed in the direction of White Float City and spoke up. On the stone-paved road, two figures were approaching on horseback. One of them sported a shining bald head. It was none other than Steward Zhou Jiaqian. The other was Deputy Commander Zhou Jiake. "Brother-in-law, you've finally arrived. Was the road safe?" Zhou Jiaqian called out before he had even arrived. Afterward, he noticed Ye Feng and Mo Ying and could not help but be taken aback. Approaching, Zhou Jiaqian and Zhou Jiake saw the tattered remains of the netherworld wolf on the ground, their eyes widening as they asked in concern, "Brother-in-law, did you face danger?" Wu Yanghao, seeing the Zhou family brothers, finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Haha. Yes, we did run into danger earlier, but fortunately, Sect Master Yu of Misty Sect stepped in and repelled the monster, otherwise, you might not have seen me." "Repelled the monster? Sect Master yet?" Upon hearing this, the Zhou family brothers exchanged looks, both feeling incredulous. Ye Feng stood to the side, his expression somewhat peculiar. It was only now that he realized Wu Yanghao's wife was the sister of the Zhou family brothers. Roar! Just at that moment, a familiar roar echoed. "No good, it's that demon beast." The Zhou family brothers' faces suddenly changed, bracing themselves as if facing a great enemy. They knew that voice all too well. Just 2 nights ago, even with the brothers combining forces, they were no match for that demon beast. However, Wu Yanghao, standing nearby, was not the least bit frightened, confidently stating, "Don't worry, my 2 brothers-in-law, it's only that high-rank demon soldier level beast from earlier. With Sect Master Ye here, it will certainly be defeated." Hearing this, the Zhou family brothers suddenly felt as if their minds were having trouble keeping up. Chapter 26. Newbie Gift Pack. Roar! Brother Flathead tore through the bushes by the side of the road, leapt onto the path, stood upright, and, roaring, pounced toward Ye Feng. The Zhou family brothers initially thought Brother Flathead was charging at them, but upon closer inspection, they realized that their companion Ye Feng was the object of its enmity. "This guy, really relentless." Ye Feng swiftly stepped forward, easily dodging Brother Flathead's sharp claws, and then kicked it dozens of meters away, right into a deep pit. It fell into an underground river and was swept away, unable to return for quite some time. How is that possible?" The Zhou family brothers stood dumbfounded. "Ye Feng is just a mortal, isn't he? How could he possibly have such quick reflexes, effortlessly evading the attack of that demonic beast? What's even more terrifying is that Ye Feng actually kicked it dozens of meters away with a single kick. Is that the strength of a mortal?" The 2 brothers of the Zhou family dropped their jaws, as if they had seen a ghost. True to form, our benefactor kicked away a high-rank demon soldier level beast with one move. "My 2 children training in your Misty Sect will definitely stand out in the future," Wu Yanghao said, his face full of excitement and anticipation. "My 2 nephews joined the Misty Sect." Steward Zhou Jiaqian was flabbergasted. He had corresponded with Wu Yanghao earlier, saying that once they arrived at White Float City, he would introduce his 2 nephews to a high-ranked sect. But Wu Yanghao had actually let these 2 nephews join the Misty Sect. "What, is that a problem?" Wu Yanghao noticed that Zhou Jiaqian's expression was a bit off and asked curiously. "Of course not, it's entirely up to my brother-in-law," said Steward Zhou Jiaqian, nodding repeatedly. If it had been before, he definitely wouldn't have been happy about his nephews joining a low-ranked sect like Misty Sect. But over the last few days, Misty Sect's reputation had grown more and more. Especially after watching Ye Feng effortlessly deal with Brother Flathead, Zhou Jiaqian's view of Misty Sect had completely changed. His nephews joining here didn't seem any worse than them entering a high-ranked sect. "Let's not talk about that for now. Sect Master Ye saved our Wu Yang family, so he should be invited into the city for a feast as thanks," said Wu Yanghao as he patted his chest with a "I'm treating" stance. "There's no need for a feast, I need to first take them back to the sect for registration," Ye Feng said, pointing at Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, looking somewhat anxious. Seeing that the assessment period task was about to be completed, where would he have time for a feast? It would be more prudent to first register their information and receive the newcomer's gift package. How about this, Sect Master Ye? You first take the two nephews back to Misty Peak for registration, and I will escort my brother-in-law back to the city. Tonight, I will host a banquet on behalf of the Zhou family for the entire Misty sect. Someone will come to fetch your sect's members this afternoon, suggested steward Zhou Jiaqian, offering a compromise. I have no problem with that. Since it was in the evening and there was no time conflict, Ye Feng readily agreed. All right then, nodded Ouyang Hao. In that case, I shall take my leave first, said Ye Feng, bowing to everyone, then leaped onto the breeze-riding sword released by Mo Ying, taking Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu with him as they soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Brother-in-law, let's head back to the city. Big Sis has been fretful these past few days, wanting to see you, said Zhou Jiaqian. First, tend to the wounded, and then we'll set off. Ouyang Hao, considerate of his subordinates, ordered a brief respite on the spot before embarking. Atop Misty Peak. Li Jiaojiao stood on the edge of the cliff, looking out expectantly. Seeing Ye Feng and Mo Ying return, her eyes lit up and she asked curiously. Sect Master Uncle, you've finally returned. Who are these two little brothers and little sister? Ye Feng spoke happily, these are Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu. From now on, they will be the 10th and 11th disciples of our section. He hastily pulled the siblings to the sect leader's great hall, took out the book of names, and registered them with the utmost speed. As the sect leader's seal was stamped down, a strange sensation washed over his heart. Ding! Received registered disciple Ouyang Feng, lower grade spiritual roots, currently without cultivation. Ding! Received registered disciple Ouyang Yu, lower grade spiritual roots, currently without cultivation. The system's promotion sound chimed in. Ye Feng found that the progress bar for the assessment period task rose to 99% but did not reach 100%. Just as he was at his wit's end, he heard the system's voice again. Congratulations to the host for recruiting 10 disciples within 7 days, including 3 outer sect disciples and 7 registered disciples, with the highest cultivation among them having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, exceeding the task requirements. As the voice faded, the progress bar instantly hit 100%. Congratulations to the host for completing the assessment period task, the system is now permanently bound and cannot be changed. Ding! Identity updated, congratulations to the host for becoming the owner of the strongest sect leader system. The newbie gift pack will now be settled, and since the host has exceeded the task requirements, the quality of the gift pack has been improved, please check the rewards carefully. As the system's voice sounded again, Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised to find several lines of light blue text appearing before his eyes. Lower grade cultivation Qi pills times 10. Sect storage space times 10 cubic meters. First grade spell all-dimensional spiritual perception. Auxiliary cultivation method the second Qi C upper volume. Lower grade spiritual artifact, the spirit origin clock. A total of 5 rewards. Ye Feng became excited and said to the other disciples, you guys show the 2 junior brothers and sisters around to get familiar with the surroundings, I have some matters to attend to. Having said that, he closed the door of the sect leader's great hall. After some exploration, Ye Feng discovered that as soon as his consciousness touched those words in his line of sight, corresponding information immediately flowed to him. Lower grade cultivation Qi pill, an elixir used to enhance cultivation, suitable for use in the Qi refining realm. So it's an elixir for increasing one's cultivation, looks to be quite good. Ye Feng was somewhat pleased. In the Shenzhou continent, elixirs and cultivation levels corresponded to each other, and they were named Qi pill, origin pill, spirit pill, divine elixir, void pill, and saint pill, and each grade was further divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade. Lower grade cultivation chi pills were the lowest grade elixir, but the price was not cheap, as one pill could sell for at least 5 lower grade spirit stones. Ye Feng continued to read on. Sect storage space, system attached, absolutely hidden and secure, items can be stored or retrieved at any time, with an initial space of 10 cubic meters. Seeing this, Ye Feng realized he could connect with a completely enclosed dimensional space, which wasn't very large, with its length, width, and height measuring 2 meters, 2 meters, and 2.5 meters respectively, for a total volume of exactly 10 cubic meters. It seems this is the sect storage space, also commonly known as the system space, Ye Feng said to himself. His consciousness peered into the sect storage space and found that it contained 10 thumb-sized white pills, clearly the lower grade cultivation chi pills. Besides that, there were 2 ancient texts and an ancient bronze clock the size of a teacup. The rest must be the first grade spell all-dimensional spiritual perception, the auxiliary cultivation method, the second chi si upper volume, and the lower grade spiritual artifact, the spirit origin clock, Ye Feng deduced quietly to himself. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, his focus entirely on the ancient book titled The Second Chi Si Upper Volume. Wait a second. It's actually an auxiliary cultivation method, not a spell. I misread it just now, Ye Feng gasped. If it truly were an auxiliary cultivation method, then the value of the newbie gift pack was frightening indeed. It was said that an auxiliary cultivation method started at a minimum of 1,000 lower grade spirit stones and were so valuable they were virtually impossible to buy. With an excited heart, Ye Feng opened the introduction to the second Chi Si upper volume. The string of text slowly unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 27. Jilian's Visit. Ye Feng saw the introduction. The second Chi Si upper volume, an auxiliary cultivation method created by a mysterious person. After cultivation, it creates an auxiliary Chi Si above the original one, allowing the practitioner to store more spiritual energy than other cultivators of the same level. There was a long string of introduction following that, and Ye Feng read every word until he finally rubbed his temples. It turns out to be an auxiliary cultivation method that increases capacity. It seems not very powerful. But, having more spiritual energy storage allows casting more spells, sustaining longer in battle. Moreover, after cultivating the second Chi Si, it doesn't make the cultivation bottleneck harder. Overall, this auxiliary cultivation method is pretty good. However, the second Chi Si one have now is only the upper volume. Once cultivated, it will allow the second Chi Si to expand to 1/3 of the capacity of my own Chi Si, which is equivalent to a small increase in realm. Based on the introduction above, this auxiliary cultivation method is divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. If cultivated to the lower volume, the capacity of the second Chi Si can be equal to the original Chi Si. In total, that would double the overall capacity of the Chi Si, which is quite impressive. Ye Feng digested this information, his eyes shining with anticipation to acquire the complete second Chi Si to further expand his Chi Si capacity. Next, Ye Feng looked at the spell called All-Dimensional Spiritual Perception. All-Dimensional Spiritual Perception, a first-grade spell related to perception. Once cultivated, it releases spiritual energy outward, like a spherical film expanding outwards, mapping the scenes encountered into the mind. The introduction to this spell wasn't too long, just a few hundred characters, which Ye Feng read swiftly. With the cultivation level of Qi refinement first grade when casting this spell, I can perceive everything within a radius of 10 meters, even through walls, which is quite remarkable. The higher the proficiency, the more detailed the perception. As for the range of perception, it can increase with the advancement of cultivation level. Ye Feng processed the introduction of this spell, thinking to himself that it was truly a premium product from the system. Ultimately, he focused his attention on the lower grade spiritual artifact, the spirit origin clock. With a mere thought, The spirit origin clock appeared in the palm of Ye Feng. It looked ancient, as if made from bronze, only as tall as a teacup, and not very heavy. Somehow, Ye Feng found he had formed a special connection with the spirit origin clock, as if he could control it at will, which felt very strange to him. Spirit origin clock, lower grade spiritual artifact, can suppress any existence below the element gathering realm. Engraved with a spirit attracting formation, it can automatically absorb nature's spiritual energy to replenish its losses. Bound to, Ye Feng. Note, has the trustee function, where the bound user can temporarily designate a trustee to use this item. After digesting the information about the spirit origin clock, Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had always been troubled by his inability to use his cultivation, to the extent that he couldn't even use a flying sword. But now it was different. Even if he couldn't wield his own cultivation, he could still activate the spirit origin clock. Following that, Ye Feng began to familiarize himself with operating this lower-grade spiritual artifact. Outside the sect leader's great hall, Shi Lei was walking through the grounds of the Misty Sect with Yu Yang Feng and Yu Yang Yu, introducing the people and things around them, and the group gradually became more familiar. At this moment, 10 miles away, Jilian and Jia Yulan left the eastern city gate. "My daughter, today I will thoroughly inspect the Misty Sect. If it does not satisfy me, you must withdraw." Jilian spoke sternly. He took out a bamboo leaf-shaped spiritual artifact from his robe and placed it on the ground. It quickly swelled into a huge bamboo leaf 1 meter wide and 7 meters long, floating half a foot above the ground. "It's the lower-grade flying spirit artifact bamboo leaf boat. Are these people from the Jia family who are cultivators? It is said that the bamboo leaf boat costs 150 lower-grade spirit stones, beyond the means of common folks. Although it's a bit green, I would like to try it out too." Under the admiring gazes of onlookers, Jilian, along with Jia Yulan, Xia He, and Chuju, boarded the bamboo leaf boat and smoothly flew toward Misty Peak. Misty Peak. Ye Feng opened the door to the sect leader's great hall. He had learned how to use the spirit origin clock, and at the same time, absorbed the cultivation methods of the second Qi upper volume and all-dimensional spiritual perception. As for the cultivation techniques and spells that were system rewards, he could understand them at first glance, but was useless when he tried to learn them. Even so, with the knowledge in his mind, teaching his sect's disciples to cultivate posed no difficulty whatsoever. Clap clap clap. Ye Feng stood in the courtyard, clapped his hands, and summoned all the disciples of the sect. Second Qi is an auxiliary cultivation method, too important to teach now, must wait until the sect is stronger, otherwise, it could bring about a calamity that would lead to the sect's destruction. Whereas all-dimensional spiritual perception is just a first-grade spell, which could be directly taught to the disciples without worrying about safety. "Sect Master Uncle, what's the matter?" Li Jiao was the first to run out, followed closely by the other disciples, curiously looking at Ye Feng. "I have here." Ye Feng was just about to take out the ancient book that recorded all-dimensional spiritual perception when he heard a strong and deep voice coming from outside. "Sect Master Ye, I am Jilian, head of the Jia family, coming to pay a visit with my daughter Jia Yulan." No sooner had the voice fallen than Ye Feng saw a huge bamboo leaf descend from the sky and land on the empty space outside the gate. "Even Jia Yulan's father has come." Ye Feng was surprised and led the disciples out the gate, seeing the 4 people standing outside. "This must be Sect Master Ye. Truly young and talented. I am Yulan's father, Jilian." Jilian complimented Ye Feng upon seeing him. But in his heart, he secretly thought, Ye Feng is just as the rumors say, merely a mortal. "It seems my daughter cannot stay here, lest it delay her future. So you are the head of the Jia family, what an honor to meet you." Ye Feng's response was somewhat perfunctory. It wasn't that he had anything against Jilian, but he heard the familiar roar of defiance coming up the mountain, which gave him a faint sense of pain. Brother Flathead had come again to take a beating. A high-rank demon soldier-level demon beast has descended. Julian felt a powerful demonic aura approaching from behind and immediately conjured a hemispherical shield with a diameter of 3 meters around him, protecting himself, and Jiayulan, Xiaoyi, and Chuju. Given the strength of Misty Sect, they definitely can't beat a high-rank demon soldier-level beast. Soon, Ye Feng will surely beg for my help. Then, I can use this as an excuse to say that Misty Sect can't ensure my daughter's safety, and have her leave Misty Sect. In the span of a few breaths, Julian had already concocted a clever plan. The next moment, Brother Flathead arrived. It was the same old move, standing upright, charging at Ye Feng with bared fangs and claws. Where it passed, the knee-high grass was pressed down by the powerful demonic aura, showing how furious Brother Flathead was. Such a strong demonic aura! Julian's eyes flickered, feeling that he could only go 50-50 against Brother Flathead. He was somewhat worried and was about to tell Ye Feng to flee. But when he turned around, Julian saw Ye Feng and the disciples of Misty Sect looking impatient, not afraid in the slightest. What kind of expression is that? Julian was confused. Ye Feng saw the look on Julian's face and his actions and thought he was afraid, so he calmly said, "Head of the Jia family, no need to worry, this demon beast is not strong, I can kick it away with one foot." With that, Ye Feng stepped forward and delivered a kick. Brother Flathead rolled down the mountain for the nth time, and no one knew if he would come back like Grey Wolf next time. This. Julian watched the scene, and his eyes nearly popped out, his hand-forming gestures trembling. Chapter 28. Change of attitude. After kicking the pitiful Brother Flathead down the mountain, Ye Feng turned around, a sunny expression on his face as he looked at Julian and said, "It's all settled now, the Jia family head can retract the shield, keeping it up all the time, what a waste of spiritual power." Upon hearing this, Julian's mouth twitched. It seemed his action of deploying the shield was mistaken by Ye Feng for fear, which was embarrassingly humiliating. But recalling how Ye Feng dealt with Brother Flathead, Julian's complexion changed abruptly, and he thought to himself. Ye Feng's movements seemed effortless, yet he precisely avoided the demonic beast's attack, his physique so strong he could crush a high-rank demon soldier, truly terrifying. It turns out, I was the one who misjudged. It seems that my daughter staying in the Misty Sect is also a very good choice. With that thought, Julian was secretly relieved that he hadn't yet mentioned anything about his daughter leaving the Misty Sect. As long as he didn't say it, it was as if the matter didn't exist. Therefore, Julian immediately withdrew the shield and cupped his hands towards Ye Feng, saying, "Sect Master Ye is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. It's a fortunate thing for my daughter to have joined the Misty Sect." Upon hearing this, Jia Yulan blinked with an odd expression and said, "Dad, I remember before coming here, you were telling me to leave the Misty Sect." Julian glared and said, "Nonsense." Perhaps feeling somewhat guilty, Julian pointed towards White Float City and said, "It was your grandfather who said that. In truth, as a father, I've always supported your joining the Misty Sect, otherwise why would I personally come to visit today?" "What?" Jia Yulan was stunned by Julian's buck-passing tactic and didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing the father and daughter staring at each other with wide eyes, Ye Feng could guess the reason, but he just smiled and didn't expose it. "Now that everyone's here, let's enter and have a chat." Ye Feng suddenly spoke up. Seizing the opportunity, Julian no longer contended with Jia Yulan and followed the flow into the Misty Sect. Bang! Although the gate had been kicked to ruins, some planks were still connected to the frame. Just as Julian stepped over the threshold, a rotten plank happened to fall down, hitting him on the head. Despite being at the 9th level of Qi refinement and having a strong physique, Julian wasn't hurt but ended up covered in dust. This gate. Only then did Julian realize that the grand entrance to the Misty Sect was gone, and even the courtyard inside was dilapidated, comparable to a broken-down roadside temple. Ye Feng's face filled with embarrassment, and he coughed and said, "The Jia family head need not worry, these past few days, I've been busy recruiting new disciples. In time, the courtyard will be renovated, ensuring every disciple has their own bedroom. It's no trouble at all, the harsher the environment, the better to temper one's will. My daughter training here will surely accelerate her cultivation progress." Jia Lian spoke against his conscience. If it weren't for Ye Feng demonstrating his astonishing power, Jia Lian would have run off with Jia Yulan without a second word upon seeing such run-down surroundings. "Does your sect have a water source at the mountaintop?" Jia Lian asked at this moment. "The Jia family head need not worry, we do have a water source here, and it flows throughout the year." Ye Feng led the group around the sect leader's great hall to the backyard. In the center, there was a rock several meters high with a spring eye right below, forming a pond-like body of water about a foot deep, conveniently providing water. As for the surroundings, they were encircled by dilapidated thatched huts, except for one that was a combination kitchen and latrine, the rest served as the disciples' bedrooms. This environment. Jia Lian was at a loss for words. In his view, the Misty Sect's ramshackle buildings weren't much different from an average farmer's courtyard. At most, the difference was that a farmer's courtyard is on flat ground while the Misty Sect is located at the mountaintop. The water is indeed cool and sweet, but I have no idea where it comes from. Jia Lian scooped up some water from the spring's eye with his hands and took a sip, finding it quite satisfactory, a small consolation. Ye Feng glanced at the time and noticed it was almost noon. He then said, "It's getting late. Let's all sit down and have a meal." "Oh, there's really no need." Jia Lian shook his head repeatedly. He was accustomed to exotic delicacies, even the greens he ate were soaked in spiritual spring water, how could he possibly enjoy the simple meals of the Misty Sect? But then Jia Lian had a second thought, changed his mind, and said, "Still, let's have a taste. After all, just one bite should be swallowable." Jia Lian silently mused. Before long, Li Jiao had finished preparing the meal, setting a table in the sect leader's great hall. "Hey, this tastes pretty good." Jia Lian took a bite of the greens and found that they were not bad, perhaps because they were washed with the water from the backyard spring. "The environment here is a bit lacking, but the food is all right. It won't be too hard for my daughter to stay here. The main thing is, she can learn skills from Sect Master Ye," Jia Lian thought to himself. The thought that Ye Feng could even teach an incomplete Falling Blooms in Profusion spell made Jia Lian quite eager. He asked, "Sect Master Ye, I heard you could teach the incomplete second-grade spell Falling Blooms in Profusion, could you perhaps teach me as well?" Seeing Ye Feng's hesitation, Jia Lian switched to money-spending mode and said, "It won't be a free lesson. As long as Sect Master Ye teaches me, the Jia family will cover the renovation costs for the Misty Sect." Jia Lian had already estimated that renovating the Misty Sect would cost about 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Even if it were several times more, the Jia family could afford it. Ye Feng and all the disciples looked at Jia Lian in surprise, even Jia Yulan found it unbelievable. After some thought, Ye Feng said, "There's no need for the Jia family head to spend the money, but I do have one condition." "Please, speak freely." "I want to be able to teach the Falling Blooms in Profusion spell to the disciples of the Misty Sect as well." Jia Lian hesitated for a moment, then said, "To tell you the truth, although Falling Blooms in Profusion is a spell passed down by our Jia family, it is an incomplete version and cannot be practiced to the point of minor achievement. Sect Master Ye, with your extraordinary insight, has deduced the remaining parts, so of course, you can teach it freely. Moreover, for this, I owe you my thanks." "I see." Ye Feng showed a look of sudden realization. He had asked this only because he didn't want the disciples of the Misty Sect to be targeted by members of the Jia family when they used Falling Blooms in Profusion in the future. Now that even the head of the Jia family felt it was fine, Ye Feng had no concerns. After the meal, Ye Feng drew a new diagram of the meridian circulation and pointed at several areas, saying, "Yesterday was too hasty, I missed a few key points. Now that they have been filled in, follow this for cultivation, and reaching major achievement won't be a problem, but to reach perfection, you'll still need to wait for me to ponder on it further." Ye Feng didn't want to reveal too much, so he didn't draw it all out. "Thank you, Sect Master Yat. Tomorrow I will send craftsmen to the Misty Sect to assist you with the renovation, farewell." Having obtained a more complete meridian circulation diagram, Jilian lost all interest in lingering for food. He stepped onto his bamboo leaf boat, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of sight. "Dad!" Jiyulan rolled her eyes in frustration as Jilian simply ran off. But she soon cheered up. Because at last, she could officially stay and cultivate at the Misty Sect. Ye Feng, on the other hand, was looking at the bamboo leaf boat with a face full of envy. Chapter 29. Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, Danger in the Skies. This is a lower-grade flying spirit artifact bamboo leaf boat, priced at 150 lower-grade spirit stones, Mo Ying said out of the blue, seeing the expression on Ye Feng's face. "That expensive?" Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. "The price for a lower-grade spiritual artifact is over 100 spirit stones and isn't cheap," Mo Ying explained. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng looked at Mo Ying as if he had discovered a new world, widening his eyes in surprise. He remembered that when Mo Ying had joined the Misty Sect, she first paid 100 lower-grade spirit stones as the beginner's fee. Moreover, Mo Ying also had a lower-grade spiritual artifact, the breeze-riding sword. She was quite wealthy. "Don't look at me, I'm broke now." How could Mo Ying not guess what Ye Feng was thinking? She crossed her arms, turned around, and jumped onto the roof to start cultivating. "Who was that just now?" At that moment, Jiyulan pointed to the rooftop and asked. "Her name is Mo Ying, she is your fourth senior sister," Ye Feng said, pointing at the others, introducing them one by one. Before long, Jiyulan, Xiaoyi, and Chuju had started to integrate into the Misty Sect. The current Misty Sect was too run down, and although the peak had a total area of 10 acres, the built area was relatively small and couldn't accommodate that many people. Therefore, the 6 female disciples Jiyulan, Xiaoyi, Chuju, Mo Ying, Li Jiaojiao, and Yu Yang Yu had to squeeze in together for the time being. As for Shilei, Huo Yunjia, Long Tianxing, and Yu Yang Feng, even though they were also squished into one room, it was much more spacious. "It looks like I need to finish the design drawing today, replan the sect and leave some vacant land." Thinking this, Ye Feng jumped onto the rooftop. Mo Ying was coincidentally sitting cross-legged there and, startled by the sudden presence of someone beside her, instantly drew her sword. "What are you doing?" Ye Feng asked innocently, hearing the grating sound of the sword being drawn and looking at Mo Ying, as well as the breeze-riding sword she was holding. Realizing that she had overreacted, Mo Ying's face turned embarrassed, but thankfully, the black veil hid it, and Ye Feng couldn't see. She quickly said, "I am getting ready to practice sword techniques." "That's perfect, take me for a ride," Ye Feng pointed down. "I am planning to draw a map of the peak and replan a bit, I need to rise above to see the terrain." "Oh!" Mo Ying tossed her sword, making it levitate above the rooftop, and brought Ye Feng aboard, gradually flying to a spot several dozen meters above the peak. Truly worthy of the sword control technique. Long Tianxing, standing in the courtyard, looked up at Ye Feng and Mo Ying with envy. This is indeed the sword control technique, and it's a major achievement. Jiyulan came over, looking at the two in the sky, and said softly. "Seventh junior sister, can I learn it?" Long Tianxing asked with hope. Upon hearing this title, Jiyulan nearly laughed out loud. "I joined the sect after you, you should call me junior sister." Long Tianxing scratched his head, thinking to himself that she was several years older than him. How could he dare call her junior sister? "Sure, junior sister." Although Long Tianxing was reluctant, he was honest, and added, "Then how should I cultivate the sword control technique?" Jia Yulan, looking at the sky, explained. Actually, the sword control technique is just a general term. As long as you cultivate any spell related to swords, you can fly with a sword, but it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Long Tianxing showed a sudden realization and asked, "What if I don't have the relevant spells or a flying sword?" "Then you're out of luck," Jia Yulan said. "But what if I want to fly?" Long Tianxing asked. Jia Yulan smiled sweetly, "There are many ways to fly, aside from the sword control technique, you can also ride on flying spirit artifacts or use a flight spell." As she said this, Jia Yulan made hand seals and cast a nearly major achievement, falling petals in profusion, causing countless beautiful pink petals to appear, rapidly forming into a bird with a 2-meter wingspan. Jia Yulan hopped onto the bird's back end, flashing Long Tianxing a charming smile, said, "This is a flight spell. However, it drains a lot of spiritual power, so it's only suitable for short-distance flight." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already flown up into the sky. "So awesome!" Long Tianxing watched Jia Yulan soaring into the sky, her blue pupils filled with envy. In mid-air, Ye Feng was holding a piece of paper and a pen, carefully drawing a map of the top of Misty Peak. His movements were fast. By the time Jia Yulan reached mid-air, he had already finished drawing. Ye Feng was startled to see Jia Yulan high in the air and loudly reminded her, "Your falling blooms in profusion spell isn't yet fully mastered. There are flaws. Although you can fly, it consumes spiritual energy very quickly. It's too dangerous high up there, come back quickly." Jia Yulan laughed and said, "No problem, I can hold on." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from a distance. The map in Ye Feng's hands was torn by the wind, half of it was left in his hands, while the other half flew away into the distance. "Sect Leader, don't worry, I'll get it back for you." Jia Yulan controlled the petal bird to chase after it, and it wasn't long before she caught the other half of the map and was about to return. But at that moment, Mo Ying sensed a demonic aura approaching from the sky and exclaimed in alarm, "Danger!" Just as her voice fell, Mo Ying spotted a giant eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters flapping towards them. She used her spirit eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "It's a middle-rank demon soldier level Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, hurry back to the peak." But her warning was already too late. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle closed the distance to Jia Yulan in an instant. Its huge and sharp claws easily tore through the petal bird. At the same time, the burst of energy caused Jia Yulan to whimper, her mouth bleeding from the impact. She couldn't continue to use falling blooms in profusion, and her figure, uncontrollable, began to fall from a height of over 700 meters. "Quick, save her!" Ye Feng screamed. Mo Ying, without a word, moved quickly. She used her flying sword to carry Ye Feng, speeding through the sky towards Jia Yulan. "Ah, this is bad!" Long Tianxing saw this scene and let out a shriek. "It's the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle!" Shi Lei, Huo Yunjia and the other disciples also burst out of their rooms just in time to see the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle return, diving towards Jia Yulan. Xia He, Chuju, and the others had already been frightened into a panic, their eyes filled with worry and fear. "Monster, how dare you attack a disciple of the Misty Sect?" Ye Feng patted Mo Ying's shoulder, jumped from the breeze riding sword, mounted the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, and punched it, sending it howling in pain and falling towards the ground. "Save Jia Yulan first!" Ye Feng shouted, stopping Mo Ying who was about to rush to his aid. Hearing this, Mo Ying decisively sped up, caught the falling Jia Yulan, and turned back, only to see that Ye Feng had already grabbed onto the neck of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, plummeting down with it. "Sect Leader, be careful!" The disciples, seeing this ordeal, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Falling from such a height could be fatal unless one was as lucky as Brother Flathead. Fourth senior sister, quickly save the sect leader. Jia Yulan coughed up a mouthful of blood, frantically speaking to Mo Ying. At this moment, the wind was very strong. Mo Ying's veil was lifted by the wind, revealing a face as if corroded by poison fumes, giving Jia Yulan quite a shock. Although Mo Ying heard the exclamations beside her, she ignored them, instead speeding up her drop and chasing after Ye Feng, who was falling rapidly with the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. Chapter 30. A Flying Mount. Don't worry about me. Ye Feng firmly gripped the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle's neck with his legs and found that he had actually knocked the creature unconscious with a single punch, which was why it couldn't keep flying. Wake up! Ye Feng pried open the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle's eyelids and blew into its eyes repeatedly, trying to wake it up. Moments later, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle realized it was plummeting towards the ground at a high speed, its pupils dilated in shock, and it began to flap its wings frantically, taking to the skies once more. Whew! The disciples all breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Although they had witnessed Ye Feng's formidable strength, they couldn't guarantee that he would come out unscathed if he fell from such a height. However, they noticed another problem. Look, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle is flying away from White Float City. If it reaches those dangerous areas, we could encounter demon generals as powerful as those in the element gathering realm. Shi Lei pointed towards the distant skies, his face filled with concern. Junior sister Mo Ying has gone after it. She should make it in time. Huo Yunjia pointed to the sky, and as everyone looked, they saw Mo Ying, with Jia Yulan, still in shock, flying after the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle on her sword at increased speed. At that moment, Ye Feng clamped his legs tighter, and the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, in pain, flew even faster. Mo Ying, take Jia Yulan back. Without panicking, Ye Feng called back to Mo Ying who was chasing them, and then stopped worrying about her. Mo Ying, watching Ye Feng's actions, guessed what he had in mind and turned direction to fly towards the peak of Misty Peak. Fourth senior sister, aren't we going to save Sect Master? Jia Yulan asked worriedly. He wants to tame the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. Upon saying this, Mo Ying remained silent and quickly brought Jia Yulan to the peak of Misty Peak. What about Sect Master? Seeing that Mo Ying had returned but didn't set off again, the other disciples grew anxious. He should be fine, Mo Ying murmured. When Ye Feng had told her to return, she clearly saw the calmness in his eyes, indicating he was quite confident, which is why she felt safe returning to Misty Peak. At that moment, high up in the sky, Ye Feng rode on the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, using one hand to grab its head as if it were a rudder, steering it in whatever direction he wanted to go. His strength was so immense that even the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle couldn't resist and had to obediently comply. If it didn't, Ye Feng would tap on the eagle's head with his finger, sending a buzzing through its skull, compelling it to obey. The mountain peaks nearby were dotted with the buildings of other lower-rank sects. Disciples from these sects looked up just in time to see the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle pass overhead and were startled, fearing that their sects were about to face a calamity. But to their astonishment, they saw a somewhat familiar young man riding on the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. It's Sect Master Ye from the Misty Sect. Sect Master Ye is riding an Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. Sect Master Ye has tamed an Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and is now flying over our sect. Is he showing off? He seems a bit anxious. Could he be riding the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle to a blind date? Wait. Don't you think it's strange? How could Sect Master Ye with no cultivation level possibly ride an Iron Claw Dragon Eagle? He must be Sect Master Ye's twin brother. The disciples from various sects gossiped and spread different versions of the story, each more outrageous than the last. Ye Feng was unaware of the other disciples' shock. At that moment, he had the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle completely subdued. As soon as it attempted to rebel, Ye Feng would pull out a teacup-sized lower-grade spiritual artifact, the Spirit Origin Clock. Its formidable aura frightened the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle so much that it dared not act rashly. Screech! After circling in the high sky for half an hour, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle finally submitted completely, realizing it couldn't escape and emitting a cry that symbolized submission. "Go there, then stop." Ye Feng pointed at Misty Peak and said. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle couldn't understand human language but seemed to roughly understand Ye Feng's gesture and landed on Misty Peak. The strong wind kicked up thick dust. But the disciples paid no mind to their stinging eyes and quickly ran over, to find the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle already compliant, which was utterly astonishing to them. Screech! The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle landed on the ground, burying its head in the grass, and a fist-sized virtual image of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle appeared above its head, aqua-colored with a hint of green. Huo Yunjia pointed at the tiny virtual image of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, and explained, worried that Ye Feng wouldn't know. "Sect Master Uncle, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle has submitted. Just drip your blood on its soul body, and you will be able to bond with it permanently." Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. If Huo Yunjia hadn't said anything, he really wouldn't have known such a method to bond existed. "Give me a dagger." Ye Feng stretched out his hand. "Sect Leader, I have one." Jia Yulan stepped forward, running her slender hand over the gemstone on her waist and gripped a sharp dagger, handing it to Ye Feng. "It's a lower-grade spiritual artifact storage belt." The disciples looked on enviously. "Thanks." Ye Feng took the dagger and sliced across the pad of his finger, feeling only a prick of pain, but leaving only a white mark. "Sect Leader's skin is too tough, ordinary mundane blades can't cut through," saw Mo Ying step forward, holding the glowing breeze-riding sword, and quickly sliced across the tip of Ye Feng's finger. Then, Ye Feng, akin to squeezing toothpaste, finally eked out a drop of fresh blood, which fell onto the soul body of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. With a strange feeling washing over him, Ye Feng realized he had formed a special connection with the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. No matter how far it ran, he could sense it faintly and even call it to him from a distance. Moreover, it seemed he could understand the meaning behind the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle's cries. So this is how a demonic beast is bonded. Ye Feng patted the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle's head, instructing it to retract its soul body. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle reclaimed its majesty, folding its wings and standing over 3 meters tall with its head held high, like a statue full of grandeur. Just then, Little White Fox jumped down from Li Jiao's shoulder and hopped in front of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, pointing at it with its chubby paw, then at itself, chattering away incomprehensibly. However, Ye Feng quickly received the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle's transmission and understood Little White Fox's meaning. "I, Xiao Bai, am the boss of the demonic beasts here, and you, the new big dummy, can only be second in command." That was what Little White Fox was trying to convey. After sending this message to Ye Feng, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle lifted its head, looking down on Little White Fox disdainfully as if saying, "Where did this little squirt come from? Go play in the mud." This action immediately set Little White Fox on edge, baring its teeth and hopping furiously in place. Roar! At that moment, the persistent Brother Flathead came knocking once more. Upon hearing this, Little White Fox was scared into leaping back onto Li Jiao's shoulder, shivering with fear. Seeing this, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle's face showed a human-like contempt as it looked toward Brother Flathead, who had just climbed to the peak and was rearing up, rushing toward everyone. Screech! The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle saw that Brother Flathead was so small in size and assumed it would be easy to bully, immediately letting out a sharp cry and pounced. Their mighty silhouette seemed to say, "Everyone, no need to lift a finger, let me, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, handle this poser." If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 31. First Trial of the Spirit Origin Clock, going to the banquet at the Zhou family. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle rushed forward. At this moment, Brother Flathead looked quite bedraggled, drenched and appearing very weak, without emanating a powerful demonic aura. In the eyes of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, one swipe of its claw would be enough to take down 10 brother flatheads. But dreams are perfect, reality is painful. As soon as the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle charged forward, it was sent flying by an angry brother flathead, losing who knows how many feathers and shrieking miserably mid-air. That's what you get for messing around. Ye Feng curled his lips, watching as brother flathead pounced toward him and calmly took out the spirit origin clock. With a ding sound, the spirit origin clock shone with emerald light, quickly expanding to 2 meters in height and easily enveloping brother flathead before shrinking to the size of a teacup and flying back into the palm of Ye Feng's hand, where it quietly remained motionless. It's a lower-grade spiritual artifact. Mo Ying revealed a look of astonishment. Everyone else also found it odd. How could Ye Feng, appearing to have no cultivation, wield a spiritual artifact? Ye Feng glanced at the spirit origin clock and discovered that brother flathead, trapped inside, had actually curled up into a ball, falling into a state of slumber. It would wake up only after being released. Ye Feng thought to himself. Truly a spiritual artifact from the system, its effect is really good. Now that brother flathead is sealed, it might have some unexpected uses in the future. He turned back, looking at the shocked crowd, and explained, "This is our Misty Sect's treasured spiritual artifact Spirit Origin Clock, a lower-grade spiritual artifact that can seal any being below the element gathering realm." Of course, it was also left by the old sect leader, Ye Feng added. He had already figured it out. In the future, whenever something inexplicable appeared, he would just say it was left by the old sect leader. After all, there's no evidence of the dead, and he could say whatever he wanted. It turns out our Misty Sect is not poor after all, Shilei expressed his surprise. Huo Yunjia said thoughtfully, perhaps our Misty Sect only looks poor, but in fact, the old sect leader spent all the hard-earned spirit stones buying elixirs and spiritual artifacts. The others also felt that this was probably the case. At this time, Ye Feng placed the spirit origin clock into the sect storage space, once again causing astonishment and attention among the crowd. Actually, the sect leader brother also left me a storage spiritual artifact, it's just very concealed, you can't see it, Ye Feng spoke with a nonchalant face. After hearing this, the disciples had strange expressions but chose to believe him. Sect leader, here is the other half of the blueprint. Finally finding an opportunity, Jia Yulan took out the crumpled blueprint and respectfully handed it to Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked at her and cautioned, "Your falling blooms in profusion hasn't been mastered fully, do not take risks in the future." Jia Yulan stuck her tongue out, almost as if talking to herself, "But if I hadn't encountered the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, with my spiritual power, I could have returned smoothly." Ye Feng rolled his eyes and said, "All right, everyone disperse. We still have to attend the banquet at the Zhou family in White Float City tonight, get ready." Ye Feng waved his hand, dismissing the disciples. He went over to the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and had a conversation with it, only then learning that the creature was close to fainting from hunger. It had mistakenly attacked the flying bird made of pink petals, thinking it was prey. Atop the sect leader's great hall, Mo Ying sat cross-legged by herself. "Fourth senior sister, thank you for today." Jia Yulan tiptoed along the ridge of the roof and sat down beside Mo Ying, softly expressing her gratitude. "We are all from the same sect, it's only natural to save you," Mo Ying replied while making sword gestures, not very interested in entertaining Jia Yulan's conversation. "Fourth senior sister, this ointment is very effective, maybe it can help you," Jia Yulan said, taking a jade vial emitting a faint scent of medicinal herbs from her storage belt. Mo Ying gave her a glance, her voice cold, "Ordinary medicine won't cure my face." Jia Yulan lightly pressed her lips together and said, "Fourth senior sister, whatever formula you need, I can ask someone to help you find it. After all, you saved me, and I will definitely help you with anything I can. I appreciate your kindness." Mo Ying hopped down from the roof and returned to her room to rest. No one noticed that when her back was turned to Jia Yulan, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, showing that she was indeed touched. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Ye Feng, riding on the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, circled around Misty Peak for a long time, hunting several wild boars in the nearby mountains to feed the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, honing his beast-taming skills. At the same time, Ye Feng also gave the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle a very affectionate name, Lao Tai. Lao Tai, let's go back. Ye Feng said. Upon receiving the command, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle quickly landed on the summit of Misty Peak. At that moment, it looked towards the distance and cried out. Someone's coming. Ye Feng could interpret Lao Tai's intent and, looking in the direction of White Float City, saw Steward Zhou Jiaqian sitting on a floating dark green bamboo raft, flying towards Misty Peak. It wasn't long before Zhou Jiaqian arrived nearby. Seeing the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle standing next to Ye Feng, he widened his eyes in surprise. Zhou Jiaqian could tell that the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle had been tamed and became a flying mount for the Misty Sect. And such a mount, generally, was possessed only by high-ranked sects, which made him envious. Sect Master Ye, is this your sect's flying mount? It looks really majestic. Zhou Jiaqian parked his bamboo raft on the grass at the peak's top and asked with a look of amazement. Yes, it is. Ye Feng did not hide the fact. It's no wonder you're Sect Master Ye, being able to subdue such a rare flying mount. In the whole of White Float City, such mounts are few and far between. Zhou Jiaqian praised. You flatter me. Ye Feng called out to the courtyard, disciples of the Misty Sect, let's go, we're eating at the Zhou family. The disciples were already ready, they left the house, greeted Steward Zhou Jiaqian, and all stood on the lower grade spirit artifact, flying bamboo raft. Lao Tai, guard the house. Ye Feng patted the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and then jumped onto the flying bamboo raft. Although riding the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle into the city would be quite impressive, Ye Feng did not want to show off just yet. Steward Zhou Jiaqian, noticing Jia Yulan, Xia Yi, Chu Ju, and others, praised, as expected of Sect Master Ye, even managing to recruit a genius from the Jia family. I am impressed. Haha. Ye Feng just laughed, saying nothing. White Float City, Zhou family residence. This was an imposing mansion located next to a spacious street on the east side of the city. As Ye Feng and his group arrived at the gate, they found that many people had already gathered there. Dad, Mom. As soon as Wu Yang Feng and Wu Yang Yu landed, they rushed towards their parents. Feng Yu Next to Wu Yang Hao, a woman dressed in mature and dignified clothes reached out and embraced Wu Yang Feng and Wu Yang Yu, her eyes already glistening with tears. In recent times, demonic creatures caused trouble. Zhou Xiu had been constantly worried about her children. If it weren't for her two younger brothers having other tasks, she would have even wanted them to go to Beacon Fire City to fetch people. Fortunately, now all was safe and sound. This must be Sect Master Ye? Thank you for saving our lives, Zhou Xiu said, holding Wu Yang Feng and Wu Yang Yu and bowing to express her gratitude to Ye Feng. Chapter 32. First Stage Task. Lady Wu Yang, you're too kind. I simply did what came naturally, Ye Feng responded with a polite demeanor. At that moment, the tall and imposing Deputy Commander Zhou Jiaqian approached. He had changed into his regular attire, giving the impression of a muscular and formidable man. Sect Master Ye, please take a seat. Deputy Commander Zhou Jiaqian stood beside the main entrance, gesturing with his hand towards the inside of the house. In a grand banquet hall, over 20 people were seated around a large table, including 11 from the Misty Sect, as well as the Zhou family brothers, Wu Yang Hao, Zhou Xiu, Patriarch Zhou, the Old Madam, and others, creating a lively atmosphere. Ye Feng looked around and noticed that both Patriarch Zhou and the Old Madam were cultivators. Moreover, Patriarch Zhou's cultivation level had reached Qi Refinement's 7th level, which was quite strong. However, the strongest in the Zhou family were indeed Zhou Jiaqian and Zhou Jiake, both at the Qi refinement 9th level, placing them among the top figures in all of White Float City. The Zhou family is one of the top 10 noble families in White Float City, and their status is even higher due to the brothers serving in the city lord's mansion, Ye Feng mused internally. At this point, Patriarch Zhou raised his cup and invited Ye Feng, saying, "Thanks to Sect Master Ye's assistance, otherwise my son-in-law and 2 grandchildren would have been in grave danger. Let me toast to you." Patriarch Zhou is too polite. Ye Feng also raised his cup and took a sip. Not only does the Misty Sect have several geniuses who have brought spells to major achievement and perfection, but it also has a prodigy like Miss Jia from the Jia family. The sect truly abounds in talent, and with such potential, it's definitely on track to develop into a high-ranked sect and enjoy many more benefits. Zhou Jiaqian, somewhat inebriated, began to divulge some information. With a glint in his eye, Ye Feng asked, "What are the benefits of becoming a high-ranked sect?" "Of course, there are benefits," Zhou Jiaqian nodded. "Once a sect is upgraded in rank, it can purchase higher quality cultivation lands to accelerate cultivation speed. Moreover, a high-ranked sect has a lofty status of its own and has the potential to be promoted to a star-level section." "I see," Ye Feng understood. If the Misty Sect remained a lower-rank sect, even if it had the funds, it wouldn't be able to purchase higher-grade cultivation lands. "What are the promotion requirements?" Ye Feng asked curiously. Zhou Jiaqian explained. "As long as the sect leader has reached the Qi refinement 7th level and possesses 3 complete first-grade spells, one can apply for a lower-rank section. If the sect leader reaches the Qi refinement 9th level and has 5 first-grade spells, then an application can be made for a middle-rank section. As for high-rank sects, it's not as easy. Firstly, the sect leader must achieve the element gathering realm 1st level. Secondly, there must be 1 second-grade spell, 10 first-grade spells, and at least 3 spiritual artifacts. Of course, once you become a high-ranked sect, you can practically walk sideways in our White Float City, just a step below the city lord's mansion in terms of power. As for star-level sects above that, it's very difficult, and the promotion requirements are even more complex, involving the number of spiritual artifacts and spiritual beasts, among other things." Not only Ye Feng but also the disciples of the Misty Sect gained clarity on the conditions for sect promotion. Ye Feng, having heard some special terms in Zhou Jiaqian's introduction, such as Qi refinement 7th level, asked curiously. "Just now Steward Zhou mentioned that the sect leader needs to reach a certain level, but didn't mention cultivation level specifically. Does that have a special meaning?" The Shenzhou continent has many cultivation systems. In addition to the mainstream Qi refinement, there's also body refinement and spirit refining. Although they're not mainstream, if one can achieve the corresponding strength, they can also meet the conditions for sect promotion, Zhou Jiaqian said with a smile, as if he had expected Ye Feng to ask this question. Everyone else's eyes turned towards Ye Feng. In their view, Ye Feng was likely one of the legendary body refinement cultivators. Yet, being so young and already powerful enough to crush high-rank demon soldiers and monsters, his talent was truly fearsome. "I see, I understand now," Ye Feng realized, ignoring the expressions on everyone's faces. Ding! Relevant information detected, sect leader's first stage task activated. At this moment, Ye Feng heard the system's voice echo in his mind. Immediately after, he saw several lines of text appear in his field of vision. Sect leader's first stage task, lead the sect to ascend to a high-ranked sect. Task deadline, 6 months. Task reward, miniature world remodeling ×1, miniature sect protection array ×1, the second Qi C, middle volume, consolidating origin pill ×10, special small gift pack ×1. Upon seeing the main quest, Ye Feng muttered to himself, "System, what happens if I can't complete the task? Will there be any punishment?" Task failure will result in no reward and no punishment, but if the same task is failed more than twice consecutively, there will be no further system tasks. Does the master need to add a punishment mechanism to constantly whip oneself into action? Asked the system. No need. Ye Feng hastily refused. Sheesh. He didn't want to get tortured, so why would he add a punishment mechanism for no reason? Was he looking to get smacked? However, the pressure of upgrading the sect to a high-ranked sect in 6 months was no small matter. After all, someone at the element gathering realm level 1 was worth 10 at the peak of the 9th chi refinement layer, and that was not something easy to achieve. Otherwise, high-ranked sects wouldn't be so powerful. As for the star-level sects above the high-ranked sects, they were even more terrifying. Ah! A demonic beast is causing chaos. Just as everyone was about to finish their meal, screams from many people, as well as the dull sound of objects being smashed, came from the street outside the Zhou family courtyard. There's a demonic beast, everyone be careful. The Zhou family brothers immediately stood up, releasing the aura of 9th grade chi refinement, like a storm being born. The little white fox that had been lying on Li Jiao's legs also let out a low growl, seemingly wary of the demon beast outside. Let's go out and check. Deputy Commander Zhou Jiake immediately took out a sharp broadsword, flickering with spiritual light. It was a lower-grade spiritual artifact that, with the infusion of spiritual power, emitted a blade glow that could cause a painful sting on the skin and easily split metal and iron. The group quickly left the banquet hall and went outside. Roar! An angry roar spread throughout the Zhou family courtyard, and a dozen family guards were knocked to the ground, wailing everywhere. In the center of the courtyard stood a strange humanoid creature, shrouded in a grey mist like demonic qi, with its eyes emitting a frightening green light. The gate of the Zhou family courtyard behind it had already been torn to shreds, and one could vaguely see that there were also many people lying on the street outside, with their life and death unknown. It's the Centennial Tree Demon from the swamp to the east of the city. How dare it enter the city to kill? When the Zhou family brothers saw this demonic beast, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. In that swamp to the east of the city, besides Brother Flathead, there were a few seasoned demonic beasts that were about the level of 9th grade chi refinement. This Centennial Tree Demon was one of them. Could it be that the Tree Demon has learned of our movements? Said Deputy Commander Zhou Jiake in a grave voice. The Zhou brothers had received orders from the Deputy City Lord to eliminate a few seasoned demonic beasts in the swamp to the east of the city. But they had no idea that they'd hardly engaged with Brother Flathead before they were badly beaten, and the task was subsequently put on hold. Roar! When the Centennial Tree Demon saw the Zhou family brothers, a murderous intent appeared in its eyes, and with a wave of its hands, more than a dozen tendrils as tough as metal iron stabbed towards them. Chapter 33. Siege on the Centennial Tree Demon. Spirit Light Barrier. Steward Zhou Jiaqian formed seals with both hands, using his spiritual power to condense a bowl-shaped barrier in front of him, acting like a heavy stone wall. A dozen or so vines pierced the surface of the barrier, emitting a tingling and clanging explosion. But the tree demon wasn't foolish, it maneuvered its vines around the barrier, continuing to stab towards everyone present. Challenging us all on your own, how audacious! Seeing this, Ye Feng reached out and easily grabbed several vines that were heading toward Misty Sect disciples. Earth Splitter Slash! At that moment, Deputy Commander Zhou Jiake leaped up, holding the spiritual blade longsword with both hands. His arm muscles bulged as he swung down with all his might. A 5-meter-long blade aura hit the ground, successfully cutting off the Centennial Tree Demon's vines. However, the tree demon was not injured and, provoked by everyone's interference, its body swelled to 5 meters high, with both hands transforming into massive wooden hammers, smashing down on the crowd. Quick, dodge! Everyone hastily retreated. The tree demon should be afraid of fire, use fire attacks. Mo Ying spoke rationally and then, she cast the spell Glittering Sword Qi, controlling the sword to cut down. Fiery Cloud Palm. Shilei, Huo Yunjia, and Li Jiaojiao acted simultaneously, exerting their full force to unleash this spell, creating a blaze of fiery flames. Falling petals in profusion. Jia Yulan formed seals with her hands, and countless petals, sharp as blades, also flew towards the Centennial Tree Demon. The others joined in the attack as well. 2 Qi Refinement 9th level, a few Qi Refinement 7th level, plus the guard squad members like Wang Dachui who arrived upon hearing the news. Dozens of spells were released at the same time. Even though the Centennial Tree Demon was strong, it was still blasted away by everyone's spells. Its body cracked open, crashing through the brick wall of the Zhou family courtyard and landing on the street. Ye Feng and the others pursued, only to find the Centennial Tree Demon lying in the rubble, motionless, most likely dead. The crowd looked around. On the street, many injured people lay scattered. Some were members of the Black Armored Guard, others were passers-by. Just now, it was they who had mounted the first line of defense, but alas, they had been heavily injured, and some had even fallen. Strange, how could this tree demon bypass our White Float City's defenses and appear here? Wu Yanghao wore an expression of worry and confusion. White Float City was a one-star city with strict security. If someone could so easily breach the defenses, then this place was no longer safe. Look over here. Long Tianxing waved to the others and pointed to a pit beside the street. I've found residual spiritual energy patterns here that are very close to the aura of the tree demon. The rest quickly activated their spirit eyes. Observing the newly dug pit, they indeed saw faint traces of spiritual energy, which must have been left just recently. Worthy of the blue spirit eyes, your observation is meticulous, Ye Feng said, looking at Long Tianxing with an appreciative gaze. He walked over, pointing at the roadside trees on both sides of the street. Steward Zhou, these trees surrounding us wouldn't happen to all have been transplanted from outside the city, would they? Zhou Jiaqian was taken aback. How would he know such trivial matters? I remember now. These trees were only planted here this morning. I heard they were going to plant more trees on both sides of the road to beautify the streets, the old Madame Zhou recalled. I got up early this morning, and while taking a walk with the maid, I happened to see a group of strangers planting trees. I asked them casually and only now do I remember. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Could it be a coincidence? Zhou Jiaqian muttered. Ye Feng looked around, deep in thought. The Centennial Tree Demon was dug up and then transported here, and it did not awaken until now without being discovered by anyone during the process. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. The Tree Demon arrived in town this morning. At that time, no one knew that our Misty sect would come to the Zhou family. So, if this is not a coincidence, it must be a conspiracy against the Zhou family. Our Misty sect seems to have been caught up in it by accident. Thinking of this, Ye Feng secretly worried for the Zhou family. He felt that this was most likely a scheme. As for who was behind it, that remained unknown. Crack! Suddenly, the Centennial Tree Demon that had fallen to the ground made a sound of wood breaking. It actually stood up again. A large amount of wood fell from its surface, revealing a half-human height of grey demonic fog that churned incessantly. It's the soul body of the Tree Demon. Be careful not to let it possess you. The Zhou family brothers each made a statement, unleashing their strongest auras, ready to block the soul body of the Tree Demon. Thud! The Tree Demon's soul body ignited with a strange flame, and suddenly, the people on the entire street felt as if they were being watched by a fearsome beast, their scalps tingling instantly. This was the Tree Demon's soul body selecting its possession target. In the next moment, the Tree Demon's soul body moved. It flew straight toward the little white fox in Li Jiaojiao's arms, attempting to possess it. Don't let the Tree Demon's soul body touch you, otherwise, your own soul will also be injured, Zhou Jiaqian loudly reminded. Ah! The little white fox, targeted by the Tree Demon's soul body, exploded with fur on the spot and huddled trembling in Li Jiaojiao's arms. Dare to mess with the mountain guardian spirit beast of our Misty sect, are you looking for a beating? Ye Feng's figure dashed forward, stood in front, and with a push of his hand, he summoned the spirit origin clock, which expanded to 2 meters in height. With a clang, he trapped the soul body of the tree demon inside. Because of the special sealing function of the spirit origin clock, the tree demon's soul body quickly fell asleep, turning into a special flame that hovered beside the contracted form of Brother Flathead. Ye Feng beckoned, retrieving the spirit origin clock. What kind of spiritual artifact is this? It can even capture the soul body of a centennial tree demon, Zhou Jiaqian said with a shocked face. This is our Misty Sect's sect-guarding spiritual artifact, its power is decent, Ye Feng said. Hearing this, Zhou Jiaqian scratched his head. He had heard before that the Misty Sect was very poor. Now it seemed that all those were rumors. How could a very poor sect possess such a special spiritual artifact? However, Zhou Jiaqian didn't think too much about it and clasped his hands toward Ye Feng, saying, "Thanks to Sect Master Ye for taking action just now. Otherwise, once the tree demon's soul body possessed someone or escaped, our Zhou family would surely be severely punished by the deputy city lord. No need to be polite." Ye Feng looked up at the bright moon in the sky, then around, and felt there were no other tree demons, so he said, "It's also getting late, we should return to the section." "All right." Zhou Jiaqian nodded his head. With the attack from the centennial tree demon tonight, he and Zhou Jiaqian had many matters to deal with, such as reporting the situation to the deputy city lord and investigating those who planted the trees. They could no longer afford to continue entertaining the guests. Farewell. Ye Feng led the Misty Sect disciples away, soon departing through the East City Gate. An hour later, Ye Feng lay on the roof of the sect leader's great hall, basking in the cool night air, his hands under his head, ready to sleep. Ding! Detected that the sect prestige value has exceeded 100, side mission activated. The system's notification suddenly rang in Ye Feng's mind, startling him. Damn it! Is this dog system trying to scare me to death? Ye Feng rolled his eyes, but then he saw several lines of faint blue text appear in his line of sight. Side mission, raise the sect prestige value to 1000. Mission deadline, 1 month. Mission reward, the sect receives a slight fate blessing, all living beings' cultivation speed increases by 1/3, breakthrough difficulties decrease by 1/3, small gift pack ×1. Chapter 34. Side Quest, Spirit Beast Pavilion. Luck Empowerment. Ye Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The sect leader's first phase task was to elevate the sect to a high-ranked sect within 6 months, which couldn't be done in a short time. However, the just-appeared side quest was quite good, as it could grant luck empowerment to the sect, significantly speeding up the disciples' cultivation rate. The faster the disciples broke through, the quicker he could acquire power comparable to that of the element-gathering realm, which greatly facilitated the first phase task. It was a must-do. Ding! The sect prestige value has broken through 100, the Spirit Beast Pavilion is now open. Another notification from the system sounded. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned, then blinked. That's right, the Spirit Beast Pavilion. He suddenly remembered that since he was still in his assessment period, he couldn't open the Spirit Beast Pavilion yet. Only now did Ye Feng realize that opening the Spirit Beast Pavilion required not only the passing of the assessment period but also for the sect prestige to exceed 100. The prestige was over 70 previously, and now it has suddenly exceeded 100. It must be related to subduing the tree demon tonight, Ye Feng thought to himself. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion in White Float City, Zhou Jiaqian and Zhou Jiaqian stood in a magnificent hall, with the body of the centennial tree demon laid out on the floor. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothing stood with his back to the Zhou family brothers, gazing at a painting on the wall. After a moment, a hoarse voice emanated. This centennial tree demon was stunned by a spell and had its aura concealed before being secretly transported near the Zhou family's residence, ready to assassinate you tonight, but the mission failed. Hearing this, the Zhou family brothers' eyes widened. They couldn't figure out who would go to such lengths against them, even to the point of stunning the tree demon. Moreover, whoever could stun a centennial tree demon comparable to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, how strong must the person behind the scenes be? To kill them, the Zhou family brothers, did it really need to be this complicated? Who moved against you? I have some guesses, but I'm not sure yet, the middle-aged man murmured softly, as if wary of something. The Zhou family brothers could sense the man's concern and felt a chill in their hearts. This was the deputy city lord of White Float City, with cultivation at the first level of the element gathering realm. Who else could he be wary of, if not the sect leaders of those 3 high-ranked sects? Could it be that the high-ranked sects were moving against the Zhou family? But that didn't make sense. The Zhou family seemed to have never offended the 3 great high-ranked sects, so why would they do this? This matter was truly baffling. At this point, the deputy city lord spoke again. Demonic creatures are causing trouble, and the city lord is in seclusion. We're short-handed, let this matter go for now. You can head back. Oh, right, the Misty Sect, an interesting sect. When I have some free time, I want to meet them, he added. Yes. Zhou Jiaqian and Zhou Jiake picked up the tree demon's body and left the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. Ye Feng, unaware of the events at the city lord's mansion, was now exploring the newly opened Spirit Beast Pavilion, getting acquainted with some of its functions. The Spirit Beast Pavilion requires prestige points to progressively unlock, and at the current stage, with the sect prestige value at 100, only the first function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion is available. This function is for taming. Any monster beasts caught alive by our Misty Sect can be transformed into mountain guardian spirit beasts with the assistance of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Ye Feng digested the information about the Spirit Beast Pavilion. At the present stage, the Spirit Beast Pavilion was only in a virtual state, having a title without an actual building like the Sect Leader's Great Hall. System: can any demon beast, regardless of its cultivation level, be transformed into a mountain guardian spirit beast once captured by our Misty Sect? Ye Feng asked internally. Yes, but there is a limit to the number of spiritual beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which can be increased by raising prestige points, the system explained. Immediately following, a few lines of pale blue text appeared within Ye Feng's vision. Spirit Beast Pavilion, Tier 1. Mountain Guardian Spirit Beasts, 2/3, a lower rank demon soldier level juvenile little white fox with the talents of forewarning and charm, a middle rank demon soldier level iron claw dragon eagle with the talents of flight, keen eyesight, and sharp claws. Note: prestige points breakthrough 1000, opening the second phase of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, adding all new functions. Remark: the spiritual beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion can all provide the sect leader with an additional cultivation level boost. Seeing this information, Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Recruiting spiritual beasts, much like recruiting disciples, could bring him enhancements. Little White and Lao Tai are already part of the Spirit Beast Pavilion's spiritual beasts. Ye Feng revisited the information of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, confused. Little White Fox regards the Misty Sect as its home and was taken in the moment the Spirit Beast Pavilion was opened. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle is its master's spiritual beast, so it automatically entered the Spirit Beast Pavilion, explained the system. Ye Feng showed a look of realization and asked, right, the Spirit Beast Pavilion can still take in one more spiritual beast, so can Brother Flathead be considered? He took out the Spirit Origin Clock and looked at Brother Flathead curled up inside, somewhat tempted. Brother Flathead was a high-rank demon soldier level demon beast. If taken into the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it could bring him a huge boost. Detection of high-rank demon soldier level demon beast mutated honey badger, would you like to take it into the Spirit Beast Pavilion? At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Take it in. Ye Feng did not hesitate. The next moment, Ye Feng sensed a mysterious and profound aura flow from his body into the Spirit Origin Clock, gradually merging into Brother Flathead's form. The third mountain guardian spirit beast mutated honey badger has been recorded, with the talents of endurance, toughness, holding grudges, and digging. A moment later, the system announced. Holding grudges is also a talent. Ye Feng curled his lip and mocked in his mind, by that logic, stinginess could be considered a talent too. The system did not reply to this. Ye Feng jumped down to the clearing, took Brother Flathead out of the spirit origin clock, and tossed him onto the grass. Wow! As soon as Brother Flathead appeared, it started going wild, biting off the grass within a 3-meter radius and showing a fierce expression. Then, it saw Ye Feng standing by and paused. After sniffing at his feet, it lay down on the ground and fell sound asleep. It really has been tamed. Ye Feng suddenly felt a little sense of loss. Without Brother Flathead's challenges, he was somewhat unaccustomed. Atop the roof of a thatched hut, Mo Ying sat cross-legged, taking a sharp intake of breath upon seeing Brother Flathead's appearance. However, what followed left her astonished. Brother Flathead no longer attacked Ye Feng but lay down on the ground to sleep, as if it had been tamed. Does he have an innate talent for taming beasts? Mo Ying blinked, finding it unbelievable, perhaps, that demonic beast was subdued by force. That was the only explanation she could muster. At this moment, Ye Feng just so happened to turn around, locking eyes with Mo Ying on the rooftop. The evening breeze at the mountain's peak blew incessantly. The light gauze in front of Mo Ying was lifted by the wind as gentle as a woman, revealing the lower half of her face. There were no signs of decay on this face, on the contrary, it was snow-white and flawless, stunning to behold. Ye Feng was taken aback. Mo Ying suddenly realized something was amiss. Her delicate hands moved quickly to cover her face with her broad black sleeves and leaped off the roof, vanishing in the blink of an eye. All that was left on the roof was the rustling of the thatched grass in the wind. Chapter 35. The effects of a lower-grade cultivation pill. Strange, is it an illusion? Ye Feng scratched his head, a bit puzzled. Although Mo Ying moved quickly and it was night with weak lighting, he still had his spirit eyes activated, which meant his vision was far superior to that of an ordinary person. He had clearly seen that the lower half of Mo Ying's face differed greatly from before, as if all the signs of corrosion had vanished. As for the contours of the face, they seemed about the same. What's there to hide? Ye Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit strange. If her face had healed, shouldn't she be happy? If he were Mo Ying and his originally unsightly face suddenly improved, he would definitely show it off boldly rather than skulk around, acting like a thief. Ye Feng didn't think much of it anymore and instead looked at the spirit origin clock, considering how to deal with the tree demon soul body trapped inside. But after thinking about it for a long time, he temporarily couldn't come up with a way to dispose of the soul body and could only consult the system. Is there a way to process the soul body? The soul body can be used in alchemy and artifact refining, but it requires the cooperation of an alchemist and an artifact refiner. The system finished speaking and fell silent. Looks like there's no way to deal with the soul body for now. Ye Feng could only postpone this matter. A thatched hut in the Misty Sect. Mo Ying appeared in this place. She hurriedly took out a mirror and looked at her own snow-white, flawless face, gently stroking it with her hands, and kept gazing at it until late into the night. However, as soon as it was past midnight, strange patterns instantly crept across her cheeks, and her whole face quickly returned to the state that appeared to be corroded by poison fog. Sigh. Mo Ying put away the mirror and lay by the window, looking boredly at the deep blue sky. The next morning, senior disciple Shi Lei got up early. As the senior disciple, he needed to set an example. After washing up in the backyard, he prepared to go to the open space in front of the courtyard to cultivate. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, before his front foot had completely touched the ground, it was as if he stepped on something odd, and with a reflexive kick of his back foot, he jumped over it. While midair, Shi Lei looked back and saw that Brother Flathead was lying on the ground. I actually stepped on it. Shi Lei gasped and then fell to the ground, with several foxtails in his mouth, appearing quite embarrassed. Wow! Brother Flathead had been lying outside the door asleep and was suddenly stepped on by someone, immediately rising to prepare for a fight. Shi Lei, lying in the grass, was scared half to death. He was ready to crawl forward, planning to get up and run away once he got some distance. But before he moved, he noticed that Brother Flathead had already jumped in front of him, staring at him eye to eye. Mother! Shi Lei was so scared that he instantly used the iron shield technique, ready to put up a fight to the death. However, to his amazement, Brother Flathead just looked at him for a while, sniffed, then went to the door, lay down with his front paws under his chin, and fell asleep. What's going on? Shi Lei's eyes widened, and he lifted his head, only to find that Ye Feng was sitting nearby, facing the morning breeze and watching the sunrise. Don't panic, the demonic beast has been tamed by me and has officially become the mountain guardian spirit beast of our Misty sect. You can call it Brother Flathead. Ye Feng said calmly. Tamed? Shi Lei removed his shield, astonished. Yes, indeed tamed by me. As long as it's someone from our Misty sect, Brother Flathead can recognize them by their scent, Ye Feng explained. The spiritual beasts and the disciples of the Misty sect were all recognized by the system, so Brother Flathead could identify their scents and wouldn't make a mistake. At this time, other disciples gradually woke up. Shi Lei, fearing that Brother Flathead might frighten them, hurriedly went over to explain. Soon, all the disciples gathered at the entrance, looking at Brother Flathead sleeping comfortably and found that although he seemed fierce, up close, he also appeared rather cute. But, no one dared to touch him with their hands. Early in the morning, you all should cultivate well, striving for an early promotion in cultivation level, Ye Feng urged when he saw them all gaping at Brother Flathead. Yes. The disciples followed suit, lining up in a single file, sitting cross-legged on both sides of Ye Feng, beginning their cultivation. The spiritual energy was most abundant in the morning. Of course, the effects of cultivation were the best too. Seeing them all cultivating earnestly, Ye Feng thought for a moment, then took out a white lower-grade cultivation chi pill. This was one of the rewards from the assessment period task, exactly 10 pills, averaging to 1 pill per person, but he wasn't sure about the efficacy of the pills. However, since it was a system product, it should be quite good. So, Ye Feng handed a pill to senior disciple Shi Lei, saying, "This is Misty Sect's elixir for enhancing cultivation. You try it first." Ah! Shi Lei was dumbfounded. Taste an elixir? This couldn't be an expired elixir, could it? Shi Lei's eyes widened, but seeing the expectant look on Ye Feng's face, he could only toss the elixir into his mouth, finding it somewhat sweet, soft, like he was eating candy. The next moment, the rich medicinal power dispersed within his body. Shi Lei felt an extreme comfort throughout his body and immediately started refining it, realizing the flow of spiritual energy in his body's meridians was 100-fold faster than usual, continuously broadening his meridians. In the chi refining realm, increasing the minor realms involved constantly widening the meridians to break through one's limits and thereby expand the chi si. Shi Lei felt his cultivation level soar as if on a flying sword, with a single session of cultivation equivalent to a usual month's worth of progression. Whoosh! Like the sound of waves washing over sand, the noise came from Shi Lei's meridians. His chi si suddenly grew by a third, and he actually broke through the bottleneck, stepping into the fourth layer of chi refining realm. Moreover, he found he not only broke through his cultivation level but had also advanced deep into the fourth layer. The senior brother has made a breakthrough. The other disciples were disturbed by the sound of the breakthrough, opened their eyes one after another, and saw Shi Lei rapidly absorbing spiritual energy until it filled his chi si. With just a lower grade cultivation chi pill, I've made a breakthrough in one realm, Sect Master Uncle, this elixir's effect is too good. Shi Lei looked at Ye Feng excitedly. The sect leader has elixirs. The disciples looked at Ye Feng with surprise. Actually, these are left by the old sect leader, there are 10 pills in total, just enough for one per person. Ye Feng spread his hands open, revealing 9 lower grade cultivation qi pills in his palm. Under Ye Feng's distribution, each person took 1 pill, examining it carefully. Jia Yulan asked in amazement, "This elixir is pure and flawless white, surely it's the legendary full potency pill, it must be very expensive, right?" The elixirs sold in White Float City mostly contained some impurities, although they were nearly as effective as full potency pills, they ultimately weren't as perfect. In Jia Yulan's view, it must have been concocted by a master alchemist. "I'm not sure about that, anyway, these are all left by the old sect leader, you all better use them quick." Ye Feng continued to urge. After the disciples improved their cultivation levels, his strength increased as well, of course, he didn't want them to waste time. "Many thanks, sect leader." Apart from Wu Yangfeng and Wu Yangyu, who had not yet entered the stage of qi refining, the other disciples quickly swallowed the elixirs, sat cross-legged on the ground, and obtained the effect of increasing their cultivation speed for half an hour. Long Tianxing stepped from the first layer to the third layer of qi refining realm, Xiaohe and Qiuzhu both rose from the second layer to the peak of the third layer. Li Jiaojiao advanced to the fourth layer. Huo Yunjia was still in cultivation, and the breakthrough to the sixth layer of qi refining realm seemed very near. In his opinion, once half an hour was up, he would definitely advance. "This is spirit eye liquid for you too, use it to cleanse your eyes." Striving to open your spirit eyes early, Ye Feng handed 2 bottles of spirit eye liquid to Wu Yangfeng and Wu Yangyu, advising them. "Thank you, Sect Master Uncle." The 2 youngsters quickly expressed their gratitude. Chapter 36. New Sect Planning. Upon obtaining the spirit eye liquid, Wu Yangfeng and Wu Yangyu took out small handkerchiefs and, following Ye Feng's guidance, wiped their eyes to find them cool and icy. Seeing that everyone was seriously cultivating, Ye Feng didn't disturb them. He let Brother Flathead and the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle act as protectors for the sect disciples and quietly made his way to the kitchen. Today's breakfast needs to be full of vitality. Donning an apron, Ye Feng took on the role of head chef. Feeling the improvement in his strength, he happily hummed a tune. "Let's row the oars, the little boat pushes through the waves." Amidst the melodious singing, Ye Feng heated up the wok, made sunny-side-up eggs for his disciples, and then cooked a pot of noodles. An hour later, around the worn dining table, the sect disciples gathered around, staring at the sunny-side-up eggs that were either strangely shaped or burned, their eyes filled with amusement. As for the noodles, some were soft, others were hard, and some even clumped together, looking unappetizing. "Sect Master Uncle, please allow me to handle the cooking in the future," Li Jiaojiao said timidly. "All right." Ye Feng scratched his head embarrassedly, realizing just how terrible his cooking skills were. However, when he opened the system panel and saw the sect disciple information, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. "Sect Master, Ye Feng, Qi Refinement 9th Layer Peak Plus. Sect, Misty Sect, Lower Rank. Sect Prestige, 113. Sect Disciples, Shilei, Qi Refinement 4th Layer, Huo Yunjia, Qi Refinement 6th Layer, Li Jiaojiao, Qi Refinement 4th Layer, Mo Ying, Qi Refinement 7th Layer, Long Tianxing, Qi Refinement 3rd Layer Peak, Jia Yulan, Qi Refinement 6th Layer Peak, Xiaohe, Qi Refinement 3rd Layer Peak, Qiuzhu, Qi Refinement 3rd Layer Peak, Wu Yangfeng, Mortal, Wu Yangyu, Mortal. After taking a lower grade cultivation qi pill, half of the disciples have made breakthroughs. It seems that in the future, we'll need to obtain more elixirs. Ye Feng thought after checking the information, finally realizing the importance of spending money. And with the disciples' cultivation levels improved, Ye Feng felt that he too had become much stronger. "I should be able to take on 4 brother flatheads now," Ye Feng mused to himself. Poor Brother Flathead was unaware that he had become a new unit of measurement. Junior brothers and sisters, let's have breakfast first. Though it was hard to swallow, Shi Lei took the lead and started eating. Eat. The disciples were already hungry and immediately began. Seeing them eat in such a messy way, Ye Feng helplessly facepalmed and then took out an ancient tome, placing it on the table. After you're full, cultivate this spell, Ye Feng said. The disciples were surprised when they saw the cover of the ancient tome, a first-grade spell, all-dimensional spiritual perception. This is a sensory-type spell left by the old sect leader. I was planning to teach it to you once you reached the beginner level, but I'm feeling generous today, so I'll teach it now, Ye Feng explained the function of the spell, eliciting surprise from everyone. At Qi Refinement First Layer, you can perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. Isn't that miraculous? Li Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Ye Feng knew the disciples were unfamiliar with the unit of meters, so he converted it to Zhang for them. This spell can be very effective in special environments. Mo Ying also realized the extraordinariness of the spell. The other disciples, no longer in the mood for food, quickly turned to the ancient book, which was only 9 pages long, and studied the text and meridian diagrams. Because this was a spell rewarded by the system, the disciples didn't need to cultivate it themselves, for he had already mastered it to the perfect stage, so he began to explain it immediately. Hearing this, the disciples were as if they had received enlightening guidance. The most talented Mo Ying soon began cultivation, followed by Jia Yulan and Huo Yunjia, who quickly reached the beginner stage. Screech! At that moment, Ye Feng heard the call of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and said, "Someone is coming." He put away the ancient tome and walked out into the courtyard. He saw Jia Lian, the father of Jia Yulan, piloting the bamboo leaf boat, flying toward Misty Peak with 5 middle-aged and elderly men dressed like craftsmen. "Sect Master Ye, I have brought you some craftsmen." From a distance, Jia Lian shouted towards Ye Feng, and then he saw Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and Brother Flathead standing by Ye Feng's side, which frightened him so much that he almost fell from the bamboo leaf boat. The Jia family patriarch need not panic, they have been subdued and have become the mountain guardian spirit beasts of our Misty sect. Fearing that the Jia family patriarch would take flight, Ye Feng quickly reassured him. Jia Lian, still doubtful, carefully landed the boat on the grassy peak, but Brother Flathead rushed over, causing him to quickly form a hand seal and make the bamboo leaf boat take off again. "Brother Flathead, that's a guest, come back." Only to hear Ye Feng call out, and Brother Flathead sulked back, feeling frustrated at not getting into a fight for the day. Seeing this, Jia Lian was convinced Brother Flathead had been subdued, his eyes filled with shock. He brought the bamboo leaf boat back down and brought the 5 craftsmen, each at the Qi Refinement Second Layer, before Ye Feng. "These are our Jia family craftsmen who can help Sect Master Ye renovate or even rebuild the Misty sect. All expenses will be covered by our Jia family," said Jia Lian with a show of nouveau-riche demeanor. "Dad, why did you come?" asked Jia Yulan excitedly, waving her hand upon seeing her father. Jia Lian scanned Jia Yulan with spirit eyes and noticed that her spiritual energy fluctuation had increased a lot, reaching the peak of Qi Refinement 6th Layer, and he was so astonished that his eyes widened. "It seems that leaving my daughter at Misty Sect was a good choice, at least her cultivation has improved rapidly," Jia Lian thought to himself. He pointed to the 5 craftsmen and said, "I've brought these experienced craftsmen over to help with the renovations or reconstruction of the Misty Sect." "Thank you, Dad." Jia Yulan was overjoyed. The support from her family for the sect she had joined made her feel a sense of joy and contentment. "All right, I've been quite busy lately, so I'll head back first." "Practice well at Misty Sect," said Jia Lian, then looking at Brother Flathead who was still staring at him, quickly hopped onto the bamboo leaf boat and flew away. "We've met Sect Master Ye, and we've met the young mistress," said the craftsman as they greeted Ye Feng and Jia Yulan. Pointing to an old man with grey hair, Jia Yulan introduced, "Sect Master, this is Master Li, the Jia family's carpenter. He designed and built the entire Jia family compound. He will surely build our Misty sect well. Good to meet you, Master Li, said Ye Feng. Greetings to you, Sect Master Ye, replied Master Li. The two quickly became acquainted. Ye Feng laid out the architectural plan of Misty Peak he had drawn the day before on the table for Master Li to study. As a master builder with decades of experience, Master Li quickly sketched a draft that catered to Ye Feng's needs and was appropriate to the local conditions. In just half a day, Master Li had estimated the materials needed, his calculations creating a thick stack of paper. To have such talent on the Shenzhou continent, in the modern age, Master Li would have undoubtedly been a chief civil engineer, thought Ye Feng, his eyes wide as he watched. Sect Master Ye, we are still missing one type of material, said Master Li as he put down his drawing pen and spoke to Ye Feng. Chapter 37 Bizarre Events, the Soul-Devouring Demon Bull. What are we missing? Ye Feng asked curiously. Master Li said, most of the construction materials can be bought in the city today and transported here tomorrow. But we're still missing the main beams, which need to be transported from a logging site 20 miles from White Float City. Where is that? Ye Feng inquired. Just over there, not too far away, Master Li turned and pointed toward a stretch of mountains and forests in the distance. Ye Feng looked and realized it was to the southeast of Misty Sect, which was also about 10 miles away. So, Ye Feng suggested, how about this, Master Li and I go to the logging site to cut the wood, and everyone else goes to the city to buy the rest of the construction materials. That plan is workable, and it will be quick, Master Li nodded in agreement. After lunch, they set off. Master Li asked the other 4 craftsmen to return to White Float City to buy materials and to hire some additional help. For safety, Ye Feng had Shi Lei and Huo Yunjia accompany them as escorts. On the other side, Ye Feng rode on the back of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, behind him was Master Li, trembling with fear, desperately clinging to a handful of feathers, afraid of falling off. Behind them were Mo Ying, Jia Yulan, and Long Tianxing, flying with their swords. Initially, Ye Feng didn't want them to come along, but Jia Yulan had rarely escaped from White Float City and wanted to look around, so she followed along. Brother Flathead and the others were left in charge of guarding Misty Peak. Before long, Ye Feng and his group landed near a small village that housed about 100 people. This place is called Lin Village. Originally, it was uninhabited, but because a logging site was developed here, someone had to watch over the forest. Over time, it grew into a small village, Master Li explained. I see. Ye Feng nodded. The group quickly arrived at Lin Village. However, Ye Feng noticed that every house was locked up tight, with only one person fetching water from the well at the village entrance. Seeing people approaching, the person's first reaction was to grab his bucket and run. Xiaozhang, it's me. Master Li quickly called out. Ah, it's Master Li, we thought those demons had come back. The young man carrying the bucket finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted toward Lin Village, folks, don't be scared, Master Li from White Float City has come. What, a master has come? Yeah, we've finally made it through. Please save the children. The villagers came out one after another and gathered at the entrance, all muttering strange things under their breath. Some people saw the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle standing at the village entrance and were so frightened that they sat on the ground, but they gradually calmed down after Master Li's explanation. Were there demonic beasts attacking Lin Village? Inquired Ye Feng. This is Sect Master Ye from Misty Sect, and the others are disciples from Misty Sect, all with cultivation levels above mine. That eagle there is Sect Master Ye's mount, Master Li quickly introduced everyone. Although Master Li's talent was not strong, he had worked diligently for the Jia family all his life, and as an exception, he had received some spirit eye liquid and a few spirit stones, which advanced his chi refinement to the 2nd level. It might sound weak, but to the villagers of Lin Village, he was an immortal master. Now hearing that Ye Feng was the stronger sect master of the Misty sect with an impressive eagle mount, they were immediately filled with amazement and respect. They had heard that those who could become sect leaders were strong figures among immortal masters, and maybe they could help Lin village get through the catastrophe. Sect Master Ye, please save our Lin village, the villagers pleaded. What exactly happened? Ye Feng asked. Although he did not know if he could help, he was willing to try, perhaps it might even improve the sect's prestige points. The children's father went up the mountain to chop firewood and has not returned to this day. Last night, a monster broke into the village and abducted several young adults. It was terrifying. The villagers were all talking at once. Soon, Ye Feng and his group figured out the situation, realizing that a monster had been lurking near Lin village, specifically targeting young adults. It even brazenly kidnapped people in the village last night. Use all-dimensional spiritual perception to carefully check, there might be some clues left on the road. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before immediately arranging action. Master Li and the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle stayed in Lin village to stabilize the morale and protect the place. Ye Feng, Mo Ying, Jia Yulan, and Long Tianxing all used their spirit eyes to search around the village and indeed found a trail of irregular footprints with lingering traces of spiritual energy. Chase after it. Ye Feng led the way, Mo Ying guarded the rear. They chased through the mountains and forests for half an hour, arriving at a valley and facing a waterfall, where the traces suddenly ended. Sect Master, what should we do? Jia Yulan asked. Scout the area behind that waterfall, there might be some clues, Ye Feng said. Let me do it. Mo Ying approached the waterfall, casting the spell all-dimensional spiritual perception. With her Qi refinement 7th level cultivation, she could explore an area with a radius of about 17 meters. There's a cave behind the waterfall, it's very deep, but it has the most residual spiritual energy. A moment later, Mo Ying opened her eyes and reported. I'll take the lead. Ye Feng took out the spirit origin clock, leapt up with ease, and passed through the waterfall to appear on the other side. Follow me in. With a swing of her sword, Mo Ying split the waterfall, causing it to briefly stop flowing, and Long Tianxing and Jia Yulan quickly followed. The cave was somewhat dark. Therefore, Ye Feng asked, who knows fire cloud palm? Light the way. Upon hearing this, the three disciples all shook their heads vigorously. It seems we can only rely on spirit eyes. Ye Feng walked ahead, using the faint green light from the spirit origin clock to navigate through the cave, eventually arriving at a damp space that glowed with a ghostly light. On the ground lay 5 young adults, enveloped in spiritual light, with red auras flowing from their bodies to a strange 2-meter-tall demonic beast with a bull head and a human body, making it stronger. It's a lower-rank demon soldier level soul-devouring demon bull, which specializes in growing stronger by devouring blood essence. Judging by the aura it emits, it's on the verge of breaking through to the middle-rank demon soldier level monster beast, Mo Ying said after just one glance at the dark figure. Roar! When the soul-devouring demon bull saw someone intruding, fear flashed in its eyes, and it turned to flee. Clang! A flash of sword light swept past, and Mo Ying heavily wounded the soul-devouring demon bull, which then collapsed to the ground. Let me seal it. Jia Yulan used a major achievement first-grade spell binding spirit rope, throwing out a 5-colored rope to tightly bind the soul-devouring demon bull. Haha, sorted. Jia Yulan clapped her hands in a self-congratulating manner and said. Tianxing, save the people, Ye Feng stated. Long Tianxing rushed forward to check the pulses of the 5 men lying on the ground and after a moment said, they're still breathing but are all severely weakened. They should recover after some time of recuperation. All right, let's go back. Ye Feng declared, lifting the soul-devouring demon bull bound by the binding spirit rope and carrying the unconscious young men on his back, then head back the same way they came. However, once they left the cave behind the waterfall, they found 2 familiar figures standing in the clearing outside the waterfall. It's you. A red-haired old man in a wheelchair saw Ye Feng, his eyes widened with a look of resentment as he spoke. The other, a young man with a twisted mouth clad in black, seeing the soul-devouring demon bull carried by Ye Feng, instantly showed a flash of cold intent in his eyes. Chapter 38. The Conspiracy of the Scarlet Serpent Sect. It's actually you guys. Ye Feng looked at the two men, his eyes filled with surprise. He didn't expect to encounter Zhao Dejiang, the sect leader of the Scarlet Serpent Sect, and the young man with a crooked mouth, Tajian, in this place. Moo. The seriously injured soul-devouring demon bull saw Zhao Dejiang, its eyes conveying a sense of intimacy, and it bellowed pathetically as if to say, "Master, save me." Seeing this, Ye Feng suddenly realized, so the soul-devouring demon bull was cultivated by your Scarlet Serpent sect to harm people. Nonsense. Zhao Dejiang's first reaction was to deny the accusation. However, Tajian sneered and said, "Sect leader, there are only 4 people from the Misty sect here, and none of them have a cultivation level as high as yours. Why not just finish it once and for all?" Zhao Dejiang's eyes showed a strange light as he immediately used spirit eyes to size up Ye Feng and his companions. Since Mo Ying was very good at concealing her cultivation level, Zhao Dejiang thought she was only at the 6th layer of qi refinement, about the same as Jie Yulan. As for Ye Feng, in Zhao Dejiang's view, he was just a mortal, and although it was unclear why he could carry several people and had considerable strength, he definitely couldn't withstand a spell. "Ye Feng, your bad luck is to blame for discovering my plan. It seems that I have no choice but to silence you today." The smile on Zhao Dejiang's face gradually turned ferocious. Of course, he knew about the incident at the Zhou family but didn't understand the particulars, nor did he know that Ye Feng could fight 4 brother flatheads and possessed the terrifying power of siping. At this moment, his attention was all on Jie Yulan and Mo Ying. "Disciple, go cripple the limbs of Ye Feng and that foreigner from the Long family, and after your master deals with those 2 female disciples, we'll have our fun with them," Zhao Dejiang said with a malevolent smile. "Master, don't be too heavy-handed, I still want to discuss an interesting matter with Miss Jia afterward." Tajian chuckled. "What's the rush? We'll each have one," said Zhao Dejiang, revealing a sinister smile. "Master, you're over 80, can you still handle it? Your master is still full of vigor." After saying that, Zhao Dejiang drew a red spirit sword, his aura continuously rising until he reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Until now, he had been hiding his true cultivation level, and only today did he reveal his sharp fangs. With a clang, Zhao Dejiang swung his sword towards Jie Yulan, his speed so fast that he stirred up a biting sword wind midair. Again, a clang. Mo Ying exhibited the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refinement and blocked Zhao Dejiang's spirit sword with her breeze-riding sword. Oh, such a young age, yet already a sect leader level cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Impressive. Zhao Dejiang's expression changed. But he was as steady as an old dog, with his right hand forming a sword gesture, he drove the spirit sword towards Mo Ying, and with his left hand, he cast the major achievement first-grade spell Flame Spear, aiming at Jie Yulan. Blades, pierce. As Jie Yulan retreated, she formed hand seals and executed the major achievement first-grade spell Spiritual Flying Blade. A glowing disc a half-meter in diameter appeared in front of her, with blades continuously shooting out from its surface, barely blocking the assault. "These 2 little girls are a bit troublesome." Zhao Dejiang's gaze sharpened as he found himself being held back by the 2 women, realizing it would take at least 10 rounds to win. "Master, take it easy and let me first cripple Ye Feng and that foreigner from the Long family," Tajian said, retracting his gaze and casting Fire Spear technique. With a leap, he aimed to flip Ye Feng. "Tian Xing, look after the injured," Ye Feng said as he tossed the 5 villagers, who were in a deep coma, to Long Tian Xing. With a swift movement, he easily dodged Tajian's lunge and then executed a move called Grandson Crippling Kick. Ah, Tajian screamed, then abruptly went silent, his body curling up into a bow. He rolled on the ground covered in leaves, his entire face contorted. Disciple. Zhao Dejiang did not anticipate this and let his guard down. Perfect opportunity. Mo Ying controlled her sword and flew forward, severing the hand that Zhao Dejiang used to control the sword, causing him so much pain that even the flame spear dissipated. Jia Yulan immediately changed her spell, casting an almost fully mastered falling petals in profusion which swept over Zhao Dejiang with countless sharp petals, just nicking his neck open. How is this possible? Zhao Dejiang fell straight to the ground, never imagining he could be slain by a female disciple of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and another at the peak of the 6th layer. Ugh! Seeing Zhao Dejiang's eyes still wide open in death, Jia Yulan vomited on the spot, while Mo Ying patted her back with composure, evidently used to the sight. Long Tianxing also felt nauseated, but being a boy, he quickly recovered to normal. Noticing Zhao Dejiang's demise, Ye Feng's expression shifted subtly, then he turned to look at Tajian writhing on the ground, thinking to himself that the man truly lived up to his name. However, such a person did not deserve sympathy. Moo! The soul-devouring demon bull, seeing Zhao Dejiang fall, bellowed in grief and fury, but Ye Feng silenced it with a punch, its eyes still brimming with rage. Ye Feng didn't want to kill the soul-devouring demon bull just yet. Leaving it to the villagers to kill would likely be more impactful than doing the deed himself. Tajian, you raised the soul-devouring demon bull to harm people, you got what you deserved, Ye Feng said, approaching Tajian, looking down at him. Ye Feng, so you've been hiding your strength this deeply. Tajian was drenched in sweat, glaring at Ye Feng with resentful eyes, his lips trembling incessantly. Sect Leader, how should we deal with this man? Mo Ying came over, arms crossed, looking down coldly at Tajian on the ground. After vomiting, Jia Yulan had already felt much better. Just kill me, Lord Demon General will avenge us. By then, not just your Misty Sect, even White Float City will be destroyed, ha ha ha. Tajian laughed hideously. Demon General. Ye Feng and the others exchanged glances, each displaying a look of shock. The Demon General corresponded to the element gathering realm. If Tajian really conspired with a Demon General, not only would Misty Sect be in danger but White Float City as well. Scared, aren't you? We are but the vanguard of Lord Demon General, and there are many sympathizers hidden in White Float City. I am not afraid to tell you because I want you to live in fear every day from now on. Tajian laughed out loud, his eyes full of madness. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng suddenly asked, does the Demon General know about our Misty Sect? At these words, Tajian was taken aback. Ye Feng immediately smiled, it seems that in the eyes of your Demon General, our Misty Sect is insignificant, so for now we won't be in danger. You. Tajian hadn't expected Ye Feng to be so calm, and was astonished, eyes bulging. That was a Demon General, for heaven's sake. An existence comparable to the element gathering realm, and Ye Feng wasn't scared? Ye Feng suddenly asked again, do you have any last words? Tajian widened his eyes, spare me. Spare your ass. With a sweeping kick from Ye Feng, Tajian was driven into the dirt, dead beyond any doubt. Looking at the corpses of Zhao Dejiang and Tajian, Ye Feng's expression grew somber. There are actually undercover agents in White Float City. Is it Haixuan Gate? Or maybe someone else? And who exactly was behind the Centennial Tree Demon attacking the Zhou family? Ye Feng felt as if a fog lay before him. He shook his head, deciding not to think about it for the time being, and prepared to burn Zhao Dejiang and Tajian down to ashes. But just then, rustling sounds came from the surrounding woods. There's demonic energy. Mo Ying instantly became vigilant. Long Tianxing surveyed the area, spotting many large figures filled with colorful spiritual energy in the forest. They must be the subordinates of that Demon General, Ye Feng said gravely. Chapter 39. Surrounded, Sword Combat Technique. Gather the wounded in the center, and just focus on protecting yourselves, leave the rest to me, the sect leader. Ye Feng took out the spirit origin clock, ready for the impending threat. Mo Ying immediately cast the all-dimensional spiritual perception, scanning the area within a dozen meters radius to prevent any surprise attacks. With a rustling sound, 7 tree demons rushed out from the bushes, each with a humanoid shape, 3 to 5 meters tall, covered with vines. Their movement was loud, making it hard for them not to be noticed. The strongest among them exuded an aura not inferior to that of a centennial tree demon, having reached the high-rank demon soldier level. The other 6 tree demons were uniformly middle-rank demon soldiers, all stronger than Jia Yulan. Sect leader, can we win? Jia Yulan asked worriedly. If we truly can't win, we'll take off on our swords immediately. As for these people, we might not be able to look after them, Mo Ying said, glancing at the 5 villagers who were deeply unconscious on the ground. If they insisted on not leaving, they might all die. By escaping with some of their number, at least they could preserve a fighting force and spread the word about what happened here. But then they heard Ye Feng say, if I can battle 4 brother flatheads, why can't I defeat a mere 7 tree demons? The disciples paused for a moment upon hearing this. Right. The sect leader was strong, and with a few of them, it seemed there was no pressure in facing 7 tree demons. Hiss. The roughly 3-meter-tall tree demon leader emitted a strange sound as the air temperature around them plummeted suddenly, transitioning from the sweltering summer heat into a bitter cold winter. This was the signal for attack. All 6 middle-rank demon soldiers swung their arms, turning them into dozens of vine lashes as tough as steel, whistling through the air. Falling petals in profusion. Jia Yulan quickly made a hand seal, summoning countless pink petals in the sky, forming a bowl-shaped shield around them. Being a second-grade spell and close to major achievement, its power was nearly at the perfection stage of a first-grade spell, so its defense was quite formidable. The vines struck against it, most bouncing off, while those that didn't were cut by Mo Ying with her flying sword, failing to harm them. Whoosh! At that moment, Ye Feng leaped forward, without any fluctuation of spiritual energy on his body, yet his speed was even faster than when using wind spirit steps. Crack! Ye Feng enlarged the spirit origin clock to the size of a fist and, with ease, smashed a middle-rank demon soldier tree demon with it, treating it like a rock. Seeing this, the other tree demon's eyes filled with fear. A mortal, so powerful? This thought popped into their minds, but before they could dwell on it, Ye Feng launched his second attack, shattering another tree demon. Hiss! The tree demon leader, realizing this man was rather formidable, immediately ordered a surround tactic, whereas it swelled up to 5 meters tall, its arms weaving rapidly into 2 immense wooden mallets, pounding down with heavy force. But it had underestimated Ye Feng. Ye Feng landed on the ground, grabbed a vine, and swung like Tarzan up into a tree, dodging the tree demon leader's strike. Then, he enlarged the spirit origin clock to 2 meters high and smashed down with all his might. Dong! Like the sound of a tolling bell, the tree demon leader was crushed, its body exploding, silenced. The eyes of the other tree demons narrowed to the size of pinholes, evidently terrified to the extreme. Poor tree demons, can't even gasp in shock, not to mention not knowing how to say holy shit. Ye Feng watched the few tree demons that were frantically fleeing and muttered to himself. Not even knowing how to shout holy shit, how pitiful. Thinking this, Ye Feng bent a tree with force, launched himself, and with 1 punch each, pierced through the remaining tree demons. In no time, they all lay on the ground, lifeless. All clear. Ye Feng patted his hands together and retracted the spirit origin clock. However, as Ye Feng looked at Long Tianxing and his companions in the distance, he didn't see admiration on their faces. Instead, he noticed they were continuously waving their hands as if they were shouting something. This scene seemed somewhat familiar to Ye Feng. There's trouble behind me. Ye Feng suddenly became alert and turned around to throw a punch. He was not like those foolish teammates often seen in movies, who remain oblivious despite everyone else's frantic warnings. Sure enough, as Ye Feng turned around, he saw a monster about 2 meters tall, resembling a huge rooster with a crocodile's head, lunging at him. His punch landed squarely on the monster's throat. Gobble gobble gobble. The monster was sent flying backward, breaking a tree before crashing to the ground. Its 2 sharp claws flailed wildly, easily shredding the surrounding trees. These claws! Ye Feng's eyes widened. If he were to be caught by those claws, not a single piece of fabric on him would remain intact. It's a lower-rank demon soldier level croc-chicken beast, with claws that are fine materials for refining. These demonic beasts usually live in groups. The appearance of one indicates that many more are nearby. Mo Ying immediately cautioned. Ye Feng instantly became vigilant, indeed hearing the sound of chicken cries rapidly approaching from all around. Thud thud thud. The dense sound of footsteps grew closer. Before long, Ye Feng and his group were surrounded by more than a dozen croc-chicken beasts. Since the croc-chicken beasts had eyes on either side of their heads, they looked at people in a manner similar to ordinary chickens, their heads moving from side to side, which appeared particularly comical. Gobble gobble gobble. A middle-rank demon soldier-level croc-chicken beast with a fiery red body let out a piercing scream, commanding the other beasts to maintain a circular formation as they swooped towards Ye Feng and the others. Streaming light sword chi. Mo Ying finally found the opportunity to make a move, forming a sword gesture with her hand and spinning it in mid-air. The breeze-riding sword swiftly struck out, spinning in the air as well. Everywhere it passed, the heads of the croc-chicken beasts were sliced off. They continued to run forward several steps before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous fall, neatly dead. In the end, only the middle-rank demon soldier-level croc-chicken beast leader was left, staring down Ye Feng and his companions. Gobble gobble gobble. The croc-chicken beast leader took off running wildly. But with a flick of Mo Ying's finger, the breeze-riding sword accelerated and cleaved it in two. Since then, whether it was tree demons or croc-chicken beasts, they were all dealt with by Ye Feng and his companions. Senior Sister Mo, that move was incredible. How did you control the flying sword to circle around? Long Tianxing's face was full of admiration. Every practitioner of the sword control technique is connected to their flying sword by an invisible stream of energy, like a rope. I controlled the sword to spin rapidly through that stream, creating a circular cutting effect. Mo Ying paused. I've named this method of controlling the flying sword combat technique. That's awesome. Long Tianxing admired her even more. Jia Yulan thought it was magical and felt like learning it too, but it was not the right moment to ask. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes widened suddenly. Sword combat technique? He wondered if it was really a technique for fighting with guns. If it were, it would truly be terrifying. After today's incident, Ye Feng believed that Mo Ying was unmistakably talented and might one day create an entirely new sword control technique, astounding all around. However, recalling that this place was perilous, Ye Feng quickly urged. We shouldn't stay here long, we need to withdraw quickly. Chapter 40. The Soaring of Sect Prestige Value. This place is at least 10 miles from Lin Village. It indeed belongs to a more dangerous area, and we really need to retreat quickly. Mo Ying looked at the downed croc-chicken beasts. It's just a pity that we can't take so many materials with us. My storage belt is a lower-grade spiritual artifact, and its space isn't very large, but it can barely accommodate one croc-chicken beast. Jia Yulan patted her belt and said. There's no need to fit the entire croc-chicken beast. Only the sharp claws of this kind of demonic beast are excellent refining materials, which can be exchanged for spirit stones at special places, Mo Ying said. After speaking, she controlled her flying sword to chop off all the claws of more than a dozen croc-chicken beasts, but when piled up, the volume was still somewhat large. It seems not all of them will fit. Jia Yulan shook her head helplessly. My storage space is quite large, and I can fit them. Ye Feng stepped forward, his hand moving over the pile of claws, and they immediately vanished from sight. A middle-grade storage spiritual artifact. Mo Ying's gaze flickered slightly. She pointed at the fallen tree demon on the ground and said, "The wooden heart of the tree demon is also good material. We should make haste and take it, too." Ye Feng split open the body of a tree demon and found a heart-shaped wooden heart in the trunk, as big as an apple, firm in texture, and containing dense spiritual energy. Mo Ying, Jia Yulan, and Long Tianxing also went to work, and soon they had collected all of the wooden hearts. In the end, Ye Feng picked up Zhao Dejiang's spirit sword and threw it into the system space, then found 3 ancient tomes on his body, which were the first-grade spells Vajra Palm, Flame Serpent Technique, and Fire Spear Technique. Besides, there were more than a dozen lower-grade spirit stones, as well as a small vial of dark red elixir. The above were all the spoils of this battle. "Deal with the scene, then make a getaway," Ye Feng said as he put everything into the system space. "Is there a need to deal with it?" Jia Yulan asked. Ye Feng nodded. "It is best to erase any traces at the scene, leaving no chance for anyone to trace them. If Si Tajian wasn't lying, then Scarlet Serpent Sect had betrayed White Float City, becoming the lackeys of that demon general. The Krokshikan beasts and tree demons were most likely subordinates of that demon general, otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence for them to appear here. Therefore, they can't leave any traces behind to avoid being traced back to them. I have some." Mo Ying produced a small vial. Inside is some special spiritual liquid that is highly flammable and explosive, which can incinerate the corpses of these demonic beasts. The others did not expect Mo Ying to carry such a thing with her, all staring with wide-eyed surprise. "We can't delay any longer." Ye Feng looked around. Although it was very quiet, he had a premonition that if they lingered a bit longer, they might encounter danger. Thus, they quickly piled up all the remains, including the soul-devouring demon bull, which they chopped up and tossed in. With Mo Ying pouring out an entire vial of spiritual liquid and striking a spark to ignite it, the roaring flames quickly burned, and soon all that remained was a charred area. As for Ye Feng and his group, they had already made their escape. Shortly after, a pair of cold eyes emerged from the dense forest, looking at the charred remains with a cold gleam in their eyes. "Damn it, who killed the pieces of Lord Demon General and the 2 squads? If I find you, I will grind your bones to dust." The owner of those cold eyes roared and quickly disappeared into the forest. Ye Feng finally returned to Lin Village. They flew on their swords for a while to avoid leaving traces on their way back and then ran swiftly to the village, so it took them half an hour. "Look, the immortal envoys from Misty Sect have returned, and my child has come back too. My old darling has come back. Daddy." The expectant villagers of Lin Village at the entrance cheered excitedly when they saw Ye Feng and Long Tianxing carrying 5 unconscious youths. Master Li was sitting in front of a pile of wood, next to the iron claw dragon eagle who was resting with eyes closed. Seeing them return, Master Li's mood lightened. "Fellow villagers, we have rescued the people, and as for the trouble-making monsters, they have been slain in the battle and will no longer disturb our village," he announced. Ye Feng addressed the entire village. In fact, he wanted to bring back the soul-devouring demon bull to make his case more convincing. But doing so could lead the other demonic beasts here by the scent and harm the villagers of Lin Village. However, when Ye Feng handed over the 5 unconscious villagers to their families, he found that his sect prestige value was soaring like a rocket. 123, 129, 141. Before long, the sect prestige value had broken through to over 220. So it works like this too. Ye Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had thought that he needed to slay demons publicly to gain prestige points, but saving people turned out to be enough. Thus, with good intentions, he advised, although that demon has been slain, there could still be other demonic beasts in the vicinity. For safety's sake, I suggest that those who can move, should do so." Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately began to discuss among themselves. "We've been here for generations, where could we possibly move? How about moving close to the Misty Sect? Living closer to the immortal master does seem like a good idea." Ye Feng did not listen to the villagers' discussion. Instead, he met up with Master Li. "Sect Master Ye, these 32 logs are the main beams I have just selected." Master Li pointed at the pile of logs behind him. "Good, let's head back quickly then." Ye Feng glanced at the sky and realized it was getting late. Before long, the iron claw dragon eagle soared into the sky with 2 large bundles of logs, while Ye Feng and Master Li, along with others, stood on flying swords, returning to Misty Peak at the fastest speed. "Sect Master Uncle, you're finally back." Li Jiao hurriedly brought over some freshly cooked porridge to help them restore their strength. Standing by the cliff, Ye Feng saw Shi Lei and Huo Yunjia just coming out of the East City Gate, heading back to the Misty Sect. "It looks like this procurement went smoothly." 100 miles away. An underground cave. "Lord Demon General, those 2 pawns from the Scarlet Serpent sect have been killed, and the 2 squads under your command have completely fallen." A cold voice reported the situation. "To achieve this before you arrived means that the opponent has strength beyond the peak of Qi refinement 9th level, comparable to yours," the voice of the hidden demon general said unhurriedly, deep and resonant. "Comparable to me?" The owner of the cold voice felt somewhat incredulous, stepping out from the dark shadows, revealing its true form. It was a young man with a cold countenance. He wore grey animal hide clothing, and a closer look revealed a wolf tail behind him and 2 fluffy wolf ears. This was a netherworld wolf. He had begun transforming but hadn't fully succeeded yet. His strength was between the peak of Qi refinement 9th level and the first layer of the element gathering realm. Among the demon race, this was called a preparatory demon general. But among human cultivators, it's rare to see those in this transitional stage. Normally, after reaching the peak of Qi refinement 9th level, human cultivators would go into reclusive meditation until they broke through their bottleneck to become the first layer of the element gathering realm. But the demon race was somewhat special. Even without fully transforming into human form, they could move about freely, continue their transformation, and exert strength between the peak of Qi refinement 9th level and the first layer of the element gathering realm. A half-transformed preparatory demon general could often contend against several cultivators at the peak of the Qi refinement 9th level. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 41. Guidance in the Night. Lord Demon General, how could there possibly be a human with strength comparable to mine near White Float City? The preparatory demon general, Netherworld Wolf, asked incredulously. "It's not impossible," the demon general said. The Netherworld Wolf frowned. How could it be possible? The demon general fell silent for a moment, then speculated. "Generally speaking, human cultivators often fail when they attempt to break through to the element gathering realm, but at the very least, it causes some enlargement of their meridians and qi, considerably increasing their strength. After failing to break through, most of them cannot continue to advance to the next realm, so they choose to come out of seclusion. Their strength is not inferior to yours, but after striking too often, it can lead to the contraction of their meridians, and their qi gradually shrinks back down to the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refining. So, such people rarely take action, unless their lifespan is nearing its end, and they have nothing left to fear. I suspect that the one you encountered is an old fellow from a high-ranked sect who has been in secluded cultivation for years, with not much of his lifespan remaining, knowing that breaking through to element gathering realm is hopeless and thus has come out of seclusion." The demon general's narrative made the Netherworld Wolf realize with a start that, aside from those in the element gathering realm, there were indeed many formidable individuals within the human race. "Lord Demon General, the pawn from the Scarlet Serpent sect is dead. How should we proceed with our plan?" Netherworld Wolf asked. The demon general pondered for a moment. I have planted quite a few pawns in White Float City, but they all have their missions and cannot be reassigned for the time being. In that case, you take care of it. And what about you, my lord? I have not yet recovered from my injuries, so it's inconvenient for me to take action. You will oversee the future plans, do not disappoint me. Yes. A moment later, Netherworld Wolf left the cave. From beginning to end, that Lord Demon General never showed his true face, remaining hidden in the darkness. Ye Feng was unaware of the goings-on within the underground cave. At this moment, he was helping Master Li with wood planing. Ye Feng possessed immense strength and worked with high efficiency, and by dusk, dozens of main beams were processed. As long as the rest of the materials were brought over tomorrow, construction could officially begin on the brand new Misty Sect. As for Shilei, Huo Yunjia, and the others who had gone into the city to procure supplies, they would stay in the city tonight and return to the Misty Sect together with the materials the next day. Sect Master Ye, it's getting late, I'm going to head back and rest. I'll be over early tomorrow morning, Master Li said as he followed the path down the mountain toward White Float City. At this time, many people were making their way to the city on the stone road, so there was no need to worry about danger. That night, after dinner, Ye Feng and the others sat on the grass in front of the gate, where the platform built for the sect challenge had been dismantled into piles of wood. Sect Master, it seems like something's wrong with our eyes. At this moment, the youngest ones, Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu, were rubbing their eyes with panicked expressions on their young faces. Did you see things in bright colors? Yes. Don't panic, you've opened your spirit eyes and have become preparatory cultivators in the gazing breath realm, Ye Feng said with experience. Really? Can we start cultivating then? Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu asked eagerly. Ye Feng nodded slightly, of course, but as you've just opened your spirit eyes, you should rest well first. You can start proper cultivation tomorrow. As long as Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Yu entered the Qi refining realm, his strength would improve once again. Okay. The two disciples lay on the grass, looking up at the star-filled sky, too excited to sleep. Yu Lan, your falling blooms in profusion hasn't reached major achievement yet. I've spent some time recently and deduced the complete meridian circulation diagram. If you cultivate according to this, you should be able to reach perfection. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me directly. Ye Feng quickly sketched a diagram and handed it to Jie Yulan. By the candlelight, Jie Yulan examined the meridian flow diagram, her pretty face filled with surprise and delight. She began to cultivate attentively under Ye Feng's guidance and made rapid progress. Mo Ying sat near the cliff's edge, fingers forming sword seals, controlling her breeze-riding sword to circle in the air as she rigorously practiced her first-grade spell, Glittering Sword Qi. She had always felt she had entered a dead end, which was why she had not achieved perfection. Watching Ye Feng giving instructions to Jie Yulan, Mo Ying pondered for a moment before asking, Sect Master, my first-grade spell, Glittering Sword Qi, remains imperfect. I wonder if you could give me some guidance. I can. Ye Feng nodded. This straightforward reply took Mo Ying aback. The next moment, Mo Ying stood up, ready to demonstrate Glittering Sword Qi. However, Ye Feng waved his hand and said, I've seen you perform Glittering Sword Qi many times. It's already thoroughly familiar to me. Just tell me if you have felt anything unusual during your cultivation. Mo Ying looked surprised. She wasn't sure about Ye Feng's abilities, but she still said, when controlling the sword, I always feel that I can't achieve man-sword unity. My mind often gets disordered, preventing me from reaching perfection. Ye Feng thought for a while and, drawing from his memory of Glittering Sword Qi, he said meaningfully. Immerse your body and mind in nature, let go of your heart completely, listen carefully to the call of the wind, the sword's heart, and the messages conveyed by the chirping insects and tweeting birds. Then you will feel it. Upon hearing this, Mo Ying was somewhat puzzled. But after another thought, she wondered if she had been too impatient. Could this be the reason why her glittering sword chi had never achieved perfection? With this in mind, Mo Ying placed her flying sword on her knees, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed everything around her. The chirping of insects. The soft whisper of the wind. The cold of the sword. As Mo Ying continued to immerse herself in her surroundings, she found her body and mind gradually sinking into nature, the impetuousness in her heart surprisingly being suppressed. At that moment, she found her thoughts suddenly clear, and with a sudden flick of her finger in one direction, the breeze-riding sword whooshed out, splitting a mosquito 10 meters away into two halves. Oh! Ye Feng witnessed the swift thrust of the flying sword and its rapid retraction, as quick as a flash of light, moving freely, his eyes instantly revealing a look of astonishment. This was the sign of perfection in glittering sword chi. Sect Master, I've achieved perfection. Mo Ying sheathed her sword, and although she tried to conceal her emotions, Ye Feng still heard surprise in her voice. Wow, that was fast! Jia Yulan and Li Jiao both exclaimed in surprise. Xia He and Qiu Ju, who were cultivating, also showed a look of amazement. As former mates of the Ji residence, they were aware of how difficult it was to reach perfection in a spell. But in the Misty Sect, it seemed that achieving perfection in a spell wasn't that difficult. It's truly fortunate for us to have joined the Misty Sect with the young mistress, Xia He and Qiu Ju thought to themselves as they exchanged glances. Finally, the two women stole a glance at Ye Feng and thought how formidable the sect master was, his casual guidance leading to the perfection of a spell, and importantly, he was very handsome too. You've achieved perfection in your spell, good job. Ye Feng had not anticipated that Mo Ying would have such a high level of comprehension, and in such a short time, she had achieved perfection. He looked at the sky, feeling it was getting late, and said, "It's about time now. Don't stay up too late, or you'll lose your hair." Having said that, Ye Feng lay down on the back of the iron claw dragon eagle and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 42. A brand new look for the Misty Sect. Staying up late, losing hair. Jia Yulan drew in a deep breath, grabbed her lush hair with both hands, and said with a face full of terror, "No way." Xia He and Qiu Ju were so scared they fell asleep right where they were. Li Jiao blinked innocently, then using Little White Fox as a pillow, she too fell asleep. Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Yu, and Long Tianxing, being slightly younger, couldn't stay awake and soon fell asleep as well. In the end, only Mo Ying and the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle were left, staring at each other as though they had an agreement that if the moon doesn't sleep, I won't sleep, whoever sleeps is a turtle. Under the night sky, the moonlight was like water. A white cloud drifted across the azure sky. A white shadow popped its head out from among the clouds, surveying the mountain range below. Suddenly, the mysterious figure noticed the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle standing on the peak of Misty Peak, then saw Brother Flathead sleeping on the grass in front of the gate, and upon noticing Mo Ying and the other human cultivators, its eyes filled with astonishment. As for Little White Fox, it couldn't be seen because Li Jiao was using it as a pillow. Moments later, the white shadow headed off into the distance, and before long, it shrank its body and came to a halt before a cold-looking young man with wolf ears. This person was the Netherworld Wolf in mid-transformation. Reporting to the Little Wolf General, I have discovered a sect on a mountain peak that has tamed the troublesome creature from the eastern city swamp. The white shadow reported what it had seen and heard. It had no physical form, resembling a white mist in the shape of a flying bird. Upon hearing this, Little Wolf General narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Although I don't know why that troublesome creature was tamed, we can perhaps start with this section." As he spoke, Little Wolf General looked at the mist in the shape of a bird and said, "Shape-shifting beast, you are most suited for disguise. You will be responsible for approaching the mountain and turn the warriors of our race who are there, understand?" The shape-shifting beast blinked and asked, "Little Wolf General, what about you?" "My demon aura is too strong, and I am in the transformation stage," which I cannot conceal well enough to approach White Float City closely." With that, Little Wolf General vanished into the jungle. "But I'm scared," the shape-shifting beast wanted to say something more, but its voice faded away. Seeing that Little Wolf General had disappeared without a trace, it realized it had no choice but to carry out this dreadful plot of subversion. "I want to be human, change, change, change." The shape-shifting beast chanted an odd chant, its form shifted constantly, and it indeed turned into a human form. Moreover, it pulled out a cloak from nowhere, perfectly covering its body and concealing its demon aura without a trace. At first glance, there was no apparent difference between it and a human. In the latter part of the night, the shape-shifting beast stealthily climbed up Misty Peak, only to find Mo Ying practicing her sword in the wee hours, her figure now here, now there, like a spectre, quite terrifying. "Oh my! This person is a bit ruthless, it's not the right time to approach." The shape-shifting beast immediately started chanting, "I want to be an ant, change, change, change." Having said that, it rapidly shrunk its form and turned into a large white ant, lurking on the edge of the cliff. The next morning, Ye Feng got up early and went to the edge of the cliff to practice a set of martial arts, to limber up his limbs. He accidentally kicked a stone out, which happened to hit the shape-shifting beast that was lurking on the edge of the cliff. "Have I been discovered? Could it be that this person who seems to lack cultivation actually possesses an extremely sensitive perception and is a master? No, this can't be possible." The shape-shifting beast was so frightened that it was trembling all over. However, the thought of facing severe punishment from the Little Wolf General if it failed to complete its mission left it no choice but to continue climbing back to the summit of Misty Peak. Before long, Shilei, Huo Yunjia, Master Li, and their party finally arrived from White Float City, followed by more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages loaded with a large amount of processed materials. As long as they were moved to Misty Peak, they could be assembled on site, which was convenient and time-saving. "Let's go, help with the work." Ye Feng, along with the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle and others, made several trips back and forth and finally moved all the materials to the top of the peak, placing them on the open ground. True cultivators indeed, they move things so quickly. "If it was left to us, it might have taken all day," Master Li remarked. The others looked at the mighty Iron Claw Dragon Eagle with envy on their faces. The shape-shifting beast, hiding in a tree, watched this scene and said bitterly, "Damn it, the noble Iron Claw Dragon Eagle is actually doing hard labor, the demon race shouldn't be slaves." At that moment, Master Li pointed to the other 4 craftsmen and then to the 10 new helpers, and said to Ye Feng, "Sect Master Ye, these are all temporary workers. With their help, we should be able to lay the foundations today. If there's anything that needs help, our sect's disciples will also give their full support," Ye Feng said. "How could we dare to trouble your sect's disciples to make a move? It's all right, this is also a form of cultivation." Ye Feng gestured, immediately having the sect's disciples help without anyone being lazy. Everyone first moved everything out of the thatched cottages except for the sect leader's great hall, and as Mo Ying struck with a sword, the cottages all collapsed. The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle directly grabbed and cleared the debris to the open ground. Then, Master Li led the helpers to build according to the plan, and with the assistance of Shilei, Huo Yunjia, and other disciples, they laid the foundation in just half a day. "Right, the lower half of these main pillars has to be buried underground, and to prevent rotting, we must scorch the surface with fire," Master Li said. "You're talking about charring, I know about it." Ye Feng waved his hand, letting Shilei cast the fire cloud palm, swiftly brushing over the surface of the main pillars, instantaneously carbonizing the outer layer. Master Li and the other craftsmen saw this and all gave a thumbs up, so, spells can be used in this way. They all began to entertain the idea of cultivating fire-based spells. Thus, with the joint efforts of dozens of people, by that evening, they had erected a row of buildings on the peak forming an inverted shape when viewed from above, totaling 15 rooms. We've finished a week's worth of work in just one day. Master Li stood in the backyard, astonished. This was the fastest construction he had ever seen in his life. Tomorrow we'll renovate the sect leader's great hall and relay the floor tiles, build a fence, and that should about do it, Ye Feng said, standing on the roof. At this time, the shape-shifting beast had transformed into a cicada, lying on the treetop, morosely thinking to itself, what should I do? There's no chance to get close to the iron claw dragon eagle and that troublesome guy. With no other options, it could only continue to wait. The next day, Ye Feng and the others got up early and continued to help with the renovations. They renovated the sect leader's great hall, relayed the floor tiles, built a 1-meter-high wooden railing around the edge of the cliff on the peak, and planted various flowers and herbs. In just 3 days, Misty Sect had been completely transformed. We finally have our own rooms. Li Jiao, holding the little white fox, ran into a room that was 3 meters wide and 5 meters long. It was not large, but it looked brand new and clean, which brightened up her eyes. The other disciples also found their own rooms, with a gleam of light in their eyes. Chapter 43. The shape-shifting beast appears, heading to Beacon Fire City. Although there's no furniture yet, the size of the room is still decent, just right for one person. Ye Feng stood in the small courtyard shaped like the Chinese character for concave, looking at the numbers on each room door, his face betraying a sense of satisfaction. 15 rooms, from room 0 to room 14. Room 0 was Ye Feng's, positioned on the central axis. Room 1 to room 11 were other disciples' rooms. Except for the one that belonged to the 5th disciple, Shu Hongyu, which was empty, the rest were occupied. The remaining 3 rooms were left vacant for now. To make it more elegant, Master Li built latrines and a kitchen on either side of the courtyard, as well as auxiliary rooms like a woodshed. Afterward, Master Li cleared away the debris and constructed quite a bit of furniture on site, finally completing the project smoothly. Now, the building area on the top of Misty Peak reached 1/3. For the remaining space, Ye Feng planned to save it for future construction of facilities like the martial arts ground and spirit beast pavilion. Having your own room is indeed wonderful. Ye Feng arrived at the door of his room 0. This room wasn't the first one, but rather it was located on the central axis of the concave shape, exactly in the middle, with room 7 and room 8 on either side, which meant it was between Jiayulan and Xiahe. Sect Master Ye, the construction here is basically complete. From now on, I'll bring some gardeners over to plant spirit flowers and exotic grasses for the Misty Sect every now and then, Master Li said. Thank you very much, Master Li. Ye Feng watched Master Li and his people leave, then returned to the newly refurbished sect leader's great hall, feeling refreshed and in high spirits. Suddenly, he remembered the spoils of war he had obtained near the timber camp in the woods. Those items had to be dealt with secretly, he couldn't use them himself, or it would be like playing with fire. So, he called for Mo Ying. How can we deal with these items covertly? Ye Feng took out Zhao Dejiang's spirit sword, waved it in front of Mo Ying, and then stowed it away. Mo Ying thought for a moment and said, there's an underground market in Beacon Fire City where you can sell the spoils. Moreover, they don't care about our identities, they only care about the goods, not the people. Ye Feng looked at Mo Ying intently, thinking to himself that she was truly an experienced driver, knowing exactly what to do. It's better to dispose of these things as soon as possible. Ye Feng said. Zhao Dejiang's spirit sword was good, but once it was used, it could easily attract attention from those with ulterior motives. Mo Ying glanced at the sky outside, it's already late, we can only go tomorrow morning at the earliest. All right. Ye Feng nodded. The two of them were unaware that, a few dozen meters away at the edge of a cliff, a white giant ant was crouching. I've waited 3 days for those mortals to leave, still not sure when the right opportunity will come. The shape-shifting beast was anxious. But when it recalled the experience of being kicked down by Ye Feng while he was stretching a few days earlier, it felt that this sect leader was no simple matter. So, it dared not get too close. The next morning, before dawn, the sky had yet to brighten when Ye Feng and Mo Ying stepped onto the breeze riding sword, heading for Beacon Fire City to the east. Originally, Ye Feng had planned to ride the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle over, as going back and forth 400 miles relying solely on Mo Ying's sword flying would be too exhausting. But the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle was too conspicuous a target. In the end, for safety, Ye Feng and Mo Ying chose to fly on the sword, hoping to make the round trip within the same day. Hey, those two have gone, my opportunity has arrived. The shape-shifting beast, constantly watching the Misty Sect, realized that the most enigmatic Ye Feng had finally left the premises, and its eyes lit up with anticipation. On the way, Ye Feng noticed that the speed of the flying sword had increased significantly. It was probably because there were only 2 people standing on it. Given this speed, we should be able to reach Beacon Fire City within an hour, Mo Ying said as she stood at the front, pinching a sword technique with her right hand. The speed's pretty good, Ye Feng praised. This speed was roughly 10 meters per second, which was indeed fast, and the key advantage was that it took a straight line, which saved trouble. But this is under ideal conditions. With my current spiritual power, I can't fly continuously for an hour. Mo Ying's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Ye Feng. How much spiritual power do you need to replenish? Ye Feng asked, producing 5 lower-grade spirit stones in his palm. Ye Feng did not want to delay too much on the road, and even if it meant consuming a few spirit stones, it was worth it. Anyway, he wouldn't lose out after selling the materials. Flying 200 li would require 3 lower-grade spirit stones. Mo Ying took only 3 stones, then fell silent. 3 spirit stones for 100 kilometers fuel. Ye Feng complained internally as he put away the remaining 2 spirit stones. For the rest of the journey, Mo Ying continuously controlled the flying sword to maintain a steady speed, while Ye Feng, utterly bored, looked around restlessly. After flying 50 li, Mo Ying would take out a lower-grade spirit stone to replenish the expended energy. Atop Misty Peak. At this moment, convinced that Ye Feng would not return any time soon, the shape-shifting beast silently recited an incantation and transformed into a white mosquito, flying to the ear of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. Buzzing! The Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, resting with eyes closed, suddenly heard the annoying sound of a mosquito by its ear. Thus, with a slap, it flapped its wings and swatted away the mosquito that was actually the shape-shifting beast, sending it flying to an unknown corner. Damn it! The shape-shifting beast flew back, transforming into an ant, planning to climb to the ear of the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle. But before it could climb up, the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle felt a tickle, shook its wings, and the shape-shifting beast was swatted away again. I don't believe this. The shape-shifting beast was persistent. However, it could not approach the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle no matter what kind of insect it transformed into. For a moment, its face was almost green with frustration. Meanwhile, after expending 3 lower-grade spirit stones, Ye Feng and Mo Ying finally landed in front of an ancient city built entirely with reddish-black stone bricks. This was Beacon Fire City. Recent demonic beast disturbances had reduced the city's population from over 100,000 to merely 100,000. The pedestrians in the city were sparse, like frost-stricken eggplants, wilted. Ye Feng and Mo Ying changed into black coats and donned black veiled hats before walking into the city. Mo Ying, knowing her way around, took Ye Feng to a rundown grocery store and through a secret passageway into a gloomy underground corridor. Various stalls lined both sides of the corridor, selling all kinds of demonic beast materials, as well as elixirs, spirit grasses, and more. Every stall owner was dressed similarly to Ye Feng, their true faces obscured. Mo Ying did not linger in the corridor but led Ye Feng into a shop named Wuxuan Pavilion. Hey, we have guests. Are you here to buy or sell? a fat man wrapped in a cloak came out and asked the two of them. Ye Feng noticed that there seemed to be a layer of spiritual energy on the surface of the fat man's cloak. When observed with spirit eyes, it displayed a variety of colors, making it impossible to discern their cultivation level. At that moment, Ye Feng saw that Mo Ying seemed to be looking at him, so he said, "Let's sell first, and if you have anything good here, I might buy." "Alrighty." The owner of Wuxuan Pavilion chuckled, closed the door, and said, "You two can show me what you want to sell now." Chapter 44. Wuxuan Pavilion, being followed. Bang! Ye Feng threw all the croc-chicken beast claws onto the wooden table, causing the surface to bend under the weight. All croc-chicken beast claws, 1 pair of middle-rank demon soldier level, 14 pairs of lower-rank demon soldier level, let me do the math. A pair of middle-rank demon soldier level claws for 5 spirit stones, a pair of lower-rank demon soldier level claws for 2 spirit stones, totaling 33 spirit stones. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion took out an abacus, calculated on the spot, and then announced the result. Hearing the amount of over 30 spirit stones, Ye Feng felt a bit surprised and said, "Not bad." Having said that, he placed the 7 tree demon cores on the table, each emitting a faint green spiritual light. 6 middle-rank demon soldier level tree demon cores, 1 high-rank demon soldier level tree demon core. Tisk, that's no small sum. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion had a somewhat comical smile. The high-rank demon soldier level core for 30 spirit stones, the middle rank for 10 spirit stones, totaling 90 spirit stones. The price difference with the croc-chicken claws is that much. Ye Feng was astonished. A pair of middle-rank demon soldier level croc-chicken claws was only worth 5 spirit stones, but a middle-rank demon soldier level tree demon core was valued at 10 spirit stones. Of course, different materials have different values. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion laughed heartily. "My esteemed guest, do you have anything else you wish to sell?" Having a single day's transaction surpass 100 spirit stones was considered a big deal for the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion, therefore, his attitude towards Ye Feng had improved a lot. Clang! Ye Feng tossed Zhao Dejiang's spirit sword on the table and placed a small bottle of dark red elixirs next to it, saying, "I'll sell all of these to you." The spirit sword and elixirs were obtained from Zhao Dejiang, and he didn't dare use them. It was safer to exchange them all for spirit stones. This is the lower grade spiritual artifact Fire Spirit Flying Sword, originally priced at 180 lower grade spirit stones. It's difficult for most people to fully unleash its power, so as it's a buyback, I can only offer you 150. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion quickly offered a price. "Alright then." Ye Feng nodded. It was hot merchandise anyway, it was normal for the price to be a bit lower. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion picked up the bottle of elixirs, sniffed and inspected it before finally stating, "These are lower grade fire spirit chi pills. Taking them can enhance the power of fire-based spells. There are 7 pills in total, 14 spirit stones for all." "That's fine, I'll sell just that much," Ye Feng said, feeling that the price was quite good. 287 lower grade spirit stones in total, I will give you 2 middle grade spirit stones and 87 lower grade spirit stones. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion placed a small cloth bag on the table. Ye Feng opened it and saw inside 2 spirit stones emitting an aura 100 times more intense than the lower grade spirit stones, indeed rare middle grade spirit stones. "Gentlemen, what would you like to buy?" the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion asked. "What treasures do you have here?" Ye Feng inquired. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion smiled, lifted the black cloth behind him, revealing a 2-meter-tall shelf filled with various items. Spiritual artifacts, talisman papers, elixirs, materials, spirit grass, puppets, etc., were all arrayed in a dazzling array, more than 300 items. "Don't you have any formations?" Ye Feng remembered the sect leader's first phase task reward, which included miniature sect protection array ×1, and since the Misty sect didn't have a formation, he casually asked. The next moment, Ye Feng distinctly felt a look of surprise from both Mo Ying and the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion. Haha, my esteemed guest sure knows how to joke. Even the most inferior miniature formation costs 500 spirit stones, and we don't have such stock in the underground market. You have to visit a proper shop to buy one. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion shook his head. Then let's go for some elixirs. Ye Feng browsed the shelves for a while and chose a bottle of 10 lower-grade healing qi pills. The store owner gave him a 10% discount, totaling 45 spirit stones. Afterward, Ye Feng spent another 50 spirit stones to purchase a bottle of 10 lower-grade cultivation qi pills. Before leaving, Ye Feng gritted his teeth and spent 150 lower-grade spirit stones to buy a defensive spiritual artifact named Mysterious Turtle Shield. The store owner boasted that it was made from the shell of a mysterious turtle that had cultivated for 300 years, and below the element-gathering realm, hardly anyone could break it with a single strike. From then on, the newly acquired spirit stones dwindled to only 42, causing Ye Feng a bit of financial pain. Time to slip away. Ye Feng packed up the 2 bottles of elixirs and the mysterious turtle shield, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, ready to make a run for it with Mo Ying. He had a feeling that if he didn't leave now, he might end up spending all his money today. Minus the spirit stones used for replenishing Mo Ying's spiritual power on the way, I've only earned a bit over 30 spirit stones this time. How frustrating. Ye Feng grumbled inwardly. But before leaving, Ye Feng blinked and turned back to ask, "Can you accept soul bodies here?" The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion was taken aback. "I can't take them here, but there is a customer who said he wants to. How about this, in 7 days, I arrange for a few people to meet here." "What about the price?" Ye Feng asked. If the price was mediocre, he wouldn't consider selling the soul body of the Centennial Tree Demon. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion inquired, "What level of soul body?" "High-rank demon soldier level," Ye Feng said. He intentionally revealed some information but wasn't worried about the store owner spreading it around, as these kinds of stores generally had a reputation to uphold, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep doing business. The eyes of the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion brightened, above 100 spirit stones. For specifics, we'd have to wait until our esteemed customer and another discuss it. Of course, I promise the price won't be lower than this, but the store will take a 10% introduction fee, deducted from the other esteemed customer. All right. Ye Feng nodded slightly. Before long, he and Mo Ying had left the underground corridor and were walking on the streets of Beacon Fire City. "Sect Leader, have you noticed that earning spirit stones is hard, but spending them is very easy?" Mo Ying suddenly asked. Ye Feng was taken aback and nodded, indeed. He had fought hard just once, and with great difficulty had his spoils of war sold for over 200 spirit stones, only to find himself left with a few dozen in no time. The speed of spending money was heart-wrenching. However, Ye Feng suddenly realized something and asked, "You're so familiar with the underground market, the beginner's fee you paid earlier, wasn't it from slaying demonic beasts in the wilderness and then trading them at the Wuxuan Pavilion?" Mo Ying confirmed with a sound. "I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. To make ends meet, one has to really put in the effort." Resting his head in his hand, Ye Feng walked and muttered softly to himself. Hearing this, Mo Ying couldn't help but want to laugh. Unbeknownst to the two of them, after they left Beacon Fire City, several men in black followed them out. On the breeze riding sword. Ye Feng handed 5 spirit stones to Mo Ying, saying, "Here, your travel expenses." Mo Ying was somewhat speechless. "I'm a disciple of the Misty sect, escorting the sect leader, how could I dare to ask for travel expenses?" "Take it," Ye Feng urged. "Once I earn more money, every disciple will be able to receive 5 spirit stones each month. No, I want to be a conscientious boss, giving you double pay, hence double the happiness. Mo Ying didn't know why, but she felt like laughing at his odd and amusing words. Chapter 45 Battle of the Demon General, Ziguang Stronghold Leader. However, the warm moments were always fleeting. Just as Ye Feng and Mo Ying left Beacon Fire City by 30 miles, in a dense forest below, suddenly two strong demonic auras shot up into the sky. The violent currents surged towards them, and Mo Ying quickly controlled the flying sword to change direction, narrowly avoiding the ambush. Crash! The towering trees, several tens of meters high, fell in a ring pattern to the surrounding area, spreading to dozens of meters away in an instant, with a deafening noise. Ye Feng and Mo Ying stood on the flying sword, looking down from 100 meters in the air, only to see two huge figures emerge in the center of the collapsing trees, locked in fierce combat. One was a dual-winged giant crocodile, easily over a dozen meters in length, but too cumbersome to actually fly. The other was a fanged mad pig-shaped demonic beast, 3 meters tall and brawny like an elephant, with two sharp, arc-shaped tusks 3 meters long, capable of flipping the giant crocodile with a single thrust. They're demon general level demonic beasts. Mo Ying's face was grave. Ye Feng might not have been able to discern their specific cultivation level, but he judged that each could easily beat up 100 brother flatheads. Too strong. Is this the might of a demon general comparable to the element gathering realm? Truly terrifying. Even if I encountered them, I would have to turn and flee, Ye Feng exclaimed in shock. Those are the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile, quite notorious around these parts. It's said that they've both reached the peak of the demon general level. They rarely show themselves, who would have thought we'd run into them today? Mo Ying's face was already pale, although Ye Feng couldn't see it. She immediately steered the flying sword to take a detour. Roar! Just then, the fanged mad pig retreated dozens of meters, then sprinted again, breaking one of the giant crocodile's teeth and hurling it like a sword toward Ye Feng and Mo Ying in the sky. Be careful! Ye Feng pushed Mo Ying out of the way, blocking the half-foot-long sharp tooth with his hands, feeling as though he had been hit by a dozen wild bulls, falling from the flying sword. Sect Leader! Mo Ying quickly controlled the flying sword to chase after him, catching Ye Feng, then flew at high speed, skimming the treetops, and quickly moved away from the combat zone of the two peak demon generals. Dozens of miles away, by the bank of a river roughly a few hundred meters wide. This was Fenhuo River, one of the tributaries of the southern river basin, flowing from west to east, passing Beacon Fire City. Following the riverbank west for over 100 miles, then flying south for several dozen miles, one would return to Misty Peak. Just as expected from the sharp tooth of the dual-winged giant crocodile, it's incredibly hard. It should fetch a good price. Ye Feng tapped on the sharp tooth, then put it away, noticing that Mo Ying was using spirit stones to recover her energy. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Mo Ying sensed the presence of other cultivators and immediately pinched the spell, readying herself for battle. In such a desolate wilderness, the possibility of someone approaching with intent to rob and kill was the highest. He, we've finally caught up. 5 sturdy figures dressed in black surrounded them, 4 at the 7th layer of chi refinement, and 1 at the 8th layer. The speaker was the masked burly man at the 8th layer of chi refinement, holding a very unique spiritual artifact, a disc with 5 blades floating above it. Big brother, it seems to be just a mortal and a great beauty around the 6th layer of chi refinement, said a masked man with a rooster's comb haircut, laughing. Gazing at Mo Ying's proud figure, he thought it wouldn't matter even if she was ugly. Hearing his words, Ye Feng thought to himself that Mo Ying's method of concealing her cultivation level was quite impressive, having fooled these men. Surround them. At that moment, the leader with the tray at the 8th layer of chi refinement waved his hand, and the 5 blades on the disc artifact instantly shot out, encircling Ye Feng and Mo Ying in a ring. In this situation, even if they were to fly away with their swords, they would not be faster than these 5 blades. It's the lower-grade spiritual artifact Mother-Child 5 Connected Blades, a set of linked artifacts that move freely and are extremely dangerous. Mo Ying recognized the set of spiritual artifacts and hurriedly warned them. She couldn't be sure if Ye Feng could withstand these artifacts that were adept at breaking through defenses. After all, the last time she wielded the breeze riding sword, she had been able to cut Ye Feng's finger. "Oh, this little beauty knows quite a bit," the man with the mohawk said, laughing while holding a dagger that was a lower-grade spiritual artifact. The rest of the men also revealed their spiritual artifacts, a show of force that even a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement might not be able to withstand. However, Ye Feng did not panic. These people mistook him for a mortal, and he could use this to his advantage. "Big brother, should we wait for the stronghold master?" At that moment, the man with the mohawk asked in a low voice. "No need to wait. Let's destroy this little beauty's Qi first. By the time he arrives, this little beauty will no longer belong to just us brothers," said the burly man referred to as Big Brother. He immediately activated the Mother-Child 5 Connected Blades. 5 glaring blades swept through the air, aiming at Mo Ying's Qi and limbs. A clang sounded. The bandits saw the unassuming mortal throw a green object that instantly expanded into a huge green copper bell, blasting away the 5 blades. How can a mortal use spiritual artifacts? All 5 bandits showed disbelief on their faces. What shocked them even more was that Ye Feng instantly crossed the distance of 10 meters, and with one punch, he sent the man called Big Brother flying. Clang! Mo Ying didn't hesitate either. Utilizing a perfected first-grade spell Glittering Sword Qi, she controlled the breeze-riding sword to pierce through the body of the bandit with the mohawk. After that, she used the major achievement level first-grade spell Backstab, turning into a black smoke, and in the next instant, she appeared behind the third bandit, catching the nearby breeze-riding sword and slashing fiercely. A tearing sound. The third bandit died on the spot. The remaining 2 men were petrified. Just as they were about to make a move, their big brother, second brother, and third brother were already down. This gave them the heart-pounding sensation of being robbed instead. "Run! Find the stronghold master to avenge us!" The 2 remaining men fled, but Ye Feng had already thrown the spirit origin clock, crushing one of the bandits to death. As for the other, Mo Ying decapitated him with her sword. And so, all 5 bandits lay dead. With his previous experience near the lumber yard, Ye Feng quickly looted the bodies, taking all their spiritual artifacts, but apart from that, there was nothing else, which somewhat frustrated him. When bandits go out to loot, besides the weapons they use, they do not carry much else, explained Mo Ying, as if she were a knowledgeable NPC in a newbie village. "No wonder they're so poor," Ye Feng exclaimed in realization. However, obtaining 5 lower-grade spiritual artifacts was quite a nice haul. But the thought of an opposing stronghold master made Ye Feng's head begin to ache. Just as they were about to burn the bodies of the 5 bandits, they noticed a middle-aged man emerging above the forest, with high cheekbones and sunken eyes. This person exuded a peak 9th layer Qi refinement aura, clad in a black armor with a sword in one hand and a blade in the other, lavishly owning 3 lower-grade spiritual artifacts. He plunged down towards Ye Feng and Mo Ying, gritting his teeth and saying, "Dare to kill the brothers of Ziguang stronghold, you're asking for death." Chapter 46. Sect Master Ye is the real man. Stop! Above the Fenhuo River, a loud shout suddenly rang out, filled with strong fluctuations of spiritual energy. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, only to see a flying boat that was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, its entirety shimmering with spiritual light, floating more than 3 meters above the surface of the water and speeding towards them. Wherever it passed, even the river water surged into waves. Standing at the prow were 3 young cultivators dressed in cloud-white long robes, 2 men and 1 woman. They made no attempt to conceal their robust auras. Qi refinement 9th level. All of them were holding a lower-grade spirit sword in their hands, their eyes bright and their spines erect. They were unmistakably sect disciples. Ziguang Stronghold Leader, your stronghold has just been flattened by the three of us, brothers and sister. Surrender now, shouted the youth in the lead, with his starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. Flatten Ziguang Stronghold. The Ziguang Stronghold Leader's eyes bulged, realizing that the flying boat had come exactly from Ziguang Mountain on the opposite side of the river. Could it be that, in the short time he was away, his entire stronghold had been destroyed? Shaking with anger, the Ziguang Stronghold Leader saw that these three were not to be trifled with, their approach fierce, and he turned and vanished into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. As the green hills last and the clear waters flow, you all wait for me. A voice filled with resentment echoed continuously in the forest, causing the three sect disciples to show faces full of anger as they shouted loudly, "Don't think of escaping." Upon seeing this, Ye Feng's expression turned ugly, and he felt somewhat frustrated. He clearly could have joined forces with Mo Ying to take down the Ziguang Stronghold Leader at the peak of Qi Refinement 9th level and then smoothly claim 3 lower-grade spiritual artifacts. However, with a single shout from these three, the Ziguang Stronghold Leader ran away without looking back. Ye Feng felt incredibly vexed. Soon, the three sect disciples had arrived at the riverbank on the flying boat. The leader flashed a white token engraved with the words Liu Yun and said, "You two need not worry. We are Liu Yun inner sect disciples. My name is Xin Guangxian, this is my junior brother Dongqiang, and junior sister Peng Hyun. The one just now was the Ziguang Stronghold Leader, and we have driven him away." Had he not mentioned it, it would have been fine, but the words "driven away" made Ye Feng feel even more frustrated. He was about to berate Xin Guangxian and his two companions furiously when he suddenly noticed the Liu Yun on the token. Wasn't this from the Liu Yun sect thousands of miles away? That was a one-star sect on par with the King Yun sect, inhabited by numerous powerful beings at the element gathering realm. A bit too strong to be provoked for the time being. Moreover, Xin Guangxian had come with the intention of rescuing them, initially out of kindness, so Ye Feng could only silently curse his bad luck. Besides, the Ziguang Stronghold Leader had only run away, they might encounter him again in the future. Thinking this, Ye Feng gave a perfunctory bow and said, somewhat listlessly, "So, you are disciples from the Liu Yun sect. Thanks for just now." Boom! At that moment, a loud bursting sound accompanied by someone's muffled groan came from a distance. "That sounds like the third elder," exclaimed Xin Guangxian, looking in the direction of the noise as he gripped his sword tightly. But before anyone could react, they saw an old figure with white hair and beard flying rapidly through the air and crashing down onto the sandy shore of the river like a meteor. "It's the third elder." The three Liu Yun sect disciples hurried over to help up the old man, whose face was as pale as death. "It's the third elder of the Liu Yun sect, at the second level of element gathering," whispered Mo Ying, standing beside Ye Feng. "You know even this?" Ye Feng said, surprised. At this time, the third elder of the Liu Yun sect extended his hand, pointing weakly into the depths of the forest, and said, "The fanged mad pig is battling with the dual-winged giant crocodile, it's dangerous, quick, get away." After speaking, the third elder fell unconscious. "Elder, don't die on us," the small-eyed male disciple named Dongqiang vigorously shook the third elder, preparing to pinch his philtrum in hopes of reviving him. "Hey, stop shaking him. If you keep going, you might shake the life out of the elder," warned the round-faced, explosively curvy female disciple Peng Hyun, promptly pulling Dongqiang away. The most composed and steady Xin Guangxian immediately took out a dark red elixir and administered it to the third elder, whose breathing gradually stabilized, but he remained unconscious. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow was slowly approaching underwater, 20 meters away from the shore. Mo Ying and Ye Feng stood to one side, debating whether they should leave immediately, for if the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile were to fight their way over, they would be in trouble. Splash! Suddenly, a shadow burst from the water, lunging to bite the Liu Yun sect's third elder, while a strong surge of demonic energy unleashed, overwhelming everyone present with a formidable sense of oppression. It's a black patterned serpent demon. Looks like it's at the peak of the high-rank demon soldier level. No, it seems to have reached the transformation stage. Its power is far beyond the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The 3 Liu Yun sect disciples, well trained, brandished their spirit swords and slashed at the black patterned serpent demon. Measly 3 at the peak of Qi refinement, scatter. The black patterned serpent demon scoffed, transforming into a half-snake, half-human form with a tail tougher than fine steel, and with a sweeping blow, it sent Xin Guangxian and the other 2 disciples flying. Afterwards, the black patterned serpent demon eyed the unconscious Liu Yun sect's third elder, licking its lips involuntarily. That was a being comparable to a demon general, a strong practitioner of the human race at the element-gathering realm that had been heavily wounded in the fierce battle between the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile, yet whose vitality remained robust. Devouring him would allow it to ascend smoothly to the status of a demon general. With this thought, the black patterned serpent demon bit toward the Liu Yun sect's third elder. Meanwhile, its long tail swept out, trying to crush the obstructing Ye Feng and Mo Ying. Be careful! Xin Guangxian, lying at a distance, shouted a warning, his hands forming seals, commanding his flying sword to lunge at high speed, only to be deflected by the black patterned serpent demon. It's over. Xin Guangxuan's pupils contracted, thinking that Ye Feng and Mo Ying would be crushed by the snake demon. But the next moment, the black patterned serpent demon found itself stuck less than half a meter from the Liu Yun sect's third elder, inexplicably unable to move forward. It abruptly turned only to realize that its tail had been caught by Ye Feng, the mortal. You practice body cultivation? Then I shall devour you first. The black patterned serpent demon suddenly spun around, its hands transforming into serpent heads, biting at Ye Feng's shoulder. Clang! At that moment, Mo Ying, Xin Guangxian, and the others simultaneously maneuvered their spirit swords to strike the black patterned serpent demon, only to produce a few sparks. It's so hard! Xin Guangxian could hardly believe it. He had practiced the sect's auxiliary cultivation method, the Liu Yun technique, and his power exceeded that of ordinary peak Qi refinement practitioners. Moreover, this strike was stronger than before, yet it couldn't even break through the black patterned serpent demon's defense. Thump! At this moment, Ye Feng had already started smashing the black patterned serpent demon against the ground. His actions were fast and fierce, with no trace of mercy. In moments, the area was littered with dozens of large pits. Yet, the black patterned serpent demon was only dazed, not at all injured. This strong. So, even if we hadn't made a move, this man could have taken care of the Ziguang stronghold leader. Is this the power of body cultivation? Xin Guangxian and the other 3 disciples' eyes widened, and the female disciple Peng Haiyun's face turned red, deeming Ye Feng to be a true man. I want you dead. The black patterned serpent demon, consumed by rage from being pounded, reverted to its serpent demon form, releasing a terrifying demonic energy that burst forth like a storm, causing sand and dust to whirl wildly around them. Chapter 47. Liu Yun Sect Disciple. As the strong wind and sand swept across, Mo Ying and the others were forced to retreat over a dozen steps. The third elder of the Liu Yun sect even rolled on the ground a few times, spilling more thoroughly after hitting his forehead on a passing reef. Elder. 3 disciples leaped forward, helped the third elder up, and quickly formed hand seals, releasing a spirit light shield in front to block the wind and sand. On the other side, the intense battle between Ye Feng and the black patterned serpent demon had reached its climax. Hiss! The black patterned serpent demon exhaled a noxious breath, trying to suffocate Ye Feng to death, then constrict his body attempting to strangle him. But at the critical moment, Ye Feng summoned the spirit origin clock, and with a dong, smashed the black patterned serpent demon's head, causing it to bleed and finally breaking its defense. Such a powerful spiritual artifact! The black patterned serpent demon exclaimed in shock. Great opportunity! Mo Ying controlled the breeze-riding sword, stabbing it into the wound of the black patterned serpent demon. Xin Guangxian, Dong Jiang, and Peng Hyun, the three sect disciples, also reacted swiftly, thrusting their three spirit swords into the demon's wound simultaneously. Damn it! The black patterned serpent demon swept the four swords away with its tail, shook its body, and escaped onto the river surface, blood flowing from its head, looking ghastly. It's still not dead. Dong Jiang stared, his small eyes filled with astonishment. Although the outer skin of the black patterned serpent demon is breached, its bones are still very solid, lower-grade flying swords simply cannot penetrate them, Xin Guangxian said gravely. I have memorized your sense, wait until I ascend to Demon General, I will make sure you pay. The black patterned serpent demon transformed into a humanoid form with a serpent's tail, left behind a fierce threat, and immediately dived into the water, disappearing without a trace. Xin Guangxian and the others heaved a sigh of relief, looking gratefully at Ye Feng as they clasped their hands and said, Fellow deist, thank you for just now. After speaking, their faces turned somewhat red. Especially when recalling how he had told Ye Feng not to worry about the Ziguang stronghold leader in his presence previously, he felt extremely awkward and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Cough cough, it was nothing. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. Roar! Suddenly, from the depths of the dense forest several miles away from the shore, the roar of the dual-winged giant crocodile and the fanged mad pig sounded, vibrating everyone's eardrums. Fellow deist, we are heading to White Float City in the west. If it's on your way, perhaps you'd like to board our flying boat. Xin Guangxian offered an invitation to Ye Feng. Ye Feng was about to refuse, but he noticed that due to the previous battle, his black veil bamboo hat had been shattered, revealing his face to the Liu Yun sect disciples. There was no longer a need to hide his identity. More importantly, taking the flying boat would also save him a few spirit stones in travel expenses. We are also heading to White Float City, it's on our way. Ye Feng jumped onto the flying boat, while Mo Ying followed silently without a word. Whoosh! The flying boat avoided the battle range of the two peak demon generals and flew towards White Float City at the fastest speed. Ye Feng discovered that the speed of the flying boat was much faster than when standing on a flying sword. The key was being able to sit and drink tea comfortably. After some conversation, Ye Feng learned that the third elder of the Liu Yun sect had received an invitation to bring Xin Guangxian and the other three inner sect disciples to White Float City to attend the demon slaying conference. Upon arriving at Beacon Fire City, the third elder of the Liu Yun sect had then sent Xin Guangxian and the others to eliminate nearby evil forces to practice their skills, hence their involvement in destroying Ziguang Stronghold's mountain head. As for the third elder, he was injured and fell into unconsciousness in an attempt to profit from a battle between the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile by sneaking up on them. By the way, I forgot to ask for your esteemed name and the sect you hail from, Xin Guangxian asked with clasped hands. Ye Feng, Sect Master of the Misty Sect, and this is Mo Ying, my fourth disciple, Ye Feng replied. So, you're Sect Master yet, my apologies for the oversight. After speaking, Xin Guangxian and the other two Liu Yun sect disciples exchanged glances, finding themselves also puzzled. To the trio from the Liu Yun sect, Ye Feng's strength seemed so formidable he must belong to a high-ranked sect, but they recalled there wasn't a high-ranked sect called Misty Sect around White Float City. Could it be a recent addition? The three of them could only think this way. At this moment, Ye Feng recalled the rebel Xiao Fangwu, who had taken the Xianye flying sword from the Misty Sect when he left. Ye Feng had always remembered this incident, and thus he asked, "Do the three of you know about King Yun sect?" "Of course, we know it. King Yun sect is a one-star sect located deep in the King Yun mountain range. It's said that their auxiliary cultivation method is the green cloud sword technique, specializing in sword qi, which gives them a very high combat power, Pang Hyun explained proactively, her voice as gentle as she was. Oh, I see. Ye Feng suddenly understood. He figured out why Xiao Fenggu had taken the Xianye flying sword and fled. After all, the sect leader of King Yun sect specialized in sword dao, and not having a sword would not do. However, this was by no means a justification for Xiao Fenggu to take away what rightly belonged to the Misty sect's property. When my strength is about right, I'll go and take back the Xianye flying sword, Ye Feng thought to himself. Pang Hyun asked with a smile, is there anything else you would like to ask, Sect Master yet? How strong is the King Yun sect? Ye Feng inquired. It is said that they have 9 great elders, all in the element gathering realm, and their real person Sect Master has reached the 6th level of the element gathering realm. He is considered a top-tier power in our southern river basin, Pang Hyun said. 10 element gathering realm, quite fierce. Ye Feng's heart shuddered. Nevertheless, the Sect Master of King Yun sect was only at the 6th level of the element gathering realm on the level of 40 or so brother flatheads, not as strong as the fanged mad pig or the dual-winged giant crocodile. Thinking of this, Ye Feng felt confident again. Then, Ye Feng continued with his indirect questioning, garnering a lot of information. For instance, to be promoted to a star-level sect, besides the sect leader having to reach the 3rd level of the element gathering realm, a certain number of spiritual artifacts were required, as well as foundational infrastructures such as an alchemy pavilion, artifact refining pavilion, spirit beast pavilion, and sect protection array. It could be said that a 1-star sect was thoroughly equipped in every aspect, vastly surpassing that of a high-ranked sect, and the two were hardly comparable. After more than half an hour, the flying boat landed at the peak of Misty Peak. Is this the Misty Sect? Xin Guangxian looked at the plaque hanging on the gate with Misty Sect 3 large characters on it, noticing an old, willow leaf-shaped mark in the lower right corner of the name. A lower-rank sect. A sect led by a sect leader capable of contending with a half-transformed black-patterned serpent demon was merely considered lower rank? Xin Guangxian and the other 2 disciples were stunned. In their view, the Misty sect should at least be a high-ranked sect, if not a top-middle-rank sect. Yet, it turned out to be lower rank. However, the 3 disciples felt no disdain in their hearts, as Ye Feng was their lifesaver. The sect leader has returned. At this time, Li Jiao came running out with Long Tianxing, her eyes full of surprise upon seeing the magnificent flying boat. These are disciples from Liu Yun sect. The one lying down is their 3rd elder, who fell into unconsciousness due to certain events, Ye Feng introduced to his disciples. The 1-star sect Liu Yun sect. The disciples of Misty sect showed astonishment in their eyes. At this moment, the shape-shifting beast hidden far away, transformed into a large white ant, looked frustrated. It had tried countless methods, but each time it got close to the iron claw dragon eagle, it got swatted away by a wing. Now, seeing the 3rd elder of Liu Yun sect lying unconscious on the flying boat, the shape-shifting beast's face suddenly changed. He's an element gathering realm cultivator, I must hurry back to inform others. The shape-shifting beast immediately turned into a small white bird and flew away into the distance. Chapter 48. You are the chosen one. Ye Feng had not noticed the shape-shifting beast but was looking in the direction of White Float City when he saw a familiar bald figure approaching on a flying bamboo raft and exclaimed in surprise, "Why has Steward Zhou Jiaqian come?" When Xin Guangxian heard the voice, he also looked over and immediately waved to Zhou Jiaqian, saying, "Steward Zhou, long time no see." This scene made Ye Feng's expression freeze for a moment. From a distance, Zhou Jiaqian saw the flying vessel and was initially stunned, thinking to himself, when had the Misty sect become so wealthy to buy a flying vessel priced over 600 spirit stones? The next moment, upon hearing Xin Guangxian's voice, Zhou Jiaqian touched his bald head and muttered, "So it's the people from Liu Yun sect that have arrived. But why would they be at Misty sect?" Zhou Jiaqian sped up and soon arrived at the summit of Misty Peak. On seeing the renovated Misty sect, he first praised them, then turned to Xin Guangxian and bowed with clasped hands, as expected of a talented disciple from the sect. You have surpassed me after 3 years of separation. Xin Guangxian smiled. Steward Zhou is being modest. How can I compare with you? You two know each other? Ye Feng asked. Zhou Jiaqian nodded. 3 years ago, the third elder of Liaoyun sect came to White Float City with 5 disciples, and Xin Guangxian was among them. However, at that time he was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, but after 3 years, he's nearly reaching the element gathering realm. Xin Guangxian just smiled and stayed quiet. Right, if you're here, where is the leading 3rd elder? Zhou Jiaqian looked around and only upon catching a glimpse in the corner of his eye did he see the Liaoyun sect 3rd elder lying on the flying vessel, causing his eyes to widen in shock. What happened to the 3rd elder? On the way here, we encountered a fanged mad pig and a dual-winged giant crocodile, and the elder was unfortunately caught in the midst of it and suffered serious injuries, Xin Guangxian explained with an odd expression. In fact, he knew the truth. The 3rd elder was not unfortunate to be caught in the midst, but tried to take advantage of the chaos. Not only did he fail to get anything out of it, but he was also seriously injured by 2 peak demon generals. He likely wouldn't be able to use his peak powers for a while. Oh, Zhou Jiaqian was somewhat skeptical. Anyway, why have you come to Sect Master Ye's place? Upon hearing this, Xin Guangxian promptly recounted the incident with the black-patterned serpent demon. Having heard that Ye Feng managed to fight on par with a demi-transformed demon beast, Zhou Jiaqian was dumbfounded. That was a demi-transformed demon beast, incredibly powerful. Normally, it would take several cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement to contend with it. Yet, Ye Feng was enough by himself. Such strength was truly frightening. Before long, Zhou Jiaqian remembered his mission and hurriedly said to Ye Feng, Sect Master Ye, the Deputy City Lord requests your presence. The Deputy City Lord wants to see me. Ye Feng was somewhat surprised. Yes, Zhou Jiaqian nodded, turned to Xin Guangxian, and said, Right, since the 3rd elder has already arrived, it's best to quickly take him to the City Lord's mansion for the Deputy City Lord to personally take care of him. Okay, Xin Guangxian said. A moment later, a group of people took the flying vessel towards White Float City. This time, Ye Feng noticed that the flying vessel did not stop in front of the East City Gate but flew over the wall and landed directly in front of the grand and imposing complex at the city center. On the plaque above the door, the 3 characters City Lord's Mansion were particularly eye-catching, and in the lower right corner of the text, there was a golden starburst symbol. This was the symbol of a 1-star sect. As soon as they entered the grand hall, Ye Feng saw a person in ornate garments facing away from them. On bended knee, Zhou Jiaqian reported respectfully, Your Honor Deputy City Lord, Sect Master Ye from Misty Sect, the 3rd elder of Liaoyun Sect, and Xin Guangxian along with other Liaoyun inner sect disciples have all arrived. Oh? Cousin 3 has arrived. The Deputy City Lord turned around, revealing his true face. This was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and grizzled temples, emitting an aura of long-held authority, commanding respect without anger. Especially those eyes, as sharp as knives. However, his voice was very hoarse, as if he had contracted some strange illness. Upon seeing the 3rd elder of the Liaoyun sect lying on the stretcher, the Deputy City Lord furrowed his thick eyebrows and hurried forward to check, confirming that the 3rd elder was only unconscious and not in life-threatening danger. He then asked in a deep voice. What happened? A pressure belonging to the element gathering realm spread out, and even Ye Feng felt a tremendous pressure. The Deputy City Lord could definitely take on 10 brother flatheads. Ye Feng thought to himself. Xin Guangxian quickly clenched his fists in greeting and said, Today, as I passed by the Fuyun gloomy forest on the south bank of the Fenhuo River, I encountered a fanged mad pig and a dual-winged giant crocodile. He compromised his conscience a bit, optimizing the story somewhat. Of course, he also mentioned Ye Feng's act of saving people. Hearing this, the deputy city lord looked at Ye Feng in surprise. I'd thought that Sect Master Ye was only unique in his teaching of spells, but to think you are a body cultivator. No, your physique is different from that of a body cultivator. Before the deputy city lord could finish speaking, Ye Feng felt as if he was being scanned from head to toe by a scanner, and a term quickly popped into his mind. Spiritual sense. This was a special power that could be born from the element-gathering realm, akin to the spell all-dimensional spiritual perception in their unique ways. When a cultivator ascended to the divine origin realm, the spiritual sense could transform into even stronger divine sense, allowing one to easily control a sword to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. You have a mortal body, but how can a mortal body possess such immense strength? The deputy city lord had completed his scouting of Ye Feng with spiritual sense and discovered that he indeed had a mortal body, his eyes immediately filling with doubt. Cough cough. At this moment, the sleeping third elder of the Liu Yun sect coughed a few times and finally woke up. A mortal body cannot possess such formidable strength. Perhaps he is the chosen one, the third elder said as he sat up straight with the support of Pang Hyun. He was indeed unconscious, but that only meant his body couldn't move. His spiritual sense was still able to detect everything happening around him, and naturally, he remembered how Ye Feng had repelled the black patterned serpent demon. Chosen one. Upon hearing this, everyone else showed surprised expressions, finding the term too unfamiliar. The so-called chosen one is a special being blessed with the power of heaven and earth. Even without any cultivation level, they can exert strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. From my observations, Sect Master Ye is very similar to the rumored chosen ones, the third elder of the Liu Yun sect said weakly. Chosen one? I'm definitely not that. Ye Feng complained inwardly. It was because of a system bug that all the strength was added to his body, and he had nothing to do with the chosen ones at all. What? It turns out I am the chosen one. No wonder I suddenly mastered such formidable strength. This is indeed miraculous, Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Although he kept complaining to himself, he chose to pretend he was the chosen one. After all, he had no cultivation and he wasn't a body cultivator either, yet he possessed such domineering power, which was bound to draw attention. Using chosen one as cover couldn't be better. Sect Master Ye is very likely the chosen one, the third elder of the Liu Yun sect nodded. Third cousin, why would the chosen one appear? The deputy city lord asked with confusion. Zhou Jiaqian, Xin Guangxian and others all pricked up their ears, wanting to understand why the chosen one appeared and what their mission might be. Even Ye Feng showed a look of curiosity. He wasn't pretending to be interested, he was genuinely intrigued. Chapter 49. Drill Master of the Black Armored Guard, Gift of Thanks from the Third Elder. The causes for the chosen one are numerous, and the most controversial theory is that the heavenly Dao selects the person. The third elder paused, but this notion simply doesn't hold water because the heavenly Dao is the epitome of impartiality. How could it possibly pick and choose among all living beings? The others heard this and nodded in agreement. The third elder continued, the most plausible explanation is that when a powerful being falls in a certain region, their indomitable spirit lingers in the world, leaving their will for a destined successor to inherit. Upon hearing this, the others felt that this theory was more reasonable and credible. When Ye Feng heard this, he was taken aback. This sounds somewhat similar to the strength accumulation of the dog system. It must be a coincidence, right? Ye Feng thought to himself. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Ye Feng. The deputy city lord then said, perhaps it's the unreconciled heroic spirits of those who have fallen in battle over the years in White Float City, whose powers remain in the world and have at last chosen Sect Master Ye. After resting a bit, the third elder was able to stand and said, now, just in time for the demon-slaying convention, these resolute spirits have chosen Sect Master Ye at this critical juncture. This signifies that Sect Master Ye will play a pivotal role at the demon-slaying convention. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt doubtful. He was not the chosen one, thus had no connection with the demon-slaying convention whatsoever. But he couldn't well argue against it, so he just asked, "I heard from Steward Joe earlier that the Deputy City Lord wanted to meet with me. Is it related to the demon-slaying convention? And, by the way, what is the demon-slaying convention? Word has it that Sect Master Ye is a great master of magic and teaching spells, hence I called you here to discuss a potential collaboration." The Deputy City Lord took a seat and continued, "As for the demon-slaying convention, it is a grand festival, counted within the Southern River Basin as a major event that is rare even in a decade." Hearing this, Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly. The Southern Domain, loosely referred to as the Southern River Basin, is named after the Southern River, the lifeline of the Mystique Kingdom, which spans 50,000 li from east to west, and 30,000 li from north to south. The region is vast and abundant with resources. The fact that the demon-slaying convention was considered a major event in the Southern Domain implied that it was truly grand. But now, Ye Feng was more curious about the collaboration mentioned by the Deputy City Lord and inquired, "What kind of cooperation is the Deputy City Lord referring to? Have you heard of the Black Armored Guard?" The Deputy City Lord asked with a smile barely concealing a smirk, "I'd like to invite you to be the spell instructing master for the Black Armored Guard, specifically to guide them in spell cultivation." Ye Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Although he was jokingly called a great master of magic, he actually knew only 9 spells, and definitely couldn't teach exclusive spells like all-dimensional spiritual perception to outsiders. The Deputy City Lord kept speaking. 100 lower-rank spirit stones a month. In addition, Sect Master Ye can freely browse the first-grade spells in the City Lord's mansion, and you don't even have to come every day. As long as the Black Armored Guard truly improves, it won't be a problem if Sect Master Ye shows up just once a month. Isn't this like having a flexible work arrangement with a fixed salary? This thought popped into Ye Feng's head. He was somewhat tempted, not by the 100 spirit stones, but by the chance to browse the first-grade spells in the City Lord's mansion, which contained significant value. More importantly, after teaching the Black Armored Guard, the sect's prestige value should increase substantially. Somewhat interested, Ye Feng asked, "What kind of spells do I need to teach? Is there a specific requirement?" "Defense, offense, and movement." The Deputy City Lord replied, "Any of these 3 types will do. I am willing to teach, but I won't do it indefinitely. Perhaps I will focus on teaching just once a month." Ye Feng laid out his personal terms. "That's acceptable," the Deputy City Lord agreed readily. Noticing that dusk was approaching, he added, "It's getting late. Let's have a banquet at the City Lord's mansion. As for the specifics of instructing the Black Armored Guard, Deputy Commander Joe will follow up with Sect Master Ye later." A moment later, at the dining hall of the City Lord's mansion, Ye Feng, the Deputy City Lord, Steward Joe, Deputy Commander Joe, the 3 elders of Liu Yun sect, Xin Guangxian, and 3 other disciples gathered around a table, enjoying the unique delicacies of the City Lord's mansion. All of these are lower-ranked demon soldier level wild boar and beef, along with some vegetables cultivated with spiritual liquid. Is this the living standard of an element-gathering realm powerhouse? Ye Feng looked at the dishes on the table and really wanted to prepare a similar feast for the disciples of the Misty Sect. This time, we owe our lives to Sect Master Ye. Otherwise, I would have been buried in the belly of a snake by now, said the 3rd elder of Liu Yun sect, raising his cup in gratitude. Afterward, he placed a small wooden box and a cloud-white token on the table. "This is a lower-grade consolidating origin pill and our sect's guest elder token, my gifts of appreciation to Sect Master Ye. Additionally, I can grant Sect Master Ye a request, as long as it is within my power to do so." Consolidating origin pill. Xin Guangxian, Steward Zhou, Deputy Commander Zhou, and other cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement looked on with envy. When you're breaking through to the element gathering realm, the consolidating origin pill is a great aid. A single elixir is worth more than 100 spirit stones, said Xin Guangxian. Ye Feng glanced at the consolidating origin pill and remembered that the reward for the first stage of the sect leader's mission seemed to include 10 lower-grade consolidating origin pills. Wasn't that worth thousands of spirit stones? You're too kind, third elder. Although excited inside, Ye Feng still collected the consolidating origin pill and the guest elder token with feigned calmness. The third elder was the deputy city lord's cousin, thus the deputy city lord didn't skimp either, presenting Ye Feng with a bottle containing 5 middle-grade cultivation qi pills. For the remainder of the meal, the atmosphere at the table was very harmonious. As the third elder of Liu Yun sect talked about the beast hunting conference, Ye Feng listened on the side, gathering quite a bit of information. The so-called beast hunting conference is an event hosted by a spirit sea realm commandery prince from the southern river basin, happening once every 10 years for the main conference and once every 3 years for the smaller gatherings. This year coincided with both the smaller and the main conference, making it a particularly grand occasion. However, the location of the decennial beast hunting conference wasn't in White Float City but in County King City. As for the smaller gatherings, they were generally hosted in each one-star city to select the sects with excellent performance, ultimately recommended by the city lord to attend the main event in County King City. This time, the third elder of Liu Yun sect was the host of White Float City's beast hunting conference. As for how things would unfold after, it remained a secret, not revealed by the third elder at the table. By the time Ye Feng left the city lord's mansion, it was already night, and White Float City seemed very lively. Ye Feng walked along the streets. Originally, Xin Guangxian was supposed to accompany Ye Feng back to Misty Peak, but to buy some treats for the disciples, Ye Feng went to the street alone, planning to buy some goods before returning to the Misty sect via flying boat. On the street, Ye Feng gazed at the dazzling array of goods, took out 2 strings of copper coins, and bought over a dozen kinds of delicacies his disciples loved the most: roast lamb legs, lamb spine, spicy strips, among others. Then bought a few sets of clothes, before taking a shortcut back to the city lord's mansion. He had arranged to meet Xin Guangxian at the gate of the city lord's mansion. But just as Ye Feng reached a less crowded alley, he felt something off, as if someone were following him, invoking a sense of discomfort. Am I being watched? Ye Feng inwardly felt uneasy and quickened his pace. At this time, in a cave hundreds of miles away from White Float City, the little wolf general looked at a white bird flapping its wings as it flew in, and his expression showed a hint of surprise. Chapter 50. The Chase Under the Night, Paper Warrior General. Little Wolf General, something terrible has happened. The shape-shifting beast had just entered the cave when it immediately began to shout in panic. Didn't I tell you to go and sway those spiritual beasts? Little Wolf General's face showed some displeasure. The shape-shifting beast shivered and said, I was originally working on swaying the spiritual beasts of the Misty sect, but then, I saw an element-gathering realm powerhouse from the human race. What? Little Wolf General struggled to maintain his composure. The element-gathering realm? Could it be that Lord Demon General's plan had been discovered? Little Wolf General need not worry, that element-gathering realm powerhouse is gravely injured and unconscious. Even if he wakes up, it will take quite a while before he can exert his full strength, the shape-shifting beast quickly added. Did you find out what he's all about? Little Wolf General asked. Not daring to conceal anything, the shape-shifting beast divulged the information it had gathered. It's the third elder of the Liu Yun sect, along with 3 inner sect disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement. They're all tough to handle. Liu Yun sect. It seems they've come for the demon slaying conference, which will definitely affect Lord Demon General's plan. Little Wolf General's expression turned gloomy. You continue to lurk around the Misty sect. Report back immediately if there's any important news. Yes. The shape-shifting beast turned around and flew towards Misty Peak. Inside White Float City, Ye Feng was walking down a deserted street. Just now, after perceiving he was being tracked by something, Ye Feng used crisis awareness to foresee a bit and realized there didn't seem to be any disaster befalling the Misty Sect, so he calmed down. Moreover, with his exceptional skills and bravery, he deliberately came to this abandoned street, planning to lure out his stalker. Giggle, giggle. The moment Ye Feng reached the middle of the street, seductive, flirtatious laughter that made one's body tingle sounded around him. A warm breeze blew in, carrying the scent of a woman. Even the surroundings began to change. The previously dim street was suddenly lined with blossoming peach trees. At the end of the street, several sultry Jezebels were slowly approaching, their bodies swaying sensuously. "My lord, come here." One of the women, wearing a fox face mask, plucked at her pipa, pouring out her affection towards Ye Feng. "Demon fox?" Ye Feng blinked. "Oh, how can you be so rude to call me by my title, my lord? You should call me Xiao Tian Tian," the demon fox giggled. "To hell with Lady Niu." Ye Feng leaped up, aiming a slap at those sultry Jezebels. His palm passed right through them, a bang shattered the pavement beneath, and the peach trees and beauties all dissipated as if they were merely illusions. Following his instincts, Ye Feng looked towards a corner to see a shivering, red-haired fox. "Awoo!" The demon fox turned and leaped onto a rooftop, fleeing rapidly. Ye Feng also noticed several more odd little demon creatures appearing and running away with the demon fox. "Ah, so it's a group act." Ye Feng chased after them. Before long, the creatures rushed into an ancient, deserted bookstore and then vanished. Ye Feng discovered that the bookstore was in disrepair. Only a few cluttered bookshelves remained, holding many old texts that were mostly illegible, uncared for who knows how long. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of rapid page flipping echoed in the bookstore. Ye Feng surveyed his surroundings and saw 5 pieces of paper flying out from the ancient books, encircling him. Ye Feng focused his gaze and discovered that each piece of paper depicted a warrior in armor, holding a small axe in each hand. "Paper Warrior General, transform!" A coy voice echoed from all directions. Following that, 5 streams of spiritual energy poured into the 5 pieces of paper. The warriors inside suddenly grew in size, bursting through and igniting the paper. Snap! 5 paper warrior generals, 1 foot tall, landed on the ground and swung their little axes at Ye Feng. "What's this rubbish, only a foot tall? Are they going to jump up and chop at my knees?" Ye Feng blinked. Hearing the name Paper Warrior General, Ye Feng had thought this was a spell capable of summoning element-gathering realm powerhouses. But those Paper Warrior Generals turned out to be so tiny and appeared fragile. Ding! Ye Feng stretched out a finger and pressed it against the head of one Paper Warrior General. It flailed its double-bladed axe wildly but couldn't touch him. "Our spiritual energy isn't sufficient. A single Paper Warrior General is too weak. Quick, combine." All right. A flurry of hurried conversations erupted around the bookstore, sounding like several little brats. "War Generals, combine." The next moment, a few little demons chanted an incantation. Ye Feng watched with interest as the 5 Paper Warrior Generals stacked up like arhats, and then a puff of white fog emerged from beneath their feet, obscuring the view. When the white fog dissipated, Ye Feng saw a Paper Warrior General standing before him, 1 meter tall and looking much more robust than before, seemingly with the cultivation level of the Qi Refinement 6th layer peak. "Ha ha ha, our Paper Warrior General has combined, unmatched in power. You're in for it now." The little demon's triumphant laughter came from around the bookstore. "Oh, is that so?" Ye Feng chuckled. Facing the descending axe of the Paper Warrior General, he simply extended 2 fingers and easily pinched it. "Ah, that's impossible!" The little demons exclaimed in shock, but Ye Feng shook his head and, with a flick of his wrist, shattered the Paper Warrior General to pieces, which then dissipated into mist. "This spell is somewhat interesting." Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and turned to look around. He spotted a red fox tail under a bookshelf and pulled it out. "Eek eek eek!" The red-haired fox dangled in midair, showing a human-like expression of terror, with its 4 little paws flailing as if running. Do you intend to swipe away the air around to suffocate me? Ye Feng joked. Great Immortal, spare my life, I can warm your bed for you, the little red-haired fox pleaded urgently, squeezing out 2 tears and looking pitifully adorable. Using his spirit eyes, Ye Feng checked and found that the little fox's cultivation was average, at most a middle-rank demon soldier. Surprisingly, it could speak human language, which was quite strange. Where are your accomplices? Ye Feng shook the little fox. Thump thump thump. A rapid succession of footsteps sounded, and 4 petite figures appeared. A habadog, a large toad, a pumpkin-shaped demon beast with hands and feet, and a chubby little pig, none taller than a foot. Great Immortal, please spare our big sister. The 4 little demons lay on the ground, incessantly kowtowing, all able to speak human language, astonishing Ye Feng. You all are merely lower rank and middle rank demon soldiers, with the strongest among you barely at the Chi refinement 4th layer level. Why can you all speak human language? Ye Feng squatted down, pinched the little pig's ear, and asked. We, the White Float 5 Immortals, were born able to speak, said the little pig, its voice adorably milky. Wait a minute, White Float 5 Immortals. Ye Feng was tickled. None of you have reached the element gathering realm, yet you dare to call yourselves immortals? By the way, where did you get that spell you used just now? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.